Hello everyone. I'm very glad that you listened to my story. Please give me a follow and like the video if you enjoyed it. Feel free to comment and provide feedback so I can improve the sound quality. Yes, we invite you to listen to part 5 of the series. Chapter 197 Helper. 197 Helper. After the band member and his mother got time off from Ren, Sal de Balbrise's manager, the drumbeats reverberated through the air, signaling the start of a new round of dancing. Lumian turned his gaze to Jenna, who stood by his side, and spoke in a casual tone. I thought you would offer him some comfort. After all, you know him well and often collaborate with their band. Jenna, dressed in a stunning red sequin dress that revealed a generous amount of her chest, pressed her lips together and responded calmly. In that moment just now, what he needed wasn't comforting words, but a release. Offering condolences would only worsen his pain. Lumian scrutinized Jenna for a few moments. You seem to understand it quite well. Why do I have a feeling that you've experienced something similar yourself? Jenna lowered her gaze to her toes and smiled softly. A few years ago, I went through the same thing when my father passed away. One day, before dawn, my mother took me to the rooftop of our apartment and stayed with me until the sunrise. I witnessed the gradual brightening of the sky, from pitch black to a deep blue. It grew lighter and lighter, and I saw the clouds adorned with shades of bright gold and other colors. In that moment, she told me that darkness would eventually pass, and the sun would rise. Light would always find its way to illuminate the land. When he returns to the band, he'll find an opportunity to share something similar with him. Lumian listened in silence, letting out a sigh. You have a wonderful mother. Yes. Jenna accepted the compliment with pride. Lumian chuckled and remarked, you managed to say so much without resorting to curses. That's unlike you. Moreover, she appeared rather refined. Damn it, do you think I'm the type of person who curses incessantly? Jenna cursed indignantly and made her way to the break room to prepare for the next song. Lumian settled back at the bar counter, his mind preoccupied with another matter. He had therapy scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, and there was a possibility of Louis Lun showing up on Sunday. What if he missed it? Lumian's initial impulse was to write a letter to Madame Magician and request her to check with his psychiatrist, Madame Susie, about the possibility of rescheduling the treatment by a day. However, he couldn't shake off the feeling of his condition being unstable for the past 2 days. If he didn't act promptly, he might face severe consequences when tracking down Louis Lund. Even though Madame Pualis wasn't exactly Madame Knight, Lumian couldn't confront her directly. His primary objective was to locate the survivor from Cordu and engage in a friendly conversation with her. Lumian didn't hold much animosity towards Madame Pualis. While she believed in an evil god and had involvement in Cordu, it appeared that she wasn't responsible for the disaster. She had departed before the ritual took place under some compulsion. Hence, if he allowed himself to become unstable and reacted impulsively, escalating the conflict with Madame Pualis and making her his enemy, matters would become exceedingly troublesome, and he might even lose his life. As for the dispute with the poison sperm mob, a problem with Madame Moon didn't equate to matters involving Madame Knight. After careful consideration, Lumian devised a plan to find someone who could track Louis Lund on his behalf and follow him to his residence in Trier. There's no need to consider individuals without beyonder powers. They simply wouldn't be able to keep up with him. There are 2 viable options. The first is Anthony Reed, an information broker suspected of being a beyonder from the psychiatrist pathway. He possesses excellent tracking abilities and has already accepted my commission, receiving a deposit. Since the task involves locating Louis Lund, it naturally falls within the scope of the mission. If Anthony proves difficult, I'm prepared to offer more money. The second option is Franca. She, along with Auror, belongs to the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. Franca knows my true identity and displays a certain level of concern for me. She is trustworthy to some extent, not to mention that she still owes me a favor. Franca possesses enough power to tail Louis Lund and even intercept him if necessary. As these thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, he rose from his seat, making his way to the bedroom on the 2nd floor and leaving Sal de Balbrise through the window. Auberge du coq d'or. Room 305. Lumian knocked on the wooden door. Please come in. Anthony Reed responded in a West Midseashire coast accent. The door slowly swung open. The information broker stood before Lumian once more. His plump face, once slick with oiliness, appeared freshly scrubbed, enhancing his air of honesty. Wearing a grayish-blue worker's uniform, he seemed to have spent the entire day in the southern part of the Market District and Quartier du Jardin Botanique. I've read your note, Anthony Reed said, running a hand through his receding light yellow hairline. I've been keeping an eye on Avenue du Marche. Lumian felt a slight unease, but he surveyed the room and spoke directly. I have other matters to attend to between 2:30 p.m. and 5:00 p.m. tomorrow. If you happen to spot the target during that time, don't inform me. Simply follow him and ascertain his place of residence. Anthony Reed locked his dark brown eyes onto Lumian's for a few seconds. Very well. He made no mention of an additional fee, and Lumian was content not to broach the subject either. 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches housed a relatively new apartment building. Its beige facade boasted a charming curvature, featuring numerous irregular walls adorned with a variety of statues, angels, animals, celebrities, and legendary objects found their place amidst the architecture. The building boasted an abundance of large windows, wall pillars, and scroll art, creating an atmosphere of grandeur. Lumian stood before room 601 and pressed the doorbell. With a jingling sound, Franca swung open the darker door. Her flaxen hair cascaded naturally and voluminously, while she wore a loose white silk nightgown that gracefully reached her knees. The witty open collar revealed a fair expanse of skin. Observing that the other party showed no signs of wariness and wasn't even wearing a bra, Lumian made a conscious effort to keep his gaze focused. Before opening the door, Franca seemed to already know the identity of the visitor. She greeted him with a smile, coming to seek knowledge in mysticism. After all our discussions, you've finally arrived. No, it's something else. Lumian responded, gesturing towards the room, indicating that they should speak inside. Franca turned and walked towards the sofa, Lumian following closely behind. As he entered, he instinctively scanned his surroundings. This apartment consisted of 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, a living room, and a kitchen. The furnishings in the living room, such as the sofa, coffee table, dining table, chairs, and cupboards, were predominantly beige, iron black, silver white, or light gray. The colors were muted and lacked vibrancy. The overall aesthetic was one of simplicity and cleanliness, but it also exuded a touch of coldness. It stood in stark contrast to the living room styles found in most households. Lumian took a seat on the edge of the divan while Franca curled her legs and reclined on the adjacent armchair, revealing her alluring curves. What brings you here? Franca inquired. Lumian pointed towards her. Aren't you considering changing your clothes? Franca glanced down at her nightgown and came to a realization. Perhaps it's because you know my original gender. When I'm around you, I always have this illusion that I'm still a man and forget to pay attention to such details. A smile played on her lips. Rather than changing her attire, she shifted her sitting posture, accentuating her allure even further. After a few moments, she even left her recliner and settled beside Lumian. Sensing Lumian's perplexed gaze, she chuckled and remarked, "Since you want pique, why should I bother changing?" She made a playful gesture, unreservedly teasing him. "Madam, you have a wicked sense of humor." Lumian sighed. Franca grinned and replied, "Life is already tough. I need to seek some amusement for myself. But I'm considered fine. There's a group of individuals in the research society who harbor little hope for the future and have made it their life goal to pursue enjoyment. They've formed a group called April Fool's Day. Your sister must have mentioned it." "Right. She did," Lumian confirmed, recalling reading about it in Auror's grimoires. Franca refrained from elaborating and fixed her gaze upon Lumian, her eyes resembling calm lakes. Awaiting an explanation for his visit, Lumian spoke directly, his words carrying a certain bluntness. "I require a favor." "Oh," Franca responded cooperatively, her tone laced with curiosity. Lumian took a moment to contemplate before continuing. Considering you've seen my wanted poster, you must possess some knowledge regarding it. I've received information that one of the individuals depicted, a man by the name of Louis Lund, will make an appearance on Avenue du March tomorrow. He maintains close ties with the masterminds behind the Poison Spur mob. My intention is to apprehend him and unveil the truth behind the catastrophe in Cordu. However, he'll be preoccupied with crucial matters tomorrow afternoon, so I can't personally await his arrival. I hope you could lend me your assistance. Should he show, tail him and ascertain his whereabouts. If you feel confident, aid me in capturing him. He once possessed beyonder powers equivalent to a sequence 8 and is likely a gardener, though I cannot say for certain at present. After acquiring the mirror, you did promise to compensate me. This would be it, Franca retorted angrily. This concerns Muggle's death. I will most certainly help. Compensation is not an appropriate term in this context. Tailing him doesn't count, but attacking him counts, Lumian proposed, discerning the underlying polite and detached nature of his request. Franca did not insist and simply nodded. Curiosity danced across her countenance as she posed another query. What could be more pressing than apprehending this individual named Louis Lund? I expected you to be more concerned about uncovering the truth behind Cordu. Lumian pondered briefly before speaking candidly. The Cordu disaster has left me grappling with certain psychological issues. I am presently undergoing regular treatment. I fear that without timely follow-up, I will lose control of my emotions, thus jeopardizing my quest for the truth. Franca nodded sympathetically, displaying her understanding. Taking the initiative, she offered a suggestion. Would you like me to find a genuine psychiatristone with beyonder powers for you? My psychiatrist already possesses them, Lumian revealed. Withholding nothing, Franca refrained from prying further. Recalling that Muggle's brother participated in other mystical gatherings, Lumian mentioned the attributes of a villain and a gardener, as well as the existence of Anthony Reed. He provided a detailed description of Reed's appearance to ensure Franca wouldn't mistake him for a companion of Louis Lund, potentially leading to unnecessary conflict. With that, Lumian rose from his seat, signaling his intention to depart. Franca stood up, amused. You've come all this way. Aren't you interested in delving into the mysteries of mysticism? Louise Lund may make an appearance tonight as well, Lumian remarked, eager to return to Salle de Balbrise as swiftly as possible. At that precise moment, both he and Franca directed their attention toward the door. Light footfalls resonated from the stairs before halting nearby. Franca glanced at the peephole from a distance, her expression suddenly morphing into one of peculiarity. In hushed tones, she addressed Lumian. Jenna, Chapter 198 Conciliation. 198 Conciliation. Beneath the open window of room 601, Lumian scaled the wall with his bare hands, aided by the protrusions, statues, and pipes. His descent was swift and steady, story after story, until he made a final leap and landed gracefully on the edge of Rue des Blouses Blanches. He grumbled under his breath. Why am I forced to climb down from the 6th floor? I haven't done anything. Lumian slipped into the shadows and made his way towards Avenue du March. In room 601, Franca cast a fleeting glance at the swaying window, adjusting her silk nightgown before approaching the slowly opening door. Wearing a smile, dressed in a sequined red dress, Jenna stored away the spare key Franca had entrusted to her and entered the apartment. Why are you here so early today? Franca inquired, blocking Jenna's path to the window, her brow furrowed in confusion. Jenna let out a sigh and replied, something happened to the band's 6-stringed zither player. While it didn't affect my singing, it put everyone in a foul mood. The dance hall manager, Ren, asked me to end the performance early and switch tonight's theme to cheek-to-cheek dancing. The cheek-to-cheek dance in the Market District differed from the usual version. It involved intimate embraces and provocative movements between men and women on the dance floor. It was an exhilarating experience, but dance halls needed enough female dancers to organize it. Attempting to find a topic of conversation, Franca asked, what happened exactly? She discreetly calculated the time it would take for Lumian to descend to the 1st floor. All the while grumbling internally, Why is Muggle's brother a hunter instead of an assassin? Assassins can effortlessly leap from the 6th floor and land as light as a feather. Jenna recounted the band member's unfortunate incident and concluded, "Damn it. Why do unlucky people always attract more misfortune?" Yes. Even though the performance ended earlier than usual, it's still late. Going home would be quite troublesome. You'll sleep at your place. Given that Jenna lived far away from Avenue du Marche, she often sought refuge at Franca's whenever she performed late into the night at the dance hall. She even had a spare key. Warehouse porter recalling the information provided by her subordinate. Franca surmised that it must be related to the matter involving Rat Christo, as she let out a sigh, contemplating how the innocent had lost their kin. Franca inwardly expressed her sorrow. Brother Seven is incredibly efficient. I only informed him about the mirror people late last night, and the official bounders have already dealt with the anomaly before this evening. Brother Seven was the code name of a man from the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society, a member of an official organization in Trier. His rank seemed quite high, and Franca had secret connections with many fellow researchers in Trier, often organizing private gatherings with them. However, Franca knew that the matters involving the mirror people wouldn't end there. The special mirror world still existed. The mystery artifact that Gardner Martin smuggled into Trier remained, and the classic silver mirror in her possession persisted. If these elements weren't eliminated entirely, it would only solve the problem temporarily. Franca couldn't predict when similar anomalies would arise in the future. Franca approached the classic-styled silver mirror, which allowed entry into the special mirror world, with caution and seriousness. She believed it held a secret related to the demoness pathway. "Why are you so quiet?" Jenna asked, extending her right hand and waving it in front of Franca. Franca snapped back to reality and let out a sigh. "I feel a bit sad upon hearing about their misfortune." It was precisely because she didn't want to face the pain of countless innocents that she followed Lumian's suggestion and handed over the matter to the officials. Jenna bypassed Franca and made her way to the guest room, intending to change into more comfortable attire. It was a bit stuffy, Franca quickly explained. Jenna regarded her with suspicion. "Why did you feel the need to explain?" Franca nearly choked on her own saliva. Thankfully, Jenna didn't dwell on it too much. She entered the guest room and headed towards the washroom, carrying her nightgown and pajamas. Once Lumian returned to Avenue du Marche, he began his rounds, starting with Unit 126, where Black Scorpion Roger resided. He approached the 4 mobsters disguised as beggars stationed at different entrances. Far from their intended target, Lumian made a promise to each of them, guaranteeing 100 Verl d'Or by Monday. That night, he struggled to find rest in Salle de Bal Brise. Occasionally, he would wake up, straining his ears for any signs of movement outside the window, hoping to catch the sound of hurried footsteps. At dawn, while enjoying breakfast at the cafe and skimming through a newspaper, Louis ascended from the 1st floor and whispered in Lumian's ear, "Boss, Superintendent Everett requests your presence at the Valiant Cafe, opposite the police headquarters, for a cup of coffee precisely at 10 a.m. Superintendent Everett wants to meet me." The newly appointed leader of the Savoy mob, Lumian, remained relatively composed with the mystery prying glasses in his possession. He asked Louis, "Who else will be there?" "Many," Louis responded in a hushed tone. "They say all the mob leaders from the market district will gather. The official voting begins today." The voting would extend over 3 days. "Is that so? So they won't let us disrupt the National Convention election?" "It seems. I wonder if the Poison Spur mob will attend." Lumian nodded, and left Salle de Bal Brise at 9:15 a.m., making his way back to Auberge du Coq d'Or. In room 207, he put on the mystery prying glasses, experiencing the disorienting sensation of descending from great heights and burrowing into the ground. Suppressing the urge to retch, Lumian retrieved a mirror and all his cosmetics. Busying himself with preparations, he opted for subtle alterations, focusing on thickening his eyebrows, accentuating his cheekbones, and enhancing shadowy areas. The adjustments created an impression that it was indeed Seal and not someone else. As soon as he finished his makeup, Lumian hastily set the mirror aside, unwilling to catch a glimpse of his reflection. Shortly before 10 a.m., he arrived at the Valiant Calf and was promptly escorted to a private room by a waiter. Upon entering, he immediately recognized several familiar faces. Baron Brignize, adorned in formal attire with a top hat and pipe franca, sporting trousers, red boots, and a blouse. The towering giant Simon and the merchant-like figure of Blood Palm Black, seated in an armchair at the head of the table. Travis Everett, donning a black uniform, rose with a smile upon seeing Lumian enter. "You must be Seal, am I right?" "Yes, Superintendent Everett," Lumian responded respectfully. Franca, Baron Brignize, and the others, who had risen alongside Travis Everett, exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Lumian. Franca's gaze averted in enlightenment as she recognized the golden black hair. Baron Brignize, Giant Simon, and the rest gradually realized that it was Seal. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, Superintendent Everett's blue eyes gleamed as he appraised Lumian and patted the recliner beside him. "You've only been in the Market District for less than 3 weeks. But you've already taken over Salle de Bal Brise. And you're so young. You're really outstanding." Sigh. "The Market District hasn't been peaceful for the past month." He praised Lumian and patted a recliner beside him. "Come, have a seat here. Let me introduce you to the others." When Lumian stood by Everett's side, the superintendent gestured toward a middle-aged man seated across the coffee table and spoke. "Roger, you're acquainted with him, aren't you?" Black Scorpion Roger. Lumian directed his gaze at the middle-aged man. Roger, dressed in formal attire with neatly combed black hair, had a slightly chubby face, and his deep blue eyes resembled the vast sea. "We're meeting for the first time," Lumian replied with a smile. He noticed a chilling gaze emanating from Black Scorpion. Everett proceeded to introduce the individuals sitting beside Roger. Harmon, Castina. Upon entering the private room, Lumian had noticed only Harmon among the few members of the Savoy mob. The bald man's shining head was so eye-drawing that Lumian almost looked away, fearing that it might reflect his disguised appearance. Upon closer inspection, Lumian recognized Harmon's unique features: a prominent brow, a high nose bridge, and deep-set lips. He possessed the allure of a ruggedly handsome individual. Even in a seated position, his imposing height was evident, complementing his dark breeches shirt splendidly. Castina, petite and likely under 155 meters tall, appeared to be around 30 years old. She possessed curly auburn hair, brown eyes, a curvaceous figure that turned heads, and full lips. "You should be familiar with Seal from the Savoy mob, right?" Everett introduced Seal to Roger and the others. Roger flashed a cold smile. "Indeed, Superintendent. The impression he made on me will never fade." Aldi Harmon's eyes brimmed with hatred and cruelty. Everett sighed and said, "We all reside in the Market District. Only by coexisting peacefully can we secure a better future and greater wealth. If any conflicts arise, come to me. I'll mediate and arbitrate." "Seal, take this cup of coffee to Roger and hand over Salle de Bal Brise's profits for the next 6 months. The issue between Margit and Aiden's here. If anyone troubles you regarding these matters again, feel free to inform me directly." Lumian observed Roger, Harmon, and Castina with a sense of amusement, realizing that their eyes held no mercy, only restrained coldness and malevolence. Baron Brignize and the others remained silent, watching the scene unfold as though it were a spectacle. Franca shook her head at Lumian, signaling him not to act recklessly. Lumian bent down and picked up the cup of coffee from the table. Suddenly, he raised his hands and flung the contents of the cup at Black Scorpion Roger. Reacting swiftly, Roger evaded the liquid. Colliding with the coffee table, Harmon and Castina sprang to their feet. Simultaneously, Lumian pointed at Black Scorpion Roger and cursed. "FCK, are you disregarding the superintendent's words? Playing dumb? Are we if you don't desire peace? Speak up. I, Seal, shall await you at Salle de Bal Brise. The look in your eyes tells me vengeance is on your mind." How brazen! Franca had not anticipated Lumian's audacity. Chapter 199 Unruly. 199 Unruly. Travis Everett concealed his emotions behind the black-framed glasses, rendering them inscrutable. Nevertheless, He made no attempt to halt Lumian's actions. It was as though he had transformed into a mere observer. Baron Brigny's, blood palm black, and the rest were taken aback by Lumian's reaction. They couldn't fathom his audacity to splash coffee at Black Scorpion Roger in front of the superintendent and sabotage the mediation. In particular, Baron Brigny's felt as though he was encountering his former subordinate, now colleague, for the very first time. Is he far more unruly and reckless than I had anticipated? Does he refuse to accept any grievances and is unwilling to pay any price? Although he attempted to shift the blame onto Black Scorpion Roger and the others, it was evident to anyone with a modicum of sense and perception that Lumian was the instigator of the conflict, driven by a strong will of his own. Clearly, he had no intention of reconciliation. He sought only an excuse to undermine Superintendent Everett's proposal. Is this not a blatant slap in Superintendent Everett's face? The superintendent wielded considerable influence in the market district. A slight embellishment in reporting to higher authorities, or rather, stating the unvarnished truth, would draw the attention of official bounders and dismantle all our enterprises, including the leaders of the Savoy mob. Incensed, Baldy Harmon denied Lumian the opportunity to shatter the coffee cup on his boss. He lunged forward, stooped down, grasped the coffee table's edge, hoisted it, and flung it at the detestable individual. Cups clattered to the ground, splintering into shards. Lumian deftly evaded the projectiles, swiftly drawing his black revolver from beneath his arm. He trained it on Harmon amid the cacophonous crash of objects and the ensuing chaos. Baldy Harmon chuckled, a product of his extreme rage. You country hog. Do you spurn Superintendent Everett's gracious offer of mediation? Very well then. Our poison spur mob shall entertain you until one of us is vanquished from this game. Go ahead. Fire away. Your audacity and lack of respect towards Superintendent Everett know no bounds. If you possess such ability, then pull the trigger. Were it not for the impending election and the stringent surveillance imposed by officials, the poison spur mob would have long seized an opportunity to assassinate Seal. In that instant, Black Scorpion Roger rose once more. Black flames materialized within his clenched fists, only to dissipate swiftly. He was reluctant to unveil his bounder powers in the presence of Superintendent Everett. Short-legged Candlestick Castina also fixed her gaze on Lumian, poised to strike if he refused to relent. Upon hearing Baldy Harmon's retort and provocation, Lumian chuckled. Lumian squeezed the trigger, unleashing a yellow bullet hurtling directly towards Baldy Harmon's skull. His reflexes barely saved him. Harmon crouched down just in time, his eyes widening in alarm. The bullet grazed his glistening scalp and careened off, ricocheting into the adjacent washroom with a metallic clang. In an instant, all the mob leaders sprang to their feet. Black Scorpion Roger and short-legged Candlestick Castina fixated on Lumian, preparing to retaliate. Undeterred, Lumian remained resolute. He lowered his gun and aimed it once more at Baldy Harmon, his gaze devoid of any emotion. Enough. At that very moment, Superintendent Everett, who had been calmly seated, spoke up. The indescribable authority emanating from him, combined with his esteemed position, compelled Lumian to instinctively halt his finger from pulling the trigger. Seizing the opportunity, Baldy Harmon shifted his position and rose to his feet, though the others maintained their combative stance. The palpable tension that had lingered dissipated. Lamenting his mischance, Lumian reluctantly holstered his revolver and turned to face Everett. Superintendent, I am willing to comply with your request, but they don't seem inclined to do so. Everett's eyes flickered behind his black frame spectacles. Standing up, he surveyed the room. We will address your conflict after the election. For the next 3 days, I expect all of you to conduct yourselves properly. Fail to do so, and you shall make an enemy out of me. Trust me, that's a predicament you won't be able to handle. Although Everett's voice carried depth, his tone remained calm, devoid of anger or arrogance. Instead, a hint of sincerity permeated his words. Yet, those who had resided in the market district for more than 2 years recalled a term, the Valiant Mob. 2 years prior, the Valiant Mob held a similar status to the Savoy Mob in the market district. However, due to their repeated defiance and disrespect towards Superintendent Everett, They were ruthlessly eradicated in a joint operation conducted by the authorities. The subsequent rise of the poison spur mob was partly due to the power vacuum left behind in the district's underworld. Now, only the valiant calf stood as a testament to the existence of such a mob. The leaders of the Savoy mob, the poison spur mob, and the other two medium-sized gangs fell into silence for a few seconds before responding to Superintendent Everett's words. They expressed their commitment to restrain their subordinates and ensure that the election proceeded without disruption. Superintendent Everett's gaze swept across their faces. Without uttering another word, he strode towards the exit of the private room. As he disappeared beyond the door, Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon, and short-legged Candlestick Castina cast Lumian cold glances before departing from the calf. The remaining gang leaders didn't linger, leaving only the Savoy mob in the confines of the private room. Baron Brignice took a leisurely puff from his pipe and addressed Lumian. "You acted too impulsively back there." Lumian offered a faint smile in response and replied, "I have been awaiting an opportunity like that. Unfortunately, I couldn't seize it to incite the conflict." Observing the puzzled expressions on the faces of Giant Simon, Bloodpalm Black, and the others, Lumian calmly elaborated, "We have already made 2 attempts, and the poison spur mob chose to endure. Baron, as you have rightly pointed out, they harbor a significant problem, and they await their chance. I believe that opportunity will present itself soon. If we fail to incapacitate the poison spur mob before then, we shall face their unhinged retaliation. And when that moment arrives, none of you will be able to escape." Just a moment ago, there were only 3 members of the poison spur mob present, while we numbered 5. Red Boots, your strength is comparable to that of Black Scorpion. With my assistance, you can surely overpower him. Baron, Simon, Black, is it conceivable that you cannot handle Baldy and short-legged Candlestick? One of you might even be able to impede Superintendent Everett. As long as the poison spur mob dares to strike back, we shall eliminate them all right here. Rhett Christo had received instructions from Superintendent Everett the previous night that he was not to be invited today. Baron Brignice, Bloodpalm Black, and their comrades found Seal's words reasonable, yet a deep-seated fear for this individual arose within their hearts. He wasn't bluffing. He genuinely desired to eliminate Baldy Harmon and the others. He was too crazy and extreme. He possessed the audacity to commit any act without hesitation. But this is tantamount to slapping Superintendent Everett in the face. The repercussions will be exceedingly troublesome. Bloodpalm Black shook his head. Franca shared the same concern. She wished to caution Lumian that such a course of action would render him unwelcome in the market district. He might even end up with another wanted poster. However, recognizing that the other leaders were present and unable to reveal her true friendship with Lumian, Franca sealed her lips. A quizzical smile played on Lumian's lips as he inquired, "Wasn't Superintendent Everett killed by the poison spur mob?" Lunatic, this notion raced through everyone's minds. Baron Brignice, gently stroking his mahogany-colored pipe, chimed in, "It's nearly impossible to conceal that from official bounders. It's merely an excuse. In that case, let it go. Blame everything on a lunatic like me. At worst, he'll depart from the market district. I trust the boss will arrange another task for me once this storm blows over." Lumian calmly remarked, a serene smile gracing his face. This was indeed a fragment of his genuine thoughts. Mr. K.'s mission revolved around earning Gardner Martin's trust, not running Salle de Balbrise or establishing a foothold in the market district. If his provocation had genuinely enraged Black Scorpion Roger and his accomplices, Lumian believed that Franco would surely come to his aid. With one of the Savoy mob's leaders on his side, the others wouldn't hesitate to act. When the time came, united in strength, they stood a high chance of eliminating the remaining 3 leaders of the poison spur mob. Once he unraveled the poison spur mob's scheme, Gardner Martin would undoubtedly appreciate Lumian's daring and unorthodox approach in eradicating hidden threats. Even if he lost Salle de Balbrise and was compelled to escape once more, he would merely find sanctuary elsewhere in Trier and continue serving Gardner Martin until he gained his complete approval. Furthermore, it was advantageous for Lumian. If the poison spur mob finalized their preparations, He would be their primary target for revenge. Failing to address the issue beforehand would only heighten the danger he faced. In the future, even if Madame Moon birthed another group, Lumian wouldn't fret. Today, Louis Lund would likely be present in the market district. By temporarily suppressing the deaths of Black Scorpion Roger and his cronies, creating a fog of tranquility, Lumian could patiently await his target at 126 Avenue du Marche. These individuals weren't parliamentary candidates whose demise would incite an uproar. After a few moments of silence, Baron Brignies approached the door and issued a reminder. Superintendent Everett has probably marked you. There will be considerable trouble after the election. Lumian responded with a smile. Perhaps he will mysteriously vanish one day. Having said that, Lumian calmly endured the mildly apprehensive gazes of Giant Simon and his comrades. You see, having laid the groundwork, anything I utter now will convince them all. At 3:15 p.m., Lumian arrived at Quartier du Jardin Botanique in a public carriage. Once again, he beheld Mason Café, housed in a beige four-story building adorned with lush green plants entwined on its outer walls. Passing through a sheltered walkway upheld by pillars, he entered the interior, enveloped by dark green walls and expansive windows. Settling into the familiar booth D, he removed his wide-brimmed round hat. A cup of intense coffee. He instructed the waitress and patiently waited. Chapter 200 Spectator. 200 Spectator. The titular coffee was rich and aromatic, a perfect match for the creamy cupcake. Though Lumian's focus was elsewhere, he still appreciated their beauty. The moment the clock struck 3:30 p.m., a familiar soft female voice reached him from the booth behind. Good afternoon, Mr. Lumian Lee. Good afternoon, Madame Susie. Lumian responded, concealing his surprise. While Lumian didn't intentionally observe the customers entering Mason Café, his hunter instincts allowed him to maintain awareness of his surroundings. When he had arrived at the café at 3:18 p.m., Cabin D had been deserted. No one entered from 3:15 to 3:30 p.m., and yet, here was Madame Susie, appearing silently behind him, in the very spot behind booth D. How mystical and bizarre was this? Susie's voice gently inquired once more. How did you feel after your last treatment? Lumian didn't hold back and responded simply. I felt much better than before. At least I could release my emotions. That's a good thing. Suppressing your feelings and bottling up your emotions will only exacerbate your mental problems and lead you down a self-destructive path until your innate will to live is completely overwhelmed. Susie commented in a calm and soothing tone, confirming Lumian's transformation. A hint of a smile laced her words. Let's have a conversation first. We'll discuss all the things you've encountered in the past 2 weeks. Feel free to choose what you believe you can and are willing to share. Lumian knew he needed to calm himself and undergo further psychiatric treatment as a foundation for unlocking more memories later. Hence, he offered no resistance. He chuckled wryly and said, There's nothing I can't tell you. I've even shared that dream with you. Everything else can only be classified as minor secrets. He paused for a moment and began with Charlie. There's an unlucky and dim-witted fellow at the motel I'm staying at. Lumian casually recounted the events of the past 2 weeks. Gradually, his mind relaxed, as if he had returned to a time before Cordus' destruction. Horror, who rarely ventured outside, would hear about everything that transpired in Cordu from him. He delighted in sharing it with his sister, even boasting about the successful pranks he had orchestrated. As time trickled away, Lumian's rigid posture softened as he sank into the plush sofa. He refrained from delving into further details. Time was limited, and he couldn't afford to waste it. He didn't touch upon the curly-haired baboon's research society, Franca's true gender, or his suspicions regarding her motives for joining the Savoy mob. He merely mentioned his encounter with a pen pal of Orsa Sequence 7 witch of the Demoness Pathway, who happened to be in the same mob. Likewise, he provided only a brief mention of performing a ritual and receiving an additional boon, without going into the specifics. After recounting his experiences from the past 2 weeks, Lumian spoke in a self-deprecating tone. I can't help but wonder if it's my own fault for stumbling upon so many Beyonder events in such a short span of time. Sometimes, I question why every human and dog in Trier seems to possess Beyonder powers. For once, Susie didn't respond immediately. After a few moments, she smiled and replied, I can perceive that your mental state has indeed improved compared to before. How can you tell Lumian didn't mention the details of his tearful carriage ride upon seeing Auror's obituary? He didn't believe that describing all of that was an accurate reflection of his mental state. Susie spoke in a gentle tone. I can sense that you're reconstructing your social connections and beginning to form friendships. Friends? Lumian asked, slightly amused. Charlie, Jenna, Franca, can they truly be called friends? They are mere acquaintances. Susie responded with a smile. Friendship comes in various forms. Not all require deep connections. You simply need to ask yourself when they face challenges that lie within your capabilities to solve. Would you be willing to offer assistance that will reveal if they can be considered your friends? It depends on the specific circumstances and the price I must pay. I'm not the type to go out of my way to help just anyone. Lumian muttered. Susie didn't press further and explained. For someone prone to self-destruction, a sign of their emergence from the quagmire is their willingness to forge new social bonds. Emperor Rosalie Simming he truly said Itans remarked that humans are the sum of their social relationships. When you no longer resist forming new connections, it signifies that you're no longer opposed to your own future. Of course, this is just one aspect. It's not everything. Lumian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Madam Susie, there's something I'd like to ask you. I mentioned a series of coincidences that have befallen me. Are they truly, as Madam Magician suggested, could they be partially influenced by mid-sequence Beyonders of the spectator pathway? In contrast to the previous session, Susie appeared more at ease. She chuckled and remarked, Are you attempting to divert the topic? Are you still resistant to such matters? Actually, one can discern it from certain details. You took the initiative to request the Red Boots lady to enlighten you on mystical matters whenever she was available. But you never followed through. The sole visit you made was on the pretext of her repaying a favor. It suggests that you remain unwilling to establish a closer bond with her. That's natural. How can a patient recover after just one treatment? You need not burden yourself. Susie tirelessly voiced her observations, gently pinpointing some of Lumian's current psychological issues. If it were the last time, I wouldn't have been so forthright. It would have only bred resistance, causing you to close yourself off further. However, now you exhibit certain inclinations toward forging new social connections. This will allow you to gain clear insights into your true self and facilitate your progress. Having his underlying thoughts laid bare by Susie, Lumian's initial reaction was wariness, vigilance, and denial. Yet, Susie's composed demeanor, non-aggressive analysis, and accurate understanding of the situation gradually eased his tension, enabling him to confront his deep-seated problems. His body and mind gradually settled. Susie refrained from prying further and addressed Lumian's inquiry. Madam Magician's explanation is not entirely incorrect, but it lacks specificity. For a mid-sequence Beyonder of the spectator pathway to engineer a coincidence, they must employ face-to-face psychological cues or hypnosis. In other words, they need to be present around you. Baron Brignaise and his associates. The reason you didn't notice it and Baron Brignaise remained oblivious is that mid-sequence Beyonders of the spectator pathway possess an additional Beyonder power: psychological invisibility. Psychological invisibility, how does it differ from regular invisibility? Lumian inquired. Perplexed, Susie calmly elucidated. Psychological invisibility is not true invisibility. It merely prevents you from perceiving me, even when I am standing right before you and numerous others have already witnessed my presence. Sounds very magical. Lumian sighed with a sense of wonder. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though psychiatrists were all around him, yet he remained oblivious to their presence. This won't change even if you employ spirit vision. Your intuition for danger will not react until I am prepared to strike. Susie continued. By comparison, a shadow ascetic's concealment within shadows occasionally evokes the sensation of being watched by the darkness. Lumian pressed. Which pathway does shadow ascetic belong to? Secret suppliant. Susie replied simply. Secret suppliant pathway above listener and below shepherd. There's a sequence known as shadow ascetic. This belongs to Mr. K.'s pathway. Occasionally, I sense someone observing me in the surrounding darkness because of him or his subordinates. Combining this with Auror's grimoires and Madame Magician's clues, Lumian felt a wave of enlightenment. For the secret suppliant pathway, Auror had only noted down sequence 9 secret suppliant and sequence 8 listener. Madame Magician appears to write a substantial amount, but it's actually just an outline without much detail. It's not as comprehensive as Madame Sussie's explanation. Lumian mumbled curiously and asked, "Aren't you concerned that revealing your pathway's beyonder powers to me might harm you?" Susie brushed off the question and continued, "If you're a high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway, there's no need for such elaborate measures. Even if they are far away from you, they can subtly influence you, causing you to unknowingly follow their arrangements and create various coincidences. Though I too am a spectator, I must still caution you, beware of the spectator." High-sequence beyonder. Lumian was alarmed. "So, you arranged for the paper boy to deliver an outdated newspaper to me?" "Madame Susie is a high-sequence beyonder. A true demigod." "It wasn't me," Susie said, feeling a tad embarrassed. "It was my companion." Companion. Lumian recalled Madame Magician's initial suggestion and guessed. "The other psychiatrist, he was here last time too." "Yes," Susie candidly admitted. "Your condition is more serious, and I wasn't too confident, so I invited her along to assist me." "Yes, as a precautionary measure. In fact, she's here today as well. She's sitting across from you." "Across from me?" Lumian glanced in surprise at the empty seat across the coffee table. Not only was there no one present, but there wasn't even an indentation from someone sitting there. In the next instant, he heard a gentle female voice with a hint of a smile and a slightly brisk tone. "Hello." Chapter 201 Recalling. 201 Recalling. Lumian was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he glanced at the vacant seat across from him. With a polite tone, he mustered, "Hello." In that instant, a memory from his sister Auror flashed through his mind. She had once mentioned an intriguing phrase, expert consultation. Although I'm not entirely surrounded by invisible psychiatrists, there are 2 of them, and I can't detect them either. Lumian muttered inwardly. The woman sitting opposite him fell silent, while Sussie's voice assumed a more relaxed and lighthearted tone. "It seems the newspaper has left a lasting impression on you. Does that mean it had a positive impact?" "Yes," Lumian replied candidly. He had reached a point where he could confront the emotional turmoil within him instead of burying it deep down. Otherwise, he would have tried to avoid any encounters with Red Boots Franca, as she invariably brought up Auror. Naturally, this evoked intense waves of emotion. Susie skillfully redirected the conversation back to its original path. "If you wish to further investigate any unusual coincidences that have occurred during this period and identify their underlying sources, I can assist you. I won't delve directly into your memories, but I can awaken them all and present them chronologically before your eyes. Of course, this excludes those hidden deep within the recesses of your subconscious. They pose too great a risk," Susie explained. "Are you willing to give it a try?" Lumian didn't hesitate for a moment. Whenever he noticed any coincidences around him, he would occasionally recall his recent experiences and meticulously scrutinize the corresponding details. Now, he was merely shifting to a more effective approach. "Lean back fully against the sofa. Relax. And close your eyes." Sussie's gentle voice reached Lumian's ears unhurriedly, just as he adjusted his sitting position and prepared to calm his mind and close his eyes. A sudden volcanic eruption erupted within his thoughts. This unexpected attack caught him off guard, leaving his subconscious unable to effectively shield him. Magma and smoke burst forth like luminous specks, each containing a distinct scene. The multitude of glowing dots arranged themselves chronologically, giving Lumian the sensation of watching a play with himself as the central character. It unfolded in a blur, yet every detail remained vivid and complete. As the temperature soared, Lumian's mind raced, threatening to release wisps of white smoke. He witnessed each scene and recalled every detail, skillfully connecting them and searching for any abnormalities. Lumian's eyes widened, and his facial features contorted in visible distress. The memory that should have been present was now a void. In that moment, a gentle female voice resonated within his mind. Has it truly vanished? Or have you forgotten or overlooked it? Spoke the lady seated across from him, her tone devoid of its previous cheerfulness. Like a lightning bolt, it illuminated Lumian's mind, casting light into the darkest recesses beyond his subconscious. Lumian's expression grew increasingly pained, and he couldn't help but bow his head as he struggled to say, Roman, to see it. I see it. I was in conversation with the angel sealed within me. His name is Termiboros. At last, Lumian recollected something that had slipped his memory. The corruption contained within his left chest was, in essence, an angel who believed in inevitability. Termiboros. Initially, he had intended to seek guidance from Madame Magician on how to harness the angel's powers and avert any potential negative consequences, but he had completely forgotten about it. Is this the corruption sealed within your body? Susie's reaction appeared unsurprised, her voice maintaining a calm demeanor. Lumian instinctively exhaled, his fingertips reaching his forehead, already dampened with cold sweat. He truthfully replied, yes. He attempted to entice me into aiding his escape from the seal, but I refused, and then, I simply forgot. This is truly bizarre. Termiboros is undeniably sealed within my body and can't break free, yet I was unwittingly affected by him. That's to be expected. One mustn't underestimate any angel, even when sealed. Susie offered an explanation to allay Lumian's immediate apprehension. The unknown was always the most terrifying. She continued, in ancient times, angels were also referred to as subsidiary gods. This implies that they possess the essence of a deity. Even when sealed, they can exert a certain influence upon the external world through various means. Did you, perhaps, believe that with the seal of the great entity, the corruption upon your chest was more akin to a boon as long as you follow the correct procedures at the appropriate stages? You shouldn't encounter any issues apart from enduring greater pain and assuming a certain risk of losing control. Lumian fell into silence, recognizing that he had entertained similar thoughts of late. You must remember that in such matters, the potency of a curse is no less than that of a boon, if not stronger, warned Susie. I don't know how Termiboros has influenced you, but given his belief in inevitability, I suspect his primary aim is to induce a deviation in your destiny. However, you needn't worry excessively. He is, after all, sealed, and his capacity for influence is considerably limited. Moving forward, as long as you continuously assess your condition and consistently seek guidance on your actions, you can largely circumvent this predicament. All right. Lumian retrieved a pen and paper and hastily jotted down a memo. The note pertained to consulting Madame Magician regarding Termiboros. He feared succumbing to the angel's influence from the realm of inevitability and forgetting these pertinent matters once the treatment concluded. Lumian carefully stored away his pen and paper, releasing a slow exhale. Now that I've recollected the events involving Termiboros, I feel considerably more at ease. It appears that my spirituality had detected something. I can perceive an improvement in your mental state, affirmed Susie, echoing Lumian's sentiments. Taking advantage of the moment, Lumian posed a question. Ladies, do you believe that Susanna Mates has been fully eradicated by the official Beyonders, or should I continue searching for clues at Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons to prevent her from launching another attack? Taking note of the time, Monsieur Ives, the landlord of Auberge du Coq d'Or, should soon find himself in dire straits. Susie offered a gentle smile as she replied, the spectator path isn't well versed in divination. Seated across from Lumian, the invisible lady smiled and added, Madame Magician is a divination expert. Did she not provide you with an answer, or perhaps her hidden message eluded your understanding? She didn't say anything. Lumian pondered for a moment, recalling Madame Magician's response regarding Susanna Mates. Madame Magician had continuously guided him on how to resolve the issue with Susanna Mates, subtly hinting that he should seek assistance from Mr. K. From a different perspective, She had never once considered the possibility that Susanna Matthijs had been entirely eliminated. In her view, this predicament would undoubtedly resurface. Isn't it too ambiguous, or does she assume it's self-evident and fails to emphasize it? Lumian mumbled to himself, nodding in realization. I know the answer. As Lumian spoke, he made a connection based on the manner and demeanor exhibited by the psychiatrists seated opposite him when addressing Madame Magician. Could they also be members of the secretive organization that employs tarot cards as their code names? To which cards do they correspond? After making some adjustments, Lumian sought clarification about his mental state. The mere thought of meeting Louis Lund fills me with anxiety, excitement, and adrenaline. I can't seem to control my emotions. Is this a severe psychological issue? Susie responded in a soothing voice. That's actually quite normal. People often exhibit similar behavior when it comes to matters they deeply care about. You're just a bit more intense than usual. If you didn't react this way, I would have been concerned that you were facing a more severe psychological problem and had repressed all your emotions. What you need to focus on now is not being fearful or overwhelmed, but rather learning to manage those emotions. Normal Lumian felt reassured by Susie's explanation, and his concern regarding the matter at hand subsided. Allowing his mental state to stabilize, he pondered and asked, "Manage them? How do I do that?" Susie replied, "The simplest method is to always remind yourself not to overreact. Whenever you feel a similar surge of emotions, take deep breaths and find your calm." It may sound easy, but in reality, it's quite challenging. When emotions flare up, it's difficult for humans to maintain rationality. They rarely think about controlling themselves. By the time they regain their composure, they often find that they've already made a mistake. I can set up a trigger for you. Once your emotional reactions exceed a certain threshold, it will remind you of my words and assist you in regaining your rationality, allowing you to attempt to regain control. This is a temporary solution. In the long run, it will depend on your own efforts. However, once you become accustomed to self-reflection during times of heightened emotion, the issue will become more manageable. All right. Lumian had no qualms about accepting external assistance. At some point, Susie's voice took on an otherworldly and elusive quality. It felt as though she had said a great deal. Yet Lumian couldn't recall a single word. The only thing he could remember was her concluding statement: "The trigger has been set. If all goes well, it will last for 2 weeks. Perfectly timed for your next session. At that point, we can decide whether to make any adjustments." Lumian briefly acknowledged her words and assessed his mental state. After more than 10 seconds, filled with both fear and anticipation, he inquired, "Is it possible for me to attempt to awaken more buried memories from my subconscious?" Chapter 202 Analysis. 202 Analysis. "Of course," came Susie's gentle voice, reaching Lumian's ears. Almost simultaneously, Lumian felt a weight pulling at his consciousness, dragging him down swiftly into deeper depths. Within a matter of seconds, his eyelids grew heavy, and he could not resist the urge to close them. His thoughts became muddled and indistinct. In his dazed state, Lumian appeared to transform into a spectral figure, floating through the familiar village of Cordu in the cloak of night. After an unknown duration, he caught sight of the onion-shaped cathedral. Though his perception remained hazy, a concentrated beam of light emerged near its main entrance, while the rest of the darkness loomed like an ominous shadow. Lumian meandered aimlessly toward the adjacent cemetery. In the darkness, tombstones stood in silent formation, and trees assumed an eerie presence. A group of men were hauling a lifeless body toward a deep pit, preparing to cast it down. Beneath the faint glow of the crimson moon, one of the men lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. His face, with black hair and piercing blue eyes, bore deep creases, as if shrouded in shadows. Hansbinet. Lumian snapped out of his reverie. The distance between them diminished instantly. Lumian lowered his gaze and beheld the corpse. The face of the lifeless body appeared swollen from water, drained of color. The brown hair clung damply to the head, while the brown eyes remained wide open, reflecting agony, indignation, and resentment. Riamund. A surge of intense hatred filled Lumian's heart as he hurled accusations at Pons Beanet and his companions. Giving vent to his emotions, it felt as if he had unleashed a torrent of curses. As if he had pounced on Pons Beanet, the villain. It felt as if he was digging a profound pit with his bare hands. Dirt pierced his nails, uncovering another corpse at the pit's bottom. The girl's eyes, a shade of lake blue, bulged fiercely. Her face bore a bluish-purple hue, her mouth agape, and her neck showed evident signs of strangulation. She wore an expression of excruciating pain. Ava. Lumian shot up from his seat, propelled by intense emotions, and his eyes flew open. Huff, puff. Lumian stared at the vacant sofa opposite him in the booth, gasping heavily. The intense anger and hatred from his dream lingered, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Lumian's face twisted slightly as he replied, his voice filled with pain. I saw them. I saw Riamund and Ava's bodies. One of them drowned, and the other appeared to have been strangled to death. Pons Beanet and his gang were burying their bodies in the cemetery next to the cathedral. I shouted at them, wanted to do something, and then I woke up. Susie listened attentively and spoke calmly. This time, I didn't allow you to have a lucid dream. Instead, I let you experience certain subconscious scenes in the form of a dream. While it may not present the complete truth, it combines fragments of what actually happened. There might be overlaps in time or space, but the essential details remain intact. It provides us with a basis for interpretation. Lumian asked, his voice filled with anguish. So you're saying that I really witnessed Pons Beanet and the others burying Riamund and Ava's bodies in the cemetery? I'm not entirely certain. Susie analyzed. What we can conclude so far is that Riamund was drowned by Pons Beanet and his companions, and Ava was strangled to death by them. Their bodies were eventually buried somewhere in the cemetery, and you may or may not have been present at the scene. It's possible that you discovered it later and attempted to unearth their corpses as well as seek revenge on Pons Beanet and his gang. But the outcome wasn't favorable. Otherwise, your recent dream would have reflected some of that content. Lumian fell silent for a moment before speaking again. So that's what happened. I was wondering why Pons Beanet and the others didn't kill me and toss me into the deep pit if I was truly there. Part of his anguish stemmed from a fear deep within him, a suspicion that he might have been in league with Pons and his gang. We cannot dismiss the possibility that you were present at the scene and witnessed the entire incident. But there are numerous explanations. It may not be as you imagine it to be. They spared your life because they needed a vessel with exceptional physical attributes. Susie understood Lumian's doubts and resistance. Her words aimed to soothe him gently. What I can affirm is that the anger, hatred, and desire for revenge you experienced in your dream were genuine. Those were your true emotions at that time. In other words, regardless of the circumstances, the deaths of Ava and Riamund have nothing to do with you. Upon hearing Susie's words, Lumian felt as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He slumped against the sofa, his strength draining away. His mind was now much calmer than before, and he no longer needed to maintain a facade of bravery. In the blink of an eye, an invisible warm breeze swept through his body and mind, soothing him completely. Susie's encouraging voice filled the air, her smile evident. Compared to our last session, you're in a much better state now. You showed courage sooner than I anticipated, facing the doubts and questions you were reluctant to confront. In the realm of psychology, this is a crucial indication that you're breaking free from the puzzle. Only by directly confronting the problem can you find a resolution. Alright, that concludes today's treatment. You're ready to face Louis Lund, Madame Pualis, and the others. In that very instant, the composed Lumian pondered the words of Madame Magician, recalling her earnest advice. There is yet another matter. I may be compelled to believe in another entity at some point, but ordinarily, I am forbidden to recollect his honorific name. Do you either of you possess a means to prevent such recollection? The cheerful female voice responded, her words carrying a gentle smile. That is quite simple. I shall provide you with a psychological trigger. When your spiritual intuition feels devoid of protection, your subconscious will replace the honorific name with that being to safeguard against its impact. While under protection, you may freely remember and speak his name in its entirety. Lumian's mind turned adrift briefly upon hearing the other person declare, "The psychological cue has been planted. Thank you, madam. And thank you too, Madam Susie." Lumian nodded toward the empty space across from the booth. "You're welcome. See you in 2 weeks." The gentle female voice replied, and Susie added, "See you in 2 weeks." Lumian wasn't sure when they departed, but the area around Booth D grew still. Only the chirping of birds in the botanical garden, the clopping of hooves on the road, and the distant hum of machinery resonated. He lifted his cup, finishing the remainder of his intense coffee in one gulp, adjusting his mental state, seizing the moment. He replayed the entire treatment process in his mind, and an inexplicable feeling settled upon him. Madame Susie's last statement seemed somewhat peculiar. She said, "I can face Louis Lund, Madame Pualis, and the others now. Does that imply that the answers I might receive from Madame Pualis could shatter me? It's understandable. But what if my condition doesn't improve as expected? Will she advise me to give up the opportunity to meet Louis Lund? But what if Louis Lund emerged yesterday? Wouldn't it be a major problem if I hadn't had my follow-up? If that's the case, shouldn't Madame Susie have warned me against approaching Madame Pualis or confronting the Padre before the follow-up session? How can she be so certain that I won't encounter Louis Lund in the past 2 weeks? Or that he'll elude capture if I do?" Spectator. Lumian's senses snapped back to full alertness. He exited Booth D and hailed a public carriage back to La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman. Lumian didn't rush to send a messenger to Auberge du Coq d'Or or the safe house on Rue des Blouses Blanches to inform Madame Magician about Termiboros. Instead, he made his way straight to 126 Avenue du Marche to check if his subordinates, Anthony Reed or Franca, had discovered anything. With a dark brown wide-brimmed hat atop his head, Lumian strolled to a spot diagonally across from Black Scorpion Roger's house. Roughly 20 meters away, he settled into a gap between 2 buildings. Leaning against the wall, several vagrants occupied the area. One of them shuffled closer to Lumian and whispered, "Nothing yet." Lumian nodded and directed his gaze toward the 3-story building with a garden, keeping an eye on passers-by. As time ticked by, the sun descended on the horizon, casting a dwindling light. The lamplighters commenced their task, igniting the gas lamps one by one. At that moment, Lumian spotted a man clad in a grayish-blue worker's uniform. Underneath his cap, light yellow hair peeked out, and his slightly chubby face exuded an air of simplicity and honesty. "Anthony Reed, why is he out and about?" Lumian recognized the information broker, perplexed by his actions. Resembling a worker finishing his shift, Anthony Reed hurried toward the end of Avenue du Marche. Lumian's pupils contracted when he realized that Anthony Reed wasn't merely passing by, he was approaching someone. The man sported a blue gown adorned with yellow buttons, a waxed hat, a white tie, and a red vest. He sat inside a rental carriage bearing a yellow plate, clearly a driver affiliated with the Empire Carriage Company. Carriage drivers from different companies donned distinct uniforms. The carriage driver tipped his hat, keeping his head lowered as if waiting for a customer. Lumian's heart stirred. He rose to his feet, taking a few steps in that direction. As Anthony Reed brushed past the carriage, he stumbled and collided with the horse pulling it. Startled, the horse attempted to raise its forelegs, but the carriage driver swiftly tugged on the reins, firmly restraining the animal. Yet, as the carriage driver lifted his head, his face was revealed. In his 40s, with black hair, Lumian couldn't discern his features clearly due to the distance. Nonetheless, a faint sense of familiarity washed over him. Lumian narrowed his eyes as he profusely apologized to Anthony Reed and left the carriage behind. A valet emerged from 126 Avenue du Marche. Approaching the carriage, the valet addressed the driver. "My master wishes to hire your carriage. Proceed inside and assist with moving some items." The carriage driver nodded, replying in a deep voice, "Okay." Following the valet, he entered the residence belonging to Black Scorpion Roger. Lumian, who had witnessed the entire sequence of events without catching their conversation, smirked. He was now utterly certain that the carriage driver was Louis Lund. At long last, "You've arrived." Chapter 203 Cooperation. 203 Cooperation. Lumian retreated to the cluster of tramps, patiently awaiting the emergence of Louis Lund. Soon enough, Anthony Reed, the information broker, returned after changing his attire, seemingly determined to fulfill his promise and seize an opportunity to tail Louis Lund. At that moment, he sported a yellowish-white shirt and a brown formal coat. There was no bow tie around his neck, but he wore a round hat, resembling a clerk fresh out of the office. Had Lumian not possessed a certain knowledge of Reed's build, temperament, and gait, he might have failed to recognize him. After considering his options, Lumian stepped out from the crevice between the two buildings and confronted Anthony Reed. Having discarded his disguise upon departing the Valiant Calf, he now donned a simple ensemble consisting of black-framed glasses and a broad brown hat. Those familiar with him could effortlessly discern his identity. Noticing the shift in Anthony Reed's gaze, Lumian whispered as they brushed past each other, "I'm back. Await me at the rear entrance." Although the prophecy spell indicated a reunion with Louis Lund on Avenue du Marche, Lumian aimed to avert any potential mishaps. On one hand, the prophetic concoction derived from his body's response, rendering it somewhat unreliable. There might be omissions within the prophecy. On the other hand, the manifestation of a prophecy could assume various forms, deviating entirely from his anticipated sequence of events. Anthony Reed withdrew his gaze and nodded, signifying his comprehension. He advanced onward, passing by the residence of Black Scorpion Roger, and disappearing into the distance down an alley. Lumian did not immediately turn around. Beneath the glow of street lamps, he pressed onward. Just as he reached a dimly lit section, a figure emerged from the shadows beneath the dilapidated, iron-black street lamp in the alley ahead. The towering individual, garbed in a form-fitting black robe with a hood that nearly concealed the face, beckoned to Lumian. Franca Lumian instantly formed a conjecture and hastened towards her. The conspicuously dressed character was indeed Red Boots Franca. This time, she had foregone her trademark red boots in favor of black ones. "Aren't you concerned about being discovered?" Lumian couldn't help but inquire. While Trarians had a high tolerance for eccentric attire and even actively pursued fashion trends, loitering in secrecy while dressed in such a manner would undoubtedly draw the attention of Black Scorpion Roger and the Poison Sperm Oban, the passing laborers. Franca grinned nonchalantly and retorted, "You don't understand. This is all part of the procedure. Didn't your sister teach you?" "Indeed, she did teach me, but she never mentioned employing it in such a place or situation." Before Lumian could utter another word, Franca waved her hand dismissively. "Fret not. I won't be discovered." As her words faded, she took a step backward, merging seamlessly with the shadow and vanishing from Lumian's sight. If it weren't for the inevitable gender change at Sequence 7, he would have considered this path more to his liking than that of the hunter. Emerging from the shadows once more, Franca pointed toward 126 Avenue du Marche in the distance. "That carriage driver should be the Louis Lund you seek. Shall I assist you in tailing him later? I understand that hunters possess a hound's nose and eagle's eyes, making them adept at tracking, but you struggle with concealment. Staying too far away risks losing the target, while staying too close risks discovery. It's safer if I handle it. Don't forget, Louis Lund is also a bounder, and he worships an evil god. It's possible he possesses unique abilities." This time, Lumian didn't resist or reject the offer. He nodded and replied, "Very well." At present, he couldn't mark Louis Lund with a distinct scent, and darkness was swiftly descending. The crowded streets, filled with pedestrians and carriages, would muddle any traces. Tailing from 20 to 30 meters away could easily result in losing the target with the slightest misstep. Franca's thin, red lips curled into a visible smile, free from the confines of the hooded shadow. As she spoke, "Your afternoon therapy session was quite effective. A man should be more open-minded, untroubled by trivial matters." She lightly tapped her chest as she spoke. From her possession emerged a glass bottle. The surface of the small bottle had been intricately etched into small squares, reflecting the nearby street lamp's light and shimmering with psychedelic colors. "When I lived as a man, I found these perfume bottles to be beautifully crafted, but I felt too self-conscious to buy them or carry them with me. Now, I have no such concerns. Sometimes, changing your gender can open the door to a new world, Franca said with emotion. The door to a new world refers to sleeping with men. If it weren't for the crucial task of tracking Louis Lund, Lumian would definitely have provided such a rejoinder. Opening the lid, she brought the pressed glass bottle to Lumian's nose. Remember its scent. The perfume was refreshing and natural, akin to strolling through a forest on a summer's day. Got it? Lumian nodded slightly. Franca proceeded to spray it on herself. It has distinct top, middle, and base notes, but the differences are subtle. There's no need to discern them specifically. You'll know it by the scent alone. I'll position myself 3 to 4 meters away from Louis Lund, without a hound's nose. You won't detect this fragrance that clearly doesn't belong to the market district. Lumian added thoughtfully. So, I am to track your perfume from a distance of 10 to 20 meters. It was indeed a clever strategy. That's correct. Franca produced a handful of fluorescent powder, sprinkling it over herself, and recited a deep incantation. It appeared to be a fusion of the Hermes words for hidden and body. Almost instantaneously, Lumian witnessed Franca's form gradually fading away, as if an eraser were obliterating a pencil drawing. Apart from the lingering fragrance in his nostrils, he had completely lost track of the witch. Once again, Lumian marveled at the demoness Path's performance as a low to mid-sequence bounder. In the blink of an eye, Lumian felt the fragrance's source receding, drawing closer to the 3-story building with a garden at 126 Avenue du Marche. Lumian made his way in that direction, slipping into the shadows and pressing himself against the wall. After nearly half an hour, a man named Louis Lund emerged, dressed in a red vest, blue uniform, white tie, and waxed hat. Accompanying him was Black Scorpion Roger, impeccably attired in a formal suit with neatly combed black hair. One of them took the reins of the carriage, while the other entered inside. Why is Black Scorpion Roger following him? Is he planning to meet Madame Pualis in person? Lumian furrowed his brow in slight confusion. This introduced new variables to his plan. Originally, Lumian intended to find an opportune moment during Louis Lund's return journey. With his current strength, he could easily overpower his target, even if they were both sequence 8s. Plus, he had the assistance of Witch Franca. However, if Black Scorpion Roger joined the equation, things would become considerably more troublesome. From the midwife's performance in his dream, Lumian deduced that a heretic spellmaster possessed numerous mystical techniques and considerable power. They were fully capable of matching a witch from the assassin pathway. While Lumian could have Franca distract Black Scorpion Roger while he dealt with Louis Lund, the battle between two mid-sequence bounders wouldn't be swift, thus increasing the risk of discovery. If Black Scorpion Roger truly intends to meet Madame Pualis, he'll follow him instead of attacking. My objective is to locate Madame Pualis and establish contact with her. Lumian swiftly revised his plan and devised a new strategy. The rental carriage began its journey toward the opposite end of Avenue du Marche, and the refreshing, natural fragrance faded away. Lumian hurried along beside the gas street lamps, maintaining a distance of nearly 20 meters. After a while, he sensed the perfume come to a halt. Advancing another 10 meters, he witnessed the rental carriage pulling over by the roadside. Black Scorpion Roger disembarked, carrying a wooden box. Not far away stood Le Marche du Courtier du Gentleman. Within a matter of seconds, Louis Lund directed the carriage toward a fork in the road, bypassing the bustling area. Meanwhile, Black Scorpion Roger ventured into the market alone. Is Madame Pualis at Le Marche du Courtier du Gentleman, or is Black Scorpion Roger merely escorting Louis Lund for a distance? Concerned about potential targeting, Lumian speculated as he hastened forward. Regardless, capturing Louis Lund took precedence. Behind Le Marche du Courtier du Gentleman, there were only a few pedestrians. Under the pitch-black sky, occasionally, one could spot a lone figure. Several street lamps here were out of order, leaving the road engulfed in darkness. It was wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. Lumian surveyed the surroundings. Wasting no time, he removed his black-framed glasses and sprinted forward. Before long, he caught up with the slowly moving carriage. As Louis Lund sensed the anomaly, He pushed down on the carriage with his left hand and lunged toward the driver's seat. From this distance, Lumian could clearly see the black-haired, blue-eyed face, though the other party had employed some disguise. Lumian was certain it was Louis Lund. Reacting swiftly, Louis Lund, without bothering to ascertain the assailant's identity or motives, seized the reins with his left hand and balled his right hand into a fist. Like a speeding cannonball, he launched an attack at Lumian, who was suspended in midair with no leverage to defend himself. In that very moment, Louis Lund caught sight of Lumian's unmasked face, his eyes widening in sheer shock. Undeterred, Lumian didn't evade the blow. Instead, he extended his right arm and caught hold of Louis Lund's fist. Just as the impending collision seemed inevitable, Lumian retracted his arm, lessening the force behind the strike. Then, with a swift motion, he intertwined Louis Lund's fists, wrists, and forearms as though he had boneless limbs. As a result, Louis Lund was sent flying backward, but remained within the confines of the carriage. In the blink of an eye, Louis Lund saw a smile on Lumian's face. Franca materialized on the opposite side of the carriage driver's seat, her palm poised to strike Louis Lund's ear. Under the formidable beyonder powers unleashed by an assassin's full-strength blow, Louis Lund succumbed to unconsciousness without uttering a single sound. Chapter 204 Interrogation 204 Interrogation. With a swift movement, Lumian used the force of Louis Lund's fall to gracefully land in the spot where the carriage driver had been stationed. Franca had already taken over from Louis Lund, expertly maneuvering the horse and bringing the carriage to a halt by the darkened roadside. Their coordination was flawless, even without prior communication. One focused on the front while the other ambushed from behind. In a matter of seconds, they managed to overpower Louis Lund, a powerful beyonder at sequence 8. Carry him into the carriage, Franca instructed, her experience evident as she contemplated the subsequent course of action. Lumian didn't object and lifted Louis Lund into the rented four-wheeled carriage. Franca followed suit, closing the carriage door behind her. Then, she removed her hood and black robe, seemingly preparing to change into more comfortable attire upon returning home. Halfway through her task, she caught Lumian's puzzled gaze and snapped out of her reverie. Awkwardly, she instructed, "Turn around." Lumian could deduce Franca's intentions and quickly obliged, diverting his gaze out the window to allow her the privacy she required. A rustling sound continued for over a minute behind him. "I'm done." Franca's clear voice reached his ears. The rental carriage wasn't particularly spacious. Lumian, standing at over 1.8 meters tall, hunched over slightly and turned back. Franca now wore a red vest, a white tie, and a blue gown adorned with a row of yellow buttons. Holding a waxed hat and a horsewhip, she presented an unusual blend of mismatched elements and absurd and peculiar beauty with her sharp nose, slightly flamboyant brown eyebrows, thin red lips, and vivid lake-colored eyes. "Quite swift, Miss Franca," Lumian praised, acknowledging her as the new driver for the Empire Carriage Company. "That's professionalism for you if these buttons hadn't been so time-consuming." "I could have been even faster," Franca muttered as she tucked her flaxen-colored hair beneath the waxed hat. With her disguise complete, she retrieved an eyebrow pencil and other items she carried and quickly applied some simple makeup. Her complexion darkened, and her eyebrows were made to appear untidy, successfully transforming her into an ordinary-looking man who wouldn't attract undue attention in the dimly lit streets illuminated by the crimson moon and street lamps. "You'll be the carriage driver. You interrogate him," Franca declared, opening the door and hopping out to assume Louis Lund's former seat. She took hold of the reins and guided the horse to turn slowly. Satisfied that the rental carriage was moving steadily, Lumian assisted Louis Lund to the opposite seat. Extracting a bottle of truth serum he had obtained from the unscrupulous Hetzi, he compelled Louis to consume a third of it. As the drug began to take effect, Lumian resisted the urge to wake the unconscious Louis Lund with the ritual silver dagger. Instead, he gently prodded the area between the bridge of the nose and lips, tugged at a strand of his hair, and lightly tickled his nostrils with the strand. Gradually, Louis Lund stirred from his slumber. Throughout this process, Lumian maintained a friendly and non-threatening posture, refraining from dislocating his captive's joints or binding his hands and feet. Louis Lund sneezed and abruptly awakened from his slumber. He glanced across at Lumian, who sat at ease with a smile playing on his lips. "Stay calm," Lumian reassured, his smile unwavering as he pressed his right palm down. "If I intended you harm, stray dogs would have already feasted upon you." Louis Lund's immediate impulse was to employ his powers and make a swift escape. Yet, as he recalled being attacked from behind, he cautiously peered out of the carriage window. The distant light merged with the surrounding shadows, amplifying the hushed whispers of wheels and hooves upon the road. Reluctant to gamble on mounting a counterattack, Louis Lund inquired in a low, grave voice, "What is it that you want?" From his vantage point, Lumian hadn't taken any measures to restrain him. Confident in the belief that escape was futile, the other party may have been careless or vulnerable, presenting an opportunity for Louis Lund to exploit. But such an advantage would never manifest in a direct confrontation, and the aid accompanying Lumian could strike from the shadows undetected, a force to be reckoned with. Lumian smiled. "I merely seek to reunite with an old friend." Louis Lund, dressed only in a linen shirt and shorts, replied with a dark expression, "I won't succumb to your threats again. Madame is already aware of my past transgressions and has granted me forgiveness. So I really possessed incriminating information about you." Lumian's mind momentarily swirled with confusion. Recollections from his dream emerged at a revelation of Louis Lund engaging in an illicit affair with a woman from the village, clandestinely selling portions of the administrator's castle collection in a bid to blackmail him for knowledge of Madame Puelis' involvement with the Padre. In retrospect, those accounts might have been fallacious. If the Padre truly harbored desires for Madame Puelis, it made little sense for him to forsake a belief in the evil god symbolizing bountiful harvests, or to forego birthing several children with her. Lumian suspected that his dream had crafted an R-rated adaptation of the concealed conflict between the two factions. After all, both the Padre and Madame Puelis had numerous lovers, making it easy for his subconscious to forge connections, compared to the secrets housed within Madame Puelis' castle. Louis Lund's affair and the pilfering of collections appeared as innocuous as mundane meals thrice daily. There was no ground for him to be subjected to blackmail. Yet here stood Louis Lund, insisting that he had indeed erred and fallen victim to Lumian's coercion. "Is that so?" Lumian adopted his Cordu prankster king persona. "I merely assisted you in concealing your missteps. How can that be construed as a threat?" Louis Lund erupted in a bitter laugh, a mix of anger and disbelief. "You are the most shameless individual I have ever encountered. I am aware that you uncovered certain irregularities and sought to discern their origins. But you did indeed threaten me and extract information about Madame." "That's correct. In those days, I entertained the thought of betraying Madame and seeking the Padre's assistance. However, that was because I hadn't comprehended the greatness of Mother. I was still a follower of the false god, the eternal blazing sun. Now, my life stems from Mother, and my future belongs to Mother." "Ah, so that's how it is." "I must thank this truth serum. You've spilled all that needed to be said, both the necessary and the unnecessary. I didn't have to rack my brain to gather information. In reality, I sensed something amiss in the village and embarked on a certain investigation." Lumian nodded, satisfied, and smiled. "When did you come to realize the greatness of Mother? Was it after you gave birth to that child?" Louis Lund looked utterly stunned, his reaction almost causing him to jolt upright and bang his head. "How did you know about me birthing a child? How could you possibly know? So I wasn't involved in the Padre's raid on the administrator's castle otherwise." Louis Lund wouldn't be posing such a question. Lumian felt a surge of delight and jestingly responded, "When I undressed you earlier, I noticed stretch marks and a C-section scar on your stomach." "Impossible," Louis Lund fiercely objected. "Madame has already erased them." Lumian swiftly changed the course of their conversation and inquired with curiosity, "I'm curious to know how Madame Puelis managed to impregnate you." Louis Lund, though initially hesitant to answer, couldn't resist the urge to divulge the secret. "Whether it's a man or a woman, as long as you engage in intimate relations with her and exchange bodily fluids, she can conceive a child according to her desires." "I see." Lumian breathed a sigh of relief, His greatest concern had been the possibility of Madame Puali's employing her beyonder abilities to remotely impregnate him. So, both men and women will do. But what about animals? Lumian pressed on. Louis Lund was taken aback by the question. After a few moments, he responded, that should work too. And what about plants or rocks? Lumian's inquiry turned scholarly. I don't know, Louis Lund admitted, unable to provide a definitive answer. Madame has never contemplated such possibilities. Why does this youngster possess such a vivid imagination? Regretfully, Lumian changed the subject. Since you conceived through the exchange of bodily fluids, how did you end up with that bird's nest-like thing in your stomach? How do you know about it? When did you see it? Louis Lund asked, astonished. I'll tell you later. Lumian swiftly lied, maintaining his composure without a flicker of hesitation. Louis Lund wore a perplexed expression as he muttered, his face clouded with confusion. It came along with the conception of the child. It's like a fruit. The outer layer is the epidermis, and the fetus is the pulp. They were once joined together and only split open when ripe. Sounds quite magical. That bird's nest seems to possess great spiritual value. Can it be utilized in the realm of mysticism? Lumian deliberately rambled, skillfully diverting the conversation away from his true intentions. It serves as a key ingredient in a certain healing potion. Louis Lund continued, speaking without pause. It has various other uses as well, like enhancing the condition of human skin and providing power to spells. After he finished, Lumian let out a nonchalant sigh. Did your first child perish in the Padre's assault on the castle? Yes. He was still so young. Louis Lund lamented the loss of life. During that time, the Padre had many followers with him. We kept retreating, and a few gardeners and a heretic spellmaster lost their lives. If Madame hadn't returned in time, we wouldn't have escaped. Sigh. All those children were killed. How many people did the Padre bring? Lumian casually inquired, concealing his true concerns. Louis Lund recollected and replied, some were shepherds originally, like Pierre Barry, Niort Best, and the others. Some were the Padre's mistresses, such as Sibylle Barry, Madonna Binet, and Philippa Guillaume. The rest were Pons Binet and his gang. We managed to kill a few of them, including the rather formidable Niort Best. In my dream, Niort Best was slain by the 3 sheep, so in reality, he died during the raid on the administrator's castle, and I wasn't among the individuals mentioned by Louis Lund. In other words, the battle scenes I witnessed were derived from a fragment of my soul, thus, they are incomplete and unable to reveal the full picture. And all the participants. Lumian felt a sense of relief and smiled as he asked, where did Madame Puali's go? Chapter 205 Banshee. 205 Banshee. Louis Lund shook his head. I've got no idea. But when Madame came back, she wasn't well either. Then she saw the castle in ruins and the important items destroyed. She gathered the remaining ones and prepared to leave Cordu. Based on what I witnessed, it seems that Madame Puali's had indeed been engaged in a fight with someone else. Lumian asked with curiosity, why didn't Madame Puali's try to bring the dead back to life? Louis Lund looked at Lumian, surprised. I never told you any of that. In other words, he wanted to know how Lumian had this knowledge. Lumian smiled but offered no explanation. Louis Lund couldn't contain his urge to spill the secret. Madame can resurrect the dead and restore their bodies, but it's far from perfect. The resurrected ones aren't quite human anymore. They are part corpse, part monster. They only retain fragments of their original memories and can only exist for 7 days. Madame Puali's resurrection ability is severely flawed at this level. Lumian was disappointed. He diverted the topic. What did Madame Puali's want in Cordu? Louis Lund looked puzzled. Didn't I already tell you? Lumian was prepared and smiled as he replied, given what happened afterward, I believe you might have a different perspective now. Louis Lund felt the need to share the information, so he sighed and said, back then, I couldn't comprehend it. I was even scared. That's why I dropped hints to the Padre during Mass, hoping for assistance. Yes, I later discovered that Madame wanted to create an entirely new world in Cordu. In this world, when humans die, their souls return to the earth and roam the wilderness. On special occasions, They can return home and experience the joy of reunion. By redeeming their sins, they can be reborn, emerging from the mother's womb as human fetuses. Paramita Lumian remembered the term from his dream. Yes, Louis Lund replied, fear evident in his eyes. He suspected that Lumian had asked the question to gauge his reaction. Lumian knew the correct answer and sought to determine if Louis Lund was lying, or how much of his story was false. He could only inquire about it from Louis Lund, not Madame Pualis. Louis Lund shook his head slowly. Madame briefly mentioned it, but it was very vague. She said she had only established a small caricature paramita, a part of the complete paramita. She also mentioned that by creating her own paramita, she could please the mother and bear more. Apart what would happen if those madams managed to create a complete paramita. Lumian wondered if constructing a miniature paramita was a prerequisite for their unusual path towards godhood. He gazed at Louis Lund, attempting to inquire, what is Madame Pualis' sequence now? Madame's condition is rather peculiar. It might be related to the destruction of her paramita, or something else she possesses. Louis Lund replied, catching himself mid-sentence. Why can't I control my words? Why did I say what I shouldn't have? Louis Lund realized that his behavior had likely been influenced by one of Lumian Lee's beyonder powers. Now understanding the cause, he no longer blamed himself or felt anxious. He felt a sense of relief and relaxation. Madame should be somewhere between sequence 5 and sequence 4. At times, she exudes an imposing aura that makes people afraid to meet her gaze. Other times, she lacks such grandeur. It's reminiscent of the state Madame Pualis displayed in my dream, Lumian recalled and stated. Sequence 9 Villain. Sequence 8 Gardener. Sequence 7 Heretic Spellmaster. Sequence 6 Sower. What comes after sequence 5, and what about sequence 4? What lies beyond that? He knows more than I anticipated. Witnessing Lumian Lee divulge so much information about the pathways sequences in one go, Louis Lund didn't dare take any risks. Yielding to his desire to confide in him, he responded, Banshee is sequence 5. And Evil Overlord, also known as Benevolent Overlord or Madam, is sequence 4. I don't know what lies beyond that. I'm merely a gardener. I don't possess the right to receive any further boons and advance to become a heretic spellmaster. Banshee, the name implies a change in gender. Pulit became Pualis. Titles like Madame Moon and Madame Night symbolize godhood and demigods. But Madame Pualis doesn't precisely fit the role of Madame Night. Lumian pondered for a moment before steering the conversation back to Cordu. Were Madame Pualis' initial followers in the village mostly lovers and the elderly? That's correct, Louis Lund affirmed, nodding. People like Naroka, who were quite old, yearned deeply for their departed loved ones. They longed to see them again and worry about what awaits them after death. They experience both fear and longing. That's the aid Madame can provide them. Unfortunately, Naroka passed away suddenly before fully embracing Paramita. Madame suspects that she discovered the Padre's scheme and was killed by her youngest son, who follows the Padre. That explains it. Lumian gained new insight into Naroka's death from his dream. Her demise was the result of being silenced. Ava and Riamund likely met the same fate. Sighing, Lumian changed the subject. When did you realize something was amiss with the Padre? Louis Lund contemplated for a moment and replied, in early January. I caught sight of the children in the castle tower. You can't fathom what it was like. To put it briefly, it terrified me and nearly drove me insane. I was desperate to leave Madame. Initially, I believed she was just like those mystical fanatics who enjoy purchasing magazines like Psychic and Lotus and engaging in feudal practices. I didn't think there was anything wrong. However, as time went on, I noticed that the other residents of the castle were becoming increasingly peculiar. The administrator locked himself and Madame in their rooms on 2 separate occasions, coinciding with the birth of a child each time. My valets and maids often did the same, and Madame was remarkably understanding of their behavior. From time to time, the distant cries of a baby reached my ears, causing deep suspicion to well up within me. Seizing the opportunity presented by Madame's absence and the others' lack of vigilance, I stealthily slipped into the tower. Oh, Mother! The sight that greeted me was utterly terrifying. Louis Lund, originally intending to speak of Guillaume Binet's abnormal behavior, found himself unable to contain his thoughts on the castle tower incident, and he began to ramble. Lumian could vividly imagine the scene, for he had witnessed it in his dream. Human children with bird-like claws, sprawled against the walls, densely packed and scattered throughout. Louis Lund gulped nervously and continued his account. I initially dropped hints to the Padre during Mass. Later, I took the opportunity to reveal Madame's abnormality to him. I suspected she might be a follower of an evil deity. He instructed me to keep it hidden and not expose myself, assuring me that he would handle the situation. It was around mid-January when things took a turn for the worse. The Padre continued his normal routine as if nothing was amiss. Despite my repeated urging, you eventually discovered the truth and threatened me. After that, Sewell, the carriage driver, and I received a revelation. We repented and wholeheartedly pledged ourselves to Madame. Then, in March, the Padre suddenly launched an attack on the castle with a group of people. Louis Lund has limited knowledge about the Padre's situation. When Lumian inquired further about what had transpired in Cordu, Louis Lund seemed unfamiliar with the village's circumstances. This aligned with his role as the castle's butler, primarily tending to matters in Darij and other cities. He only mentioned that since January, the villagers of Cordu had been frequently discussing horoscopes, believing that it would bring them glory and alter their destinies. Prior to that, they merely followed certain folk traditions to ward off any changes in their fate. Specific discussions regarding these matters were rare, with the understanding that former Administrator Bost and Madame Puelis Leidy's maid, Kathy, were now heretic spellmasters, and that Madame Puelis had left Cordu before Lent. Lumian realized he wouldn't glean any more information from Louis Lund. Knowing when to stop, Lumian posed a direct question. Where does Madame Puelis reside now? In Courtier de Null, Louis Lund instinctively moved to cover his mouth, but added another detail. Rue de Scotchbroom. Rue de Scotchbroom in Courtier de Null. A map of Trier from a magazine article flashed through Lumian's mind. Courtier de Null lay northeast of La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman, divided by the Esrenzo River. It was renowned for its numerous hospitals, including the Veterans Home and Wounded Soldiers Hospital. Additionally, being situated in the suburbs, it boasted a fair share of farmland. Lumian refrained from pressuring Louis Lund or intensifying his desire to extract more information. Instead, he smiled and said, I bear no ill intentions towards Madame. I merely wish to speak with her about the events in Cordu. I will allow you to depart. Please inform Madame Puelis that if she is willing to meet with me, she can choose the time and place. Please send your response to room 302, 9 Rue des Paves, Courtier du Jardin Botanique, before tomorrow night. It was a safe house Lumian had prepared in Courtier du Jardin Botanique, and now it would finally serve its purpose. Louis Lund let out a sigh of relief before responding cautiously. Got it. Anxious thoughts plagued him, fearing that Lumian might allow him to depart only to trail behind him. Yet, considering Lumian's evident capability to uncover Madame's precise whereabouts without pressing the issue, Louis Lund found himself compelled to place his trust in Lumian's amiability. He then gestured towards his shorts and remarked, I cannot leave dressed like this. Chapter 206 Communication. 206 Communication. Lumian's head pounded at the mere thought of Franca coming in and undressing. He scrutinized Louis Lund, who was left in a linen shirt and white shorts, and offered a genuine suggestion. I can ask my companion to return the money from your coat. Leave the carriage as it is and find a clothing store. Tell them you encountered a twisted robber. I'm certain everyone in Trier will understand. Louis Lund's expression froze for a moment as he pointed downwards from Lumian's current position. I have spare clothes. Lumian bent down and retrieved a black formal suit with a vest and bow tie. It seemed to be Louis Lund's usual attire as a butler. Is this rental carriage truly yours? Lumian inquired curiously as he tossed the formal suit to Louis Lund. I rented the clothes and the carriage. Louis Lund hurriedly put on his pants. Lumian sat there, patiently waiting for him to dress, before calling out to Franca to stop the carriage by the roadside. He opened the door, turned around, and waved at Louis Lund. Hope to see you again. If not, I'll find you en route to Scotch Broom in Cordu. And if you've already vanished, I'll continue my investigation, ensuring you'll never find peace. Lumian would have trailed Louis Lund until he tracked down Madame Pualis if it weren't for his caution regarding her abilities and characteristics, as well as his intention to engage in a friendly conversation with her. Franca placed the waxed hat and whip on the driver's seat of the carriage, picked up the black robe beside her, and put it on. Then, she pulled up her hood and leaped into the shadows by the road. Once Louis Lund steered the carriage away from the street, she emerged from the shadows and approached Lumian. She gazed in his direction and spoke, not following him. No need. For now. We're not enemies. Lumian averted his gaze and headed towards La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman. Franca followed, a smile gracing her lips. Aren't you concerned that Madame Pualis might refuse to see you and disappear overnight? Lumian and Louis Lund didn't purposely lower their voices during their exchange. An assassin possessed sharp ears and eyes, so she caught most of their conversation. While she couldn't fully grasp the Cordu-related details due to her lack of prior knowledge, she gleaned plenty about other topics. For instance, Lumian sought an audience with Madame Pualis. For instance, a certain evil god's pathway would transform into a banshee at sequence 5. Lumian took 2 deep breaths to calm his lingering, trembling emotions. I simply believe it's more likely to meet Madame Pualis if I display friendliness rather than tailing Louis Lund. She knows full well whom I seek revenge against. Her own castle was damaged by the Padre and she was driven out of Cordu. I refuse to believe she bears no grudge. Ha ha. I did kill 2 leaders of the poison spur mob and tamper with Black Scorpion Roger's coffee. But they don't know Lumian Lee was behind it. There's no conflict between hating Seal and meeting Lumian Lee. Franca couldn't help but chuckle. You're right. What does their vendetta against Seal have to do with you? Lumian, she murmured to herself, lost in thought. What's Madame Pualis' connection to the poison spur mob? Which evil deity does the Banshee pathway belong to, or Black Scorpion Roger? Baldy Harmon, and short-legged candlestick Castina associated with this pathway, 1 spellmaster heretic and 2 gardeners. She speculated based on her understanding of the poison spur mob. Lumian didn't hold back any information. The mastermind behind the poison spur mob is Madame Moon, but it seems she has recently made further progress. She and Madame Knight, whom Pualis represents, are part of a secret organization called the Night Stalkers. They worship the Great Mother. I don't know the precise name, nor do I dare to utter it. The concealed entity known as Inevitability could corrupt people merely by knowing about it. The Great Mother, even more sinister and fearsome than Inevitability, had her followers locked in a prolonged conflict against the blessed of Inevitability in Cordu. So, she was certainly capable of doing the same. Lumian suspected that if he were to learn the Great Mother's complete and honorific name, there was a high chance he would become pregnant on the spot. Franca found herself deeply intrigued. Indeed, it's best not to seek knowledge beyond one's boundaries. There was once a member of our research society who enjoyed delving into secrets and acquiring all kinds of mystical knowledge. Eventually, he vanished and was never seen again. Franca pragmatically shifted the topic to Black Scorpion Roger and the others, along with their respective abilities. Lumian provided detailed explanations. After all, he still had to rely on Madame Hidden Blade to combat the poison spur mob. When Lumian speculated that one of the abilities of a sower was to impregnate others, Franca felt a momentary envy and eagerly exclaimed, if Gardner were to become pregnant, it would be quite interesting. Madam, your thoughts are perilous. I truly worry that you might embrace the mantra of life is short. Why not give it a try and end up choosing to believe in that Great Mother, praying for her to bestow upon you the power of a sower? Lumian mockingly warned. The combination of a demoness and a sower was too wicked. Schreier would undoubtedly witness a large number of victims. Franco was taken aback. I've already consumed a potion and become a beyonder. I can't accept any more boons. Can I? You don't know that's fortunate, Lumian sincerely replied. I don't believe so. Don't worry. I possess extensive knowledge of mysticism, and understand that every evil deity harbors malicious intentions. Franca sighed softly, setting an example for herself. She glanced over at Le Marche du Courtier du gentleman nearby and casually remarked, "When I was waiting for Louis Lund earlier today, I witnessed an unlucky fellow." Unlucky fellow. Lumian's heart stirred as he recollected. Was he a slender man in his 50s with blonde hair and blue eyes? "How did you know?" Franco was taken aback. He was strolling along the street when a vase suddenly dropped from the balcony above and struck his head. He reacted swiftly, managing to dodge to the side of the road. However, he stumbled on the edge of the curb and lost his balance. At that very moment, a public carriage was about to collide with him. He's certainly no ordinary person. Despite the circumstances, he evaded it with a remarkably nimble move. And then, guess what? He collided with a gas street lamp pole, causing his nose to bleed. After recounting the humorous scene she had witnessed that afternoon, Franca turned her gaze to Lumian, awaiting his response to her inquiry. Lumian paused, contemplating her question. That individual should be Monsieur Ive, the landlord of Auberge du Coq d'Or. He is in cahoots with the pervert known as Hetzi, who attacked Jenna. I suspect he is a beyonder. I had previously informed the Eternal Blazing Sun Church of the anomaly through intermediaries, but they found nothing amiss. Recently, I acquired a bad luck charm and seized an opportunity to use it on him. I intended for him to experience frequent misfortunes and thereby expose his abnormality. Unfortunately, his performance went unnoticed by official beyonders. But given that tramp's luck, Monsieur Ive would likely suffer from misfortune for another 2 or 3 days. Franca's expression darkened as she stated, "Indeed, it's clear that he is a beyonder. So, it's the group that attacked Jenna. You should have informed me earlier. I could have found someone to help draw greater attention from the authorities to this fellow named Ive." Recalling the eradicated mirror people, Lumian focused on the depraved Hetzi, Monsieur Ive, Susanna Matais, and Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons. The abilities of their pathway are quite intriguing. Franca couldn't help but sigh. When I first delved into mysticism, everyone told me that there were only 22 divine pathways. However, in the past 2 to 3 years, peculiar sequences have occasionally emerged. Do evil gods fall outside the realm of divine pathways? After a brief pause, Franca said to Lumian, "I will report this to the authorities through my contacts, but we mustn't be careless. Remember, always remain vigilant and be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, when the time comes, we may have to collaborate and take action. I will inform you once we have communicated." "Not bad. Now you know how to seek assistance from me. Don't fret when I find myself in trouble. I will come to you." "Okay." Lumian nodded gently. After bidding Franca farewell, Lumian made his way back to Auberge du Coq d'Or. He still remembered the issue with Termabaros. Once inside room 207, he retrieved the memo and read it carefully before composing a letter to Madame Magician. In the letter, he primarily addressed 2 concerns. Firstly, he detailed the temptation and subsequent influence of Termabaros upon receiving the alms monk boon. Secondly, he informed Madame Magician that he had sought assistance from the psychiatrist and could now avoid reciting the corresponding honorific name. Thanks to Monsieur Ive hiring a regular cleaning lady, the motel had become less infested with bedbugs. Lumian swiftly tidied up the surroundings, arranged the altar, and summoned the doll-like blonde messenger. The messenger surveyed the room and seemed satisfied with Lumian's decision to change the summoning location. Approximately 30 minutes later, she materialized in room 207 and placed the reply on the wooden table, tilting her chin slightly. She addressed Lumian. "You should be grateful. I helped remind Madame Magician and ensured she read your letter promptly." "Thank you," Lumian replied reflexively, momentarily caught off guard. It was only after the messenger had departed that Lumian snapped out of his daze. He picked up the neatly folded square letter and unfolded it. "I am pleased to hear that your treatment is proving effective. I did not expect that entity to dispatch an angel. What a significant investment. In recent years, evil gods have indeed been infiltrating more frequently, but it remains challenging for higher-level powers to enter our world. The number of angels can be counted on one hand. 3 of them were destroyed in transit, causing only a small area of corruption, while 1 succeeded. An orthodox god intervened and rectified the situation. In other words, you are the only unfortunate individual in the entire world. Chapter 207 207 Organization 207 Organization. Lumian paid no mind to Madame Magician's usual playful jabs and instead focused on her account of the evil god's infiltration. It aligned with the information shared by the late Hammer 8, 4 unrecognized evil gods hailing from other realms. Providing godhood boons proved to be an arduous task. Numerous obstacles hindered their progress. They had to rely on covert followers to perform elaborate rituals on a grand scale, which often drew attention and resulted in swift annihilation before they could infiltrate. Madame Magician painstakingly detailed various examples, showcasing the immense difficulty angelic entities faced when descending into the mortal plane. In recent years, there had been only 5 instances, with 4 failures and 1 partial success. While gaining a measure of godhood without reaching angelic status seemed somewhat easier, such cases were rare and generally unsuccessful. Though Madame Magician didn't explicitly mention it, Lumian suspected that the Great Mother, the Mother Tree of Desire, and the enigmatic fog possessed extraordinary infiltration capabilities, surpassing other entities based on Hammer 8. It seemed likely that these 3 were responsible for most successful instances involving the acquisition of godhood powers. Does Madame Magician remain unaware, or does she deem it unnecessary for me to know at this stage? Lumian pondered momentarily. Inclined to believe the latter, he continued perusing Madame Magician's response. This actually bodes well. Dealing with an angel who serves a hidden entity is much simpler than confronting angelic powers derived from said hidden entity. The associated risks are also significantly reduced. Once you ascend to the rank of an angel and extract powers of equal magnitude from that fellow with the long name, thereby rendering him exceedingly vulnerable, you can implore my lord to undo the seal and set him free. Then, you can give him a thorough threshing and either transform him into a sealed artifact or restore him to his original Beyonder characteristics. Naturally, this hinges upon him truly being an angelic entity and not a puppet blessed with a boon. Puppets are easier to handle. Once you extract a certain measure of his power, he will crumble. However, the remaining power bearing the mark of the hidden entity is what presents a greater challenge. You must maintain the seal and gradually absorb it until it reaches a level manageable by an angel. Doesn't it all seem to be progressing smoothly with a high likelihood of success? But the most vexing and formidable step lies in becoming an angel. In your present state, I lack confidence. Were it not for the uniqueness of the current era, 99 or more of the Beyonders would never come close to touching godhood. I believe your psychiatrist has already enlightened you on how to evade the negative effects of termiboros. No further elaboration is necessary. I simply wish to remind you that should you undertake any critical or perilous endeavors in the future, do write to me beforehand and apprise me of the situation. Why do I suggest you write before exploiting that lengthy-named fellow? Because you might be clandestinely influenced and neglect the corresponding dangers. Forgetting to notify me. As for termiboros, he will not let you forget my warning, for it would mean you engaging in numerous hazardous exploits and facing a high risk of losing your life. That is clearly not what he desires or strives for. If you were to perish, the seal would be affected, but my lord would be alerted. In that event, I shall gather a team to reinforce the seal and eliminate him. With such a skilled angel of fate sealed within you, your future is destined to be quite exciting. Praise the Lord. You are akin to bait for the followers of evil gods, hunters, and demonesses. You shall embark on a multitude of experiences. If you find the time and inclination, do consider writing a lengthy letter to share with me. And now, with the assistance of the 2 psychiatrists, you can express your desire to alter your faith to Mr. K during a forthcoming gathering. Remember, before you set off to attend the event, offer prayers to my lord for the angel's protection. Lumian read the note patiently, finding Madame Magician's words both abundant and yet empty. The most valuable part was her guidance on evading termiboros influence and the reminder to seek her opinion before utilizing the angel's power. Additionally, she provided a beautifully drawn blueprint that offered a chance to address the corruption within his body at the angelic level. Lumian burned the note by rubbing his spirituality. He then reached into his pockets, touching the hidden banknotes and coins, before leaving room 207 and making his way to room 305. Anthony Reed had already returned to his lodgings and sat by the bedside, dressed as a clerk. Lumian produced 400 Veraldor worth of banknotes and handed them over to Anthony Reed. At the same time, he nodded slightly and stated, "The commission is over. It seems you've already encountered the target." Anthony Reed chuckled. Taking a moment to consider, he inquired, "Can I report the target's information to the authorities?" "Wait for a week," Lumian replied. He had initially planned to offer Anthony Reed more money to delay claiming the reward from the wanted poster. However, since he sought his opinion, Lumian took advantage of the situation by setting a time limit. He worried that any investigation or arrest related to Louis Lund might alert Madame Pualis, potentially jeopardizing their meeting. Anthony Reed did not object and let out a sigh. "You're more suited for the market district than I initially thought." He had never witnessed a wanted criminal rise to become a leader of a sizable mob so swiftly without being detected by the authorities. "Competent individuals can thrive anywhere, just like you," Lumian advised Anthony Reed, casting a casual glance around room 305. His eyes fell upon a few folded papers on the wooden table near the window. They appeared thicker and smoother, larger than ordinary oil paintings. What could they be? Lumian focused his gaze for a moment, realizing that the folded papers had a faint bluish hue and a printed texture. Instantly, the pieces fell into place. The posters on the wall. Posters of parliamentary candidates had been plastered all over the place recently. "You seem particularly invested in the National Convention election." Lumian didn't hold back his speculation as he taunted Anthony Reed. "Do you have a legitimate occupation? One of the fundamental eligibility criteria for the elections." Anthony Reed calmly smiled and replied, "No." He did not elaborate on his reasons for collecting the parliamentary candidates' posters. Another commission. Lumian decided not to delve further. He waved his hand dismissively and left room 305. Amidst the lunatic's piercing cries, Lumian descended the stairs, left Auberge du Coq d'Or, returned to Salle de Bal Brise, and settled at the bar counter. "Good evening, boss," the bartender greeted with deference, straightening his posture. "Give me a glass of absinthe." Having thought about Cordu too often that day, he needed a dose of psychedelic bitterness to jolt his senses awake. On the stage, Jenna performed with exaggerated flair, belting out flashy songs. Leaning against the bar counter, Lumian let his gaze wander as he absorbed every note. Now and then, he would take a sip of the dreamy green liquid, allowing its bitterness to awaken his nerves. Once he regained composure, he organized the recent matters he had to attend to. First, there was Mr. K.'s mission. Second, the looming threat from the poison spur mob. Third, Susanna Matthijs's second assault. And fourth, his upcoming meeting with Madame Pualis. Regarding the election, Lumian didn't pay it much mind after confirming from Franca that the Savoy mob also backed Hugues Artois. This meant that even if the opposing party won, it wouldn't entirely suppress the Savoy mob or impede his mission. Susanna Matthijs's resurgence had been a cause for concern, but thanks to the psychiatric treatment, Lumian wouldn't hesitate to seek assistance from Franca. Resolving this matter had become relatively manageable. Once official beyonders committed to the task, they wouldn't be inferior to Lumian. A sequence 8. Ineffectiveness. They would undoubtedly uncover Monsieur Ives' issues and the troubles at Théâtre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons, purging Susanna Matthijs's evil spirit completely. This would be accomplished within the next few days. Lumian simply needed to remain vigilant. Mr. K.'s mission was rather complex, relying on Gardner Martin. Lumian, not being a spectator beyonder, could only attempt to gain the target's approval through repeated efforts. There were no shortcuts for the time being, so rushing was unnecessary. Similarly, he had to await Madame Pualis' response. Lumian couldn't rush the matter even if he desired to. Upon analyzing the situation, Lumian concluded that he needed to prioritize dealing with the poison spur mob's threat. After the election, Black Scorpion Roger would receive an additional boon from Madame Moon, ascending to the rank of a sower. Baldy Harmon and short-legged candlestick Castina might even advance to the level of heretic spellmasters. At that point, Lumian, their primary target, would be defenseless against them, even with the support of Franca, Baron Brignies, and his allies. The situation would be perilous. Should I join forces with Franca before the election concludes and infiltrate 126 Avenue du March under the cover of darkness to eliminate the remaining leaders of the Poison Spur mob even if Madame Moon sends reinforcements later? By the time they stabilize the situation, I would have earned the boss' trust and gained a chance to partially withdraw from the market district. The problem lies in facing a heretic spellmaster on their home turf. Even with Franca and me united, defeating him would be a daunting task, not to mention his potential allies. Perhaps an opportunity will arise to strike at Baldy Harmon and short-legged candlestick Castina when they are outside. Lumian pondered as he spotted Charlie, attired as a waiter, approaching the bar counter with a tray. Nodding in greeting, Lumian instinctively honed in on Charlie's luck. In an instant, his grasp on the absinthe glass tightened, and his pupils dilated. He saw Charlie's luck stained with blood, a swirling blend of crimson and ebony that sent a shiver down his spine. This could only mean that Charlie was on the brink of a life-threatening catastrophe within the next 2 to 3 days. Or perhaps even within the next 24 hours. Chapter 208 Countermeasure. 208 Countermeasure. Could Susanna Matthijs's attack be imminent? Lumian pondered this question, considering that Charlie had no known enemies and had recently worked as a waiter at Salle de Bal Brise. Though it was possible that Charlie had simply experienced a string of unfortunate accidents, Lumian wasn't willing to take any chances. As Charlie carefully placed the tray down and waited, he grew uneasy under Lumian's gaze. Recalling the other's mystical prophetic ability, Charlie leaned in and whispered, "Did you see something?" A smile spread across Lumian's face. "I foresee a romantic encounter in your future. You'll form a relationship that goes beyond friendship with a beautiful woman. Is that true?" Charlie asked, surprised and delighted. "The woman's name is Susanna Matthijs." Lumian chuckled, suppressing his words. "You're quite gullible, aren't you? How can you believe that?" "I knew it." Charlie looked disappointed. The presence of the idiot instrument had already revealed to him Seal's knack for deception. Lumian's smile faded as he watched Charlie make his way to the edge of the dance floor, carrying a tray filled with glasses. Thoughts raced through Lumian's mind. Am I simply unlucky? Or is my fate predetermined? The official Beyonders will soon keep a close watch on Monsieur Ive and the Tree de Ancient Cage Pigeons. They'll arrest all the cultists who believe in the Mother Tree of Desire and locate the evil spirit, Susanna Matthijs, to purge her completely. Yet, here I am, facing the possibility of Susanna Matthijs launching an attack on me and Charlie today. Damn it. Termiburos. That pig's son. He must be behind this. Based on my observations of luck, the problem will likely arise late tonight or perhaps even at midnight the day after tomorrow. I can't solely rely on Susanna Matthijs coming to Charlie and me the day after tomorrow. I must prepare for the worst-case scenario. Gradually regaining composure, Lumian, influenced by Franca and Jenna's vulgarities, forced himself to remain calm and assess the situation. Simultaneously, he devised an initial plan of action. First, he would discreetly alert Charlie, assuming a hidden identity, and instruct him to seek refuge in the nearest Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral for the next 3 days. Second, Lumian would go to Rue des Blouses Blanches and enlist Franca's aid. With Franca and Mr. K.S. Finger acting as his protectors, Lumian believed he stood a strong chance of surviving Susanna Matthijs's initial onslaught. Furthermore, she would not have another opportunity in the future. Whether it was Franca's message to the official Beyonders through her secret channels or Charlie's presence at the cathedral seeking sanctuary, it would be enough to inform the Eternal Blazing Sun Church of Susanna Matthijs's reappearance. Although Lumian could likely handle Susanna Matthijs on his own with Mr. K.'s assistance, since he already owed Franca a favor, why not accrue a little more debt to ensure greater security? Without hesitation, Lumian finished his absinthe and departed from Salle de Bal Brise. Once again, the world spun, and he descended to the ground. He found himself surrounded by a vast network of brownish green roots, insects scurrying about, and rats hiding in various corners. Just as Lumian was about to remove his glasses and begin applying his disguise, his eyes caught sight of a clump of turquoise hair entwined with vines and branches. Lumian's head spun, as if he had been hit, and golden stars danced before his eyes. In haste, he removed the mystery prying glasses, bent down, and retched for a few moments. Once the wave of nausea subsided, Lumian seized the opportunity while the urge to draw still lingered. He reached for his makeup tools and began applying various substances to his face. Gazing into the dimly lit windowpane, Lumian found himself increasingly unrecognizable. He resembled one of the unkempt drunkards commonly found in dance halls. When he finished, he averted his gaze, afraid of the disorienting effects that might follow. Lumian put away his makeup tools, exhaled deeply, and filtered through the images he had witnessed while wearing the mystery prying glasses. One image stood out in particular, an image of turquoise hair entwined with branches and vines. It struck a chord of familiarity within him, and he quickly made a connection. Susanna Matthijs also possessed long, turquoise hair interwoven with branches and vines that seemed to materialize from nowhere. Susanna Matthijs's territory likely lies somewhere underground in the market district. Lumian made a preliminary judgment. He couldn't help but grumble. Why does it have to be underground once again? Isn't the underground of Trier already bustling enough? However, this also explained why the official Beyonders had been unable to fully cleanse Susanna Matthijs during their previous encounter. Underground monsters were always challenging to eliminate. Just like the Monsaurus ghost, Lumian recollected the real Monsieur Ives' clandestine visit to underground Trier late at night. He remembered the perverted Hetzi, who had drugged Jenna and led her to an underground cavern. Hetzi seemed familiar with the area and felt at ease there. This convinced Lumian that Susanna Matthijs was indeed hiding somewhere in underground Trier, not far from the location chosen by Hetzi, deeper into the depths of the underground path. All the way to the end, perhaps, Lumian speculated as he changed into simple cargo pants, incongruous with his formal top, and left room 207. Inside Salle de Bal Brise, Lumian surveyed the surroundings until he spotted Charlie, serving drinks to guests near the periphery of the dance floor. Leaning closer, Lumian discreetly brushed past Charlie and whispered, "Susanna Matthijs." Amidst Jenna's singing, booming music, and clamorous voices, the name resonated clearly. Charlie froze in place, as if struck by lightning. Only then did Lumian gently remind him in a hushed tone, "I have received information that Susanna Matthijs will re-emerge within the next 3 days. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, seek refuge in the cathedral tonight and remain there for 3 days." Charlie's initial reaction was one of horror. His second was to search for Seal, and his third was to inquire anxiously whether he would be fired for taking 3 days off. A lump formed in Charlie's throat as he searched in vain for Seal. He mustered the courage to ask in a hushed voice, "Really? You can choose not to believe it." Lumian managed to restrain his instinctual reaction to prevent Charlie from making any connection. With a deliberate effort to keep his voice low, he continued, "If you go to the cathedral tonight, someone will confirm the truth for you." Charlie's fear became too overwhelming to contain. He scrutinized the unfamiliar face before him and asked with a tremor in his voice, "Who are you? And why did you come specifically to warn me?" "Just someone who wishes you well," Lumian responded, borrowing a phrase his sister often used in jest. Without further explanation, he walked past Charlie, squeezing his way onto the dance floor and swiftly disappearing from view. Charlie felt as though he had been plunged into winter, his body shivering uncontrollably. During moments like this, memories of Susanna Matthijs's beauty, tenderness, and passion would occasionally flash through his dreams. But every time, those memories would be overshadowed by grotesque images of tree-like warts, blooming flowers, and slimy substances, extinguishing any desire within him. And now, that monster was making a comeback. "I should make my way to Gleis, St. Robert." Charlie took a few steps toward the exit with the tray in hand, then halted. He recalled that it was already late at night, and Avenue du Marche would undoubtedly have very few pedestrians at this hour. Such an environment posed greater danger than the bustling Salle de Bal Brise. Susanna Matthijs always invades my dreams. Or it's in the dead of night when everyone is fast asleep. But here, in the dance hall, with so many eyes upon us, she surely won't dare to appear once Il returns. I'll ask him to escort me to Gleis St. Robert. Charlie withdrew his gaze from the door, and decided to wait a little longer. The dance hall, teeming with various sounds and aromas, offered him a sense of security. 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Having wiped off his makeup, Lumian rapped on Franca's door. Franca's ponytail had come undone, allowing her flaxen hair to cascade naturally. However, instead of a nightgown, she sported a cotton two-piece pajama set. Donning summer slippers, she turned to admit Lumian into the room and asked in bewilderment, "Are you here for some mystical knowledge tonight?" Considering the short time they had been apart, less than 2 hours, she couldn't think of any other reason. After Franca closed the door, Lumian spoke with gravity. "Something's happening with Charlie. I suspect Susanna Matthijs will make a reappearance within the next 2 days. Possibly even tonight." So soon Franca couldn't hide her surprise. She still hadn't relayed the issues with Susanna Matthijs. Monsieur Yves. And th3 de l ancient cage pigeons to bnya 7. Although it's hard to accept, all signs point to my guess being correct. What's your plan? Franca wasted no time discussing the possibilities. Lumian shared his 2 courses of action with Franca, but refrained from mentioning Mr. K.'s finger. Franca regarded him with a smile. "You're remarkably composed. Didn't you tell me before that Susanna Matthijs is suspected to be a Sequence 5 malevolent spirit? Even if we join forces, we might not be able to defeat her." "Tisk, are you placing too much confidence in me? Or perhaps too much confidence in yourself?" Lumian smiled. "Both. To have survived the calamity in Cordu, you're undoubtedly extraordinary." Franca sighed and glanced at the wall clock in the house. "If we can make it through the night, there shouldn't be any issues. I'll inform the authorities swiftly through my connections. Wait for me in the living room." She retreated into her master bedroom and busied herself with something. Lumian settled on the sofa, and directed his gaze at the cuckoo wall clock beside him, silently ticking away the minutes. Nearly half an hour elapsed before Franca emerged from her room. She had changed into a black robe adorned with leather armor and a hood. "It's settled. They'll likely launch the operation tomorrow," she informed Lumian, then inquired, "Aren't you concerned that Charlie might encounter trouble on his way to Gleis St. Robert? Even ordinary people can stumble upon malevolent spirits along the roadside in the dead of night." Gleis St. Robert served as the primary cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church in La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman, near the Suet steam locomotive station. The attached cemetery had once occupied the space now occupied by Salle de Bal Brise. Lumian had already considered this. "I plan to discreetly follow him to the cathedral after Salle de Bal Brise closes. I'll accompany you." Franca furrowed her brow and scrutinized Lumian. "Won't Charlie be at risk in the dance hall? Some evil spirits pay no heed to the presence of others or their numbers." Given that Susanna Matthijs's previous appearances hadn't affected anyone else, Lumian subconsciously believed that she would avoid crowded places. The dance hall was far more crowded than the motel. Jolted by Franca's reminder, he exclaimed in a deep voice, "Let's hurry back to the dance hall." Chapter 209 Bad Luck. 209 Bad Luck. Salle de Bal Brise. Lumian scanned the dim-lit dance hall, searching for Charlie, but to no avail. His heart sank. Hastily, he motioned for Louis and Sarkoda to come closer. "What's the matter, boss?" Louis asked, his voice filled with anxiety. He assumed that Lumian was dissatisfied with the current state of affairs in the dance hall. Lumian's eyes wandered across the waiters, all dressed in vests and bow ties. He casually inquired, "Where's Charlie? I need to discuss something with him." Louis' eyes widened in shock. "Boss, didn't Charlie follow you out just now?" "Charlie followed me." Lumian's pupils contracted, as if he had been struck by a sudden burst of light. He asked in a deep voice. "When?" Louis pondered for a moment, confusion evident on his face as he looked at Lumian. "Less than 5 minutes ago." Lumian's gaze shifted to Sarkoda, his taciturn and reliable subordinate, who also appeared puzzled. 5 minutes ago. I've been at Rue des Blouses Blanches for over half an hour. Moreover, the last time I left the dance hall, I was disguised as a drunkard. There's no way Charlie could have left with me. Lumian swiftly dismissed the possibility of Charlie leaving the dance hall with him unnoticed. The situation was growing increasingly bizarre, considering Charlie's black ill-fated luck, tinged with crimson red. The probability of him encountering danger was almost 100. Suppressing the myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, Lumian said to Louis and Sarkota, "Perhaps someone is impersonating me." But unsure why they would be searching for Charlie. "Impossible," Louis blurted out. A few minutes ago, he and Sarkota had greeted the boss. It couldn't have been a fake. Before Louis could finish his thought, Lumian shot him a cold glare. Immediately, Louis changed his tune and stammered, Maybe it's a fake." Lumian didn't dwell on the question and inquired, "Did Charlie change his clothes when he left the ballroom?" According to the rules of Salle de Balbrise, every waiter, bartender, chef, and kitchen helper had 2 sets of uniforms. However, they were not allowed to take them outside of the dance hall. They could only be kept in the changing room on the first floor. This was due to the cultural environment in the market district. Bartenders and waiters were prone to bankruptcy caused by gambling, alcoholism, illness, and other issues. If they were allowed to take their uniforms home, they would surely pawn them for cash before disappearing. They wouldn't care if Salle de Balbrise was owned by the mob. Similarly, in Triers and expensive cafes frequented by scavengers, laborers, tramps, and low-level workers, tin utensils and iron chains were used to secure them to the tables. This ensured only a limited range of movement for the customers, preventing them from secretly taking the utensils and selling them. The more upscale cafes had their own set of troubles. In order to maintain an air of sophistication, they preferred using silver or porcelain utensils. Consequently, the boss had to painstakingly count the utensils after closing each day to check for any missing ones. The waiters were repeatedly instructed to be vigilant about such matters. He had intended to prevent Charlie from leaving the dance hall in a waiter's attire, but since Charlie had already departed with the boss, he wisely kept his mouth shut. Most of the dance hall's rules applied to waiters, dancers, bartenders, chefs, bouncers, cleaners, and even managers. The boss was exempt from such restrictions. Lumian nodded slightly and calmly said, "You guys carry on with your tasks." With that, he made his way toward the changing room near the kitchen. He suspected that Charlie's disappearance had something to do with Susanna Matthijs. The small changing room was empty. Lumian glanced around and spotted the locker labeled with Charlie's name. Franca, donned in a black robe and hood, materialized beside Lumian and praised, "You acted swiftly. You knew to seek out a divination medium for me." "I'm not a fool," Lumian simply replied. He retrieved a piece of wire he always carried and manipulated it a few times before opening Charlie's locker where his clothes were kept. Franca pondered for a couple of seconds before reaching for Charlie's linen shirt. She then used a broom that was leaning against the wall outside the changing room to conduct the divination. Charlie's current whereabouts. Franca held Charlie's clothes in her left hand and pressed her right hand against the top of the broom, murmuring to herself. Eventually, she released her right hand, but the broom remained motionless. It stood as still as if someone were still holding it. After a few seconds, it crashed to the ground with a thud. Was it interfered with? Lumian probed. Franca slowly shook her head. "Doesn't appear so." She swiftly walked over to the full-length mirror in the changing room and stroked its surface a few times. Holding Charlie's clothes, she commenced another round of divination. After a few seconds, the mirror darkened, as if reflecting the darkness itself. In the next moment, 2 figures materialized, moving in a hazy yellowish light. One of them vaguely resembled Charlie, dressed as a waiter, while the other bore a resemblance to Lumian from behind. Apart from that, they couldn't discern any further details. Franca scrutinized the vision for a few seconds before confidently deducing, "They are underground. That's why the previous divination couldn't provide a clear answer. A broom can't jump and stand on its head, can it?" Lumian nodded and exited the changing room. He proceeded upstairs to retrieve a carbide lamp and any other useful items he might need later. Then, he swiftly left the dance hall. He already had a rough idea. Witnessing the scene, Franca retrieved a glimmering powder from her pocket and combined it with an incantation to conceal herself from view. On Avenue du Marche, bathed in the eerie glow of the crimson moonlight and gas street lamps, Lumian hastened his pace, scouring the area for any trace or clue. His destination was the entrance to the underground located in the middle of Avenue du Marche. Suddenly, amidst the encompassing darkness, Lumian abruptly halted. He observed that the grills in the drainage ditch had been displaced, and there were disheveled footprints along the roadside. Near the height of an average person's head, there were signs of impact. Franca revealed herself once more and reconstructed the sequence of events. It seems like he slipped and stumbled while trying to maintain his balance along the gutter. Eventually, he collided with a street lamp. There should have been blood, but it was cleaned up. Perplexed, she muttered to herself, "It bears a resemblance to the unlucky incident I witnessed earlier today." At that moment, Franca experienced a sudden realization. Could that unlucky imposter, Ive, be the one who took Charlie? Lumian had long harbored suspicions, but now he was even more convinced. If he can masquerade as Monsieur Ive, it follows that he can also assume my identity. This ability is quite remarkable. At that instant, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place within Lumian's mind. Susanna Matthijs was on the verge of recovering, yet she remained concerned about the official Beyonder's continued surveillance of Charlie. Thus, she enlisted the fake Monsieur Ive to pose as Seal and discreetly escort Charlie underground, making it appear like an ordinary occurrence. Once they reached underground Trier, it would prove challenging for the official Beyonders to locate them. If they lingered any longer, even divination might be thwarted. Evading the official Beyonders during their initial investigation would require impressive skills. Franca responded, foregoing her invisibility. She trailed Lumian to the entrance of underground Trier in the middle of Avenue du Marche. As the yellowish blue light from the carbide lamp illuminated the staircase below, Lumian noticed two sets of footprints. One set was familiar. It belonged to Charlie. Examining the footprints, it was evident that Charlie was apprehensive about descending into the underground in the dead of night. He treaded cautiously, yet ultimately chose to place his trust in Seal. For the time being, there were no signs of him being restrained. Idiot, Lumian cursed under his breath. It was understandable that he couldn't discern the deception. After all, one was a Beyonder, while the other was an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, they had walked together for quite a distance. Didn't he sense anything awry during their conversation? Is it truly so effortless to impersonate me? Lumian Lee. Thankfully, we have these footprints. Franca sighed with relief. The simplified dowsing rod divination proved challenging to utilize underground. While it might point in the right direction, there might not be a viable path to follow. It often necessitated lengthy detours, increasing the risk of losing their way in the labyrinthine darkness. The witch had not brought any tools to illuminate their path. It was unclear whether she was confident in her ability to remain with Lumian or if she simply disregarded the hindrance of darkness on her vision. Lumian held the carbide lamp and ascended the stairs, reaching the level where the street and square names were indicated. He moved swiftly, sometimes choosing a direction before Franca could discern the footprints. Soon enough, they discovered Charlie and the imposter Ive's footprints once again. Franca felt perplexed. After a brief pause, she couldn't help but inquire, "It seems you know where the imposter Ive is headed." After that pervert knocked Jenna unconscious, he followed the same path. Lumian calmly replied. This was the route familiar to those individuals, a route that evoked a sense of security. Moreover, it was likely that the imposter Ive was leading Charlie to Susanna Matthijs. Susanna might very well be waiting at the end of this path. Franca refrained from further comment. She utilized the shroud of darkness to partially conceal herself. At times, she scouted ahead, while at others, she watched Lumian's back and flanks. After several minutes of walking, Lumian and Franca came to a halt. The area displayed signs of partial collapse. Debris littered the vicinity, and the trails meandered in disarray. Eventually, they led to a small cavity obstructed by rubble. The target encountered a minor cavern and became trapped. Franca whispered with a hiss. Is this not excessively unlucky? Her gaze then shifted to Lumian. Where did you acquire that unlucky charm? Its efficacy seems way too potent. I'll procure one for you the next time I come across such misfortune. Lumian responded, uncertain if he would encounter another individual as luckless as the tramp. As soon as he finished speaking, gravel cascaded from the heap of stones barricading the cave entrance, clattering upon the ground. In a short while, a passageway was cleared, and a figure emerged cautiously. With golden black hair and brilliant light blue eyes, he possessed a striking handsomeness. Yet another Lumian. Chapter 210 Performance. 210 Performance. Upon glimpsing the two figures lurking in the shadows, the impostor Ive was taken aback. He raised his right hand and pointed accusingly at Lumian, his voice filled with inquiry. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be me? As he berated, he hastened his pace, pulling himself out of the tunnel and leaping onto level ground. In the past, Lumian would have charged forward, ready for close combat or drawing his revolver to unleash a barrage of bullets at his foe. He would have granted no opportunity for words. But this time, for some inexplicable reason, he yearned to put on a show. He desired to witness the other party's abilities before seizing the perfect moment to display his own. Without an adversary, there would be no performance. Franca shared the same sentiment. She eagerly longed to stand in for Lumian, refraining from an immediate attack. Behind the impostor Ive stood Charlie, disguised as a waiter. As he crawled through the debris, he caught sight of a figure beneath the dual glow of a carbide lamp and a lantern. He froze in shock at the confrontation between the two seals. For a moment, it felt as though he was trapped in a dream. He couldn't discern who was genuine and who was counterfeit, who aimed to harm him, and who sought to aid him. The only certainty he held was that danger loomed over him once more. The impostor Ive assessed Lumian and turned to Franca, his voice laced with anxiety and anger. Wake up, you've been deceived by this impostor. When have I ever worn such attire? After Lumian warned Charlie, he wiped away his makeup but made no change to his clothing. He still sported an unusual combination of a simple formal top and cargo pants. In comparison, the impostor Ive's white shirt, black vest, brown pants, and laceless leather boots seemed more in line with his usual style. Franca couldn't resist putting on a performance. Is that so? Then enlighten me. What is my code name? The impostor Ive asked in exasperation and amusement. Madam Redboots, have you forgotten your moniker? She took a couple of steps backward, blending into the shadows at the periphery of the carbide lamp's illumination. The underground, where darkness held sway, was an ideal setting for demoness combat. As the fake Ive beheld the scene, a sense of unease swelled within his heart. He knew all too well that his attempt to masquerade as the genuine article had likely been exposed, leaving him unable to maintain his charade. Instantly, he altered his approach. Discarding the lantern, he lifted his gaze to meet Lumian's, his countenance growing frigidly cold. The corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smirk. I can't decide whether to pity or congratulate you for seeing through my guise, but this definitely isn't advantageous for you. With lantern in hand, the fake Ive's aura surged, transforming into a fearsome volcano teetering on the brink of eruption. Quivering, he lowered his head, unable to meet the other's gaze directly. However, his longing to perform and his unwavering resolve compelled him to raise his head, struggling to fix his gaze upon the fake Ive's face. Simultaneously, the darkness beyond the light seemed cloaked in an eerie green glow. Vines and branches sprouted from the abyss, entwining the ceiling and rocky walls. Franca, concealed within the shadows, succumbed to intimidation in the face of the fake Ive's aura, rendering her unable to maintain her abilities. Her form materialized less than 2 meters away from the impostor. Meanwhile, Charlie, still sprawled within the passageway, trembled even more violently. He buried his face in the gravel and earth, his mind blank. With a disdainful glance toward Lumian and Franca, the fake Ive spoke. You dare to pursue me? Utterly ignorant, the only fortunate aspect is your considerable attractiveness. I find it hard to dispose of you outright. His words entered Lumian and Franca's ears, instilling them with fear, compelling them to turn and flee. This sensation prompted Lumian to realize something profound. A demigod. The fake Ive was a demigod, possessing godhood. Gritting his teeth and summoning his courage, Lumian delved into his pocket, hopeful that Mr. K's finger could serve as a temporary deterrent, buying him and Frank an opportunity to escape the underground trier. So what if you're a demigod? I've encountered demigods before. Fear won't break my spirit or halt my resistance. Just as Lumian's right palm was poised to make contact with Mr. K's finger, and Franca was on the verge of fleeing, unable to contain herself, a cracking noise resounded from above. A rock the size of a fist descended, mirroring the former descent of its brethren, hurtling toward the fake Ive, who had been arrogantly observing Lumian and Franca's reactions. Caught off guard, the imposter Ive managed only to lower his head, barely evading the projectile. The gravel struck his left shoulder, fracturing bone and causing the flesh to sink inward. He emitted a brief cry, nearly toppling to the ground. This unexpected turn of events dispersed the menacing aura and godlike presence, leaving behind a scant few turquoise vines and brownish-green branches as testament to the recent occurrence. Snapping out of his shock, Lumian, driven by his desire to perform and seizing the opportunity to provoke, discarded the carbide lamp, clutched his stomach, and erupted in laughter. A fake is everything about you, nothing but fake. Don't tell me that thing of yours is a mere piece of wood. The fake Ive, who had just recovered from the pain, was overcome with emotion, his gaze fixated upon Lumian, his eyes tinged with an otherworldly green hue. Unbeknownst to him, Franca had already sprinkled herself with fluorescent powder, vanishing into thin air with a hushed whisper. In the blink of an eye, Lumian found himself consumed by an intense yearning for the pleasures of the opposite sex. If Franca hadn't rendered herself invisible, he would have been utterly powerless against the impulse. However, he wasn't entirely bereft of reason. It was just that his actions had become burdensome, both physically and mentally. Struggling, Lumian extracted the revolver from its holster, endeavoring to take aim at the fake Ive. In his current state, he inexplicably found the other's visage profoundly alluring. Lumian squeezed the trigger, but his shot missed the imposter Ive. Fury ignited within the fake Ive's eyes. With agile grace, he closed in on his target, his hand rising to deliver a resounding slap across Lumian's face. Instantly, his appearance underwent a subtle alteration. As if he possessed limited control over his image, he softened Lumian's masculine features, lending them a touch of femininity. Lumian gasped for breath, his finger squeezing the trigger once more. A tumultuous urge of desire threatened to consume him. He yearned to embrace the female rendition of the fake Ive and indulge in unspeakable acts. Amidst the maelstrom of his intense emotions, he instinctively recalled the words of the psychiatrist, Madame Susie, and promptly began taking deep, steadying breaths. Lumian found a measure of tranquility, successfully discharging another shot from the revolver. The fake Ive hadn't anticipated the unwavering fortitude of his adversary, who managed to retain his sanity, narrowly evading the bullet that grazed his arm, rending his garments and scorching his flesh. He couldn't suppress a pained grunt. In that moment, Lumian, warily mindful of the opponent's abilities, ceased his pretense, seizing the opportunity to grip the ritual silver dagger and plunge it into his own ribs, refraining from extracting it. The pain jolted his senses, quelling much of his desire. Likewise, the fake Ive shook off the lingering effects of provocation. Regaining a measure of clarity, he understood that the current circumstances were ill-suited for an extended confrontation. Swiftly producing a golden coin, he hurled it toward the crevice obstructed by debris. Lumian, overcome by an uncontrollable avarice, lunged toward the gleaming coin with the ritual silver dagger, eager to claim it as his own. Seizing the opportunity, the fake Ive sprinted deeper into the underground, displaying swiftness surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Suddenly, his feet skidded, and a slick swoosh echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to him, the path had been encased in a layer of frost. Struggling to regain his footing, the fake Ive endeavored to restore his balance. However, in that very moment, a towering figure clad in a black robe and hood materialized behind him. With a swift motion, Franca extended her right hand, revealing a hidden blade enveloped in black flames. She aimed to plunge it into the fake Ive's back, employing the full force of an assassin's strike. With a PFFT, Despite the fake Ive's best efforts to evade and rely on some kind of performance to toughen his skin and muscles like stone, the blade managed to pierce his body. His eyes widened, and he twisted his body forcefully, capturing a glimpse of Franca through his ghostly green gaze. Having successfully executed her attack, Franca intended to take a step back and utilize the shadows to create distance before triggering the detonation of the black flames coursing within the target's body. However, her limbs suddenly grew weak, and she bent over. She clenched her legs together, a watery light flickering in her eyes resembling a serene lake. Having anticipated the deep connection between the fake Ive she was tailing and the deviant Hetzi, Franca was prepared for the current circumstances. Without hesitation, she reached into her concealed pocket, aiming to retrieve the smelling salt she had acquired earlier. Lumian, having secured the golden coin, discharged 3 shots at the severely wounded fake Ive, desperately attempting to evade. The fake Ive's precarious footing on the icy surface undermined his ability to maintain even basic balance. Eventually, he plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud, one of the bullets piercing his abdomen. With a chance to catch her breath, Franca inhaled the scent of the salts, the invigorating aroma jolting her senses awake, suppressing her desires. She clenched her left hand. Black flames erupted from the fake Ive's body, devouring his soul and eliciting a mournful cry. Lumian aimed once more and pulled the trigger. The final bullet erupted forth, instantaneously puncturing the fake Ive's forehead. With a deafening bang, the fake Ive's head split open, spilling forth crimson and white. Observing Franca bend over once again, Lumian hurriedly made his way to her side. Circling around the frost-covered area, Franca raised her gaze, her eyes moist as she softly gasped for air. Suddenly, she embraced Lumian, but her nostrils detected the presence of a metal canister with an open lid pressed against her nose. The indescribably potent scent compelled her to sneeze repeatedly, diminishing much of her desire. "Damn it. This stuff is far more potent than smelling salts," Franca blurted out as soon as she regained consciousness. Lumian quickly took a sniff himself and let out a sneeze. Chapter 211 Spirit Channeling. 211 Spirit Channeling. While Lumian sneezed, Franca swiftly took 2 steps forward and crouched beside the fake Ive's lifeless body. With a delicate grip, she extinguished the flickering black flames that still clung to it. Thank goodness it hasn't burned too far, or the soul would have dissipated. Franca breathed a sigh of relief. Straightening up, she reached into her pocket and retrieved a handful of powder that resembled the pitch blackness of night. Lumian stowed away the canister of stimulating gas and glanced at Franca. Curiosity etched on his face. "Are you planning to channel his spirit?" In the recent battle, the fake Ive had displayed the strength of a mid-sequence Beyonder and wielded peculiar abilities. Lumian couldn't hold back, or the situation would have taken a perilous turn. Franca nodded subtly, responding, "Indeed, channeling a spirit now will yield significant results." "And which entity do you intend to invoke?" Lumian asked casually. Franca chuckled before answering, "None. I've merged the principles of magic mirror divination and devised a spirit summoning spell. While it may not rival the most professional methods, it suffices. Moreover, it won't attract the attention of deities from the corresponding domain." "You're quite clever," Lumian praised, his words laced with a hint of mockery. Exasperated yet amused, Franca retorted, "It's called having an academic spirit. Your sister have conducted similar research and experiments. Usually, I can't be bothered to overthink things. Not because I lack intelligence, but because the burden of endless calculations is tiresome. The key to life is to remain relaxed and not get entangled in every intricate detail." Her gaze swept over Charlie, still sprawled amidst the rubble in the tunnel. Franca refrained from mentioning Gandalf, the president of the Curly-Haired Baboons Research Society. "Is this why you've adapted so well after becoming a woman?" Lumian observed Franca building a wall of spirituality in the vicinity as he approached Charlie. Witnessing Seal's approach, Charlie snapped out of his daze and crawled out of the debris on all fours. Lumian gazed at him, his expression devoid of emotion. What he was thinking was Charlie has just witnessed the battle between Franca, me, and the imposter Ive. If he seeks refuge at the eternal blazing sun cathedral, there's a high probability that he won't be able to conceal it when questioned by official beyonders utilizing their powers. This situation differs from the previous one, where the official beyonders believed everything was under their control. They were prone to carelessness and had blind spots in their minds. Charlie's initial elation waned as Lumian continued to scrutinize him in silence. His heart began pounding like a jazz band's drumbeat, fear and confusion evident in his voice. Charlie finally mustered the courage to ask, "What's the matter?" Lumian observed that Charlie's look remained a blend of red and black, although it had slightly improved since before. This indicated that Susanna Matthijs's threat had not been completely resolved. He fell silent for a few seconds before speaking up. "Remember to head to Gleis St. Robert later." Having already contacted Madame Pualis, Lumian no longer needed to stay at La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman or manage Salle de Bal Brise. As long as he remained with the Savoy mob, he still had a chance to fulfill Mr. K's mission. Furthermore, Franca was now involved, with her vouching for him while in the boss' good graces. Lumian could be assigned other profitable ventures even without Salle de Bal Brise. However, the earnings might not be as substantial. All right, Charlie heaved a sigh of relief. Having experienced many things, Charlie possessed an open-minded personality. He belonged to the kind of people who grew more excited as the number of individuals increased. Soon enough, his curiosity got the better of him. Pointing at the lifeless imposter Ive lying on the ground, he asked, "Who's that? Why does he look exactly like you?" Before Charlie could finish his question, he paused. As the fake Ive met his demise, the facial muscles relaxed, no longer resembling Seal. The corpse appeared unfamiliar. "That's someone who believed in an evil god and gained strange powers," Lumian explained simply, tailoring his response to Charlie's comprehension. "He has a certain connection to Susanna Matthijs." Charlie felt a lingering fear. No wonder he kept leading me underground. Unable to hold back, Lumian cursed. "You imbecile, you've been with him for so long, and yet you didn't sense anything was off about him. Does having my face mean he's me?" Charlie replied sheepishly. "When I entered underground Trier, I sensed something was wrong." He was very quiet. He only mentioned taking me underground to completely resolve the Susanna Matthijs problem. "He's not like you, always cracking jokes and teasing." "I thought it was because the situation was urgent and you weren't in the mood." Lumian sighed and shifted his gaze to Franca, realizing that Charlie, being an ordinary person, couldn't see through the Beyonder disguise that could fool even official Beyonders. No matter how astute he was, the witch had finished preparing for her own spirit channeling spell. Standing before the fake Ive's lifeless body, she held 2 white candles and chanted a series of incantations in Hermes. Due to the wall of spirituality, Lumian could only catch fragments of the chant. Franca described herself and the imposter Ive, with the former being the source of spirituality and the foundation for maintaining the ritual, and the latter being the object of prayer's magic mirror that provided answers to questions. As for Charlie, he heard even less and couldn't make sense of it all. A faint light emerged on the makeup mirror in Franca's hand, and its interior turned into an abyss of deep darkness, as if it had sunk to the river's depths. A hazy, pale white face swiftly appeared in the mirror, bearing a resemblance of 50 to 60 to the deceased fake Ive. Switching to Intis, Franca inquired, "Who are you and which organization do you belong to?" The imposter Ive replied in a dazed manner, "Rentas, a member of the Bliss Society." Rentas. Lumian suddenly recalled the name. The word Rentas often appeared on the posters outside Theatre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. He was a prominent male supporting actor. Franca pressed on with her questioning. "What kind of organization is the Bliss Society and how is it connected to Susanna Matthijs?" The imposter Ive, Rentas, spoke with an otherworldly voice. The Bliss Society was originally a secret society for women who love women. Susanna was one of them. She grew weary of being involved with members of parliament, high-ranking officials, bankers, newspaper moguls, and other men. She sought solace among fellow ladies and madams who shared her love for women. Eventually, she received divine enlightenment and a boon, becoming a priestess of my lord. She transformed the small bliss society into a secret organization that worships my lord. In today's society, it's inconvenient for women to be openly involved in many affairs. Therefore, the Bliss Society has admitted some male members who can also receive boons, but they lack the privilege to partake in core matters or possess knowledge of the most confidential aspects. Remarkable, Franca applauded. She knew that Rentas was referring to the evil god known as the Mother Tree of Desire. Delving into such matters made her apprehensive, fearing that she might stumble upon mystical knowledge she shouldn't acquire. A secret society for women who love women, male members excluded from core matters. Lumian suddenly grasped something. He stood by the wall of spirituality and gazed at the makeup mirror in Franca's hand. So, Hetzi frequently seeks out street girls and hunts for prey because his desires cannot be fulfilled within the Bliss Society. Yes, Rentas replied. Women love women exclusively. When I was a sex addict, I had to satisfy my desires on my own. Fortunately, I was more attractive than him and had female audience members who admired me. There were plenty of street girls in the market district, so I didn't need to take the risk of pursuing excitement. That's lit. Franca expressed her feelings with peculiar words. She clicked her tongue and sighed. Isn't there a regular secret group for women who love women? Yes, Rentas firmly responded. To my knowledge, there's the Moment Society and the Narcissus Society. They often organize women orgies at Trocadro's Red House Cafe. We have been attempting to establish contact with them and convert them into believers of my Lord 1. Trocadro was situated in Quartier 16 on the north bank of the Esrenzo River, in the Square District, known as the Triumph Square, established by Emperor Roselle. It was a small town surrounded by a vast suburban forest. It was renowned for its exceptional wine production. Trocadro wine stood second only to all mere red wine in the world. Fascinated, Franca listened and repeated the terms. Trocadro Red House Cafe women orgies. Lumian couldn't help but feel more concerned about the term sex addict. It seemed to perfectly suit the twisted state of Hetzi. It likely corresponded to sequence 8 of the Mother Tree of Desire pathway. However, he feared that time was running out for the spirit channeling, so he didn't rush to delve into the matter. Instead, he redirected his focus to Susanna Matthijs. How did Susanna Matthijs transform into an evil spirit, and why did you bring Charlie underground? Rentas' pale white face contorted in distortion. She died while receiving a boon and transformed into an evil spirit. She told us that because her name was still on the lips of many Traerians and her portrait was used by numerous men to satisfy themselves, she didn't completely dissipate. She retained a certain level of rationality. Albeit warped, she became more consumed by her own affairs, neglecting all else. She was gravely injured by official Beyonders during her last encounter and spent time recuperating at the altar. We were worried that once she fully recovered, she would seek out Charlie and attract the attention of the authorities. So, we took advantage of the election and brought Charlie to the altar in advance, handing him over to her for handling. Charlie had already moved to Lumian's side. His face turned ashen as he listened, feeling as if he had stepped into the depths of hell. Franca nodded subtly and spoke. Where is this altar? How much time until Susanna Matthijs fully recovers? The altar. The surface of the makeup mirror revealed a fading, blurry face, unveiling an underground tunnel. The tunnel stretched endlessly, branching off in multiple directions before leading to a small quarry cave engulfed by vines and branches. There, a colossal brownish-green tree stump emerged abruptly from the ground. Its form consisted of thick branches, with roots originating from an unknown place. As the image of the tree stump grew clearer, Franca hastily interrupted the manifestation. Fearing any potential disturbances, Rentas continued. Susanna will regain her full strength in 2 days and depart from the altar. Such things did exist in the real world during that era. Parisians were experts in this regard. For further details, refer to Histoire and Solite des Caps Parisiens. Chapter 212. 212 Actor. 212 Actor. Franca carefully calculated the time and inquired with meticulous detail. What perils lie at the altar? How much progress has Susanna Matthijs made in her recovery today? Upon hearing Franca's question, Lumian made a rough conjecture about her thoughts. If it was possible, They could seize the opportunity to destroy the altar and eliminate Susanna Matthijs, who was now weakened, once and for all. Before departing from Salle de Balbrise to track down the impostor Lumian had contemplated a similar issue. Since Rentas had taken Charlie underground, he believed their destination was Susanna Matthijs' hiding place. Consequently, when he retrieved the carbide lamp, he also retrieved a few bundles of detonators from the safe, hoping to utilize the unique environment to blast those intruders to their demise. Rentas' hazy, pale face took on a hint of sanctity. The altar is the altar. Only the light of my Lord exists. There is no danger, Lumian muttered to himself, standing by the wall of spirituality. By stating it that way, it only heightens the danger. Rentas continued, I do not know the exact condition of Susanna. All I know is that 2 weeks ago, we could not see her, but she would occasionally make sounds. Last week, she could communicate with us normally, and we could perceive her when we activated our spirit visions. Today, she remains the same as before, but she appears extremely feeble. Based on Rentas' account, Lumian made a preliminary estimation. Susanna, who was originally a fallen tree spirit equivalent to Sequence 5, is now nearing Sequence 6. If Susanna had not been hiding at the Mother Tree of Desire's altar, Lumian would have considered it worth the risk. Franca pondered for a moment and spoke. Do you typically offer prayers at the altar and receive boons? Yes, Rentas replied with a nostalgic tone. Susanna is our priestess. She enables us to experience the Lord's love for the world and unveils everyone's true desires, allowing us to truly understand ourselves. Upon hearing this, Franca decided to forego further inquiries and seek the truth in the details. Is the altar usually protected? Susanna is always there. Rentas' blurred, pale face swayed gently in the mirror. Franca gazed at the makeup mirror in her hand and queried, was the altar under anyone's protection during the 2 weeks that Susanna was severely injured? Rentas' spirit responded truthfully. No. Franca couldn't help but turn her head and glance at Lumian. She realized that he too appeared disappointed and regretful. From Rentas' answer, they both discerned a crucial fact: the altar possessed a concealed and formidable protective mechanism. Otherwise, regardless of its underground concealment and the difficulties in locating it, they would need to consider guarding against bounty hunters or cave adventurers fond of searching for treasure in underground trier. Simultaneously, they would have to be cautious of smugglers who might have temporarily altered their routes or wandering university students. Franca let out a sigh, deciding that it would be best to leave the altar and Susanna Matthijs in the hands of the authorities. Franca shifted her focus and inquired about something else. How many members are there in the Bliss Society at Th3 de L Ancient Cage Pigeons? Not many. Rentas' blurry face with flickering dark green eyes responded. But I only know a few. I've Hedsey, and I report to Mate Mayer. He is the theater manager and represents Susanna in the core affairs of the Bliss Society since she became an evil spirit. Why choose a man, isn't it? Believe that women only love women. It would be easier to communicate with the other core members of the Bliss Society if it were a woman. Franca objected. Are you certain there's no hidden significance in this conversation? Lumian sensed Madame Hiddenblade's curiosity piqued. Rentas' voice drifted as he replied. Mate Mayer used to be Susanna's lover. Franca clicked her tongue and sighed. So, we have the High Priestess going against the principles of the organization, loving both men and women. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Charlie, who appeared bewildered and terrified. Rentas didn't shy away from revealing the truth about Mate Mayer. Before Susanna joined the Bliss Society, they were lovers. Furthermore, he was the only one who could make Susanna feel at ease and relaxed. After her divine awakening and embracing her faith in my Lord, she transformed the Bliss Society and recruited Mate Mayer. However, their intimate relationship ceased when she became an evil spirit. She no longer limited her affections to women and resumed her connection with Mate Mayer. Meanwhile, she sought out other targets, infiltrating their dreams and draining their energy. She would fall in love with them before killing them. Charlie's face grew paler with each passing word, as if he had fallen into an inescapable nightmare that would only end in death. Franca, who had seriously contemplated having her lover Gardner bear her child, commented. This is all rather twisted. She then smiled and remarked, does Mayor enjoy wearing green hats? No. He now exclusively wears a black top hat. He even meticulously grooms the tips of his beard. Rentas dismissed Franca's speculation. Lumian recalled the mention of a woman's death in Onit Town during Mr. K's gathering. If Mayor receives a boon and becomes a male fallen tree spirit, could he enter women's dreams and induce erotic fantasies to drain their energy, gradually weakening them until they perish? The Bliss Society consists of women as its core members, emphasizing that they only love women. It is unlikely for male members to attain such high levels of power. Those incidents are not a result of the Bliss Society, but they too believe in the mother tree of desire, or could it be due to women loving women? Franca pressed on with her questioning. Why don't you even know the number of members in the Bliss Society at Tree de l'Ancient Cage Pigeon? So, other than Susanna, there are no female members among the Bliss Society members you're familiar with. Rentas' pale, blurry face seemed to contort. Only Mayor interacts with the female members. While I'm uncertain about the current status of female members at Tree de l'Ancient Cage Pigeons, I can speculate on who they were in the past. How? Franca inquired curiously. Rentas replied. Those who joined our theater started as supporting actresses. Through honing their acting skills, they eventually became the leading ladies before they left. They were the core members of the Bliss Society. The theater was established as a safe and dependable venue for them to fulfill their inner desires until they could gain initial control. Why must they act? Lumian recalled Rentas' various performances. Rentas struggled for a moment before explaining. We were blessed with a boon equivalent to a Sequence 7 called actor. This gift enables us to evoke a deep yearning for attention and a desire to perform in our targets. It also awakens our own hidden desire to showcase ourselves and perform. Before we fully master the power of this boon, we cannot restrain this impulse. Therefore, we require a proper stage to satiate our desires without arousing suspicion. Every applause from the audience is a validation for us. A peculiar sequence. Instead of immediately attacking Rentas, I confronted him. I failed to utilize the ritual's silver dagger in time to suppress my explosive desires, because unknowingly, my own desire to perform was awakened. Lumian came to a realization. Franca clapped her hands, exclaiming, that explains it. No wonder I was so immersed in acting today. She smiled and inquired, does your ability to disguise as Ive and Seal also come from actor? Rentas' face nodded slightly. We can manipulate our muscles, skin, and bones to a certain extent. We possess all the necessary skills for disguise, including makeup techniques and prop production. Moreover, actors have the talent for imitation. They can convincingly portray anything. If they act as an ordinary person, their astral projection will appear ordinary as well. If they portray a soldier, they'll display remarkable combat and marksmanship. What if they act as a woman? What about acting as a Beyonder? Franca and Lumian raised their questions. Finally, the two of them understood how the fake Ive could deceive official Beyonders, and why the theater performers at Tree de l'Ancient Cage Pigeons excelled in their craft. Working with real actors every day, it was no wonder their acting skills were top-notch. Rentas' spirit spoke in a dazed manner. To portray a woman, you need to prepare props in advance, such as fake breasts and long hair. When acting as other Beyonders, if I have observed them beforehand, I can replicate their corresponding abilities, but they won't have tangible effects. They are more like illusions. However, if I were given the opportunity to closely observe and learn from a Beyonder over several months, I could perform similar but significantly weakened abilities. Impressive indeed. Lumian sighed, then asked in a deep voice, who were you impersonating when you emanated that powerful aura? None other than Susanna, as she connects with the altar's aura while conducting the boon ritual. Rentas revealed a trace of piety and reverence. Franca and Lumian exchanged glances, grateful that they had abandoned the idea of heading to the altar to eliminate future troubles. Based on Rentas' response, it appeared that when Susanna merged with the altar, she could exhibit power at a demigod level. Do actors possess any other abilities? Franca inquired. Rentas shook his head. No. However, Mate Mayer once cautioned me against becoming too engrossed in my roles while acting. Lumian seized the opportunity to ask, "What are the names of the other sequences corresponding to actor?" Rentas' voice took on a sinister tone. Sequence 9 Scrooge, Sequence 8 Sex Addict, Sequence 6 Recipient, and Sequence 5 Baby Cupid. Beyond that, I am unaware. Quite fitting. Lumian, who was acquainted with the abilities of Scrooge and Sex Addict, questioned further. What does recipient entail? It involves craving success and recognition from high society or the public. Rentas explained. Curiosity piqued, Franca asked. It seems that you actors aren't able to fully control your corresponding desires at every sequence. At Sequence 5, want your desires explode upon encountering anything. In truth, as they progress through the sequences, individuals can gradually gain control over their corresponding desires. Rentas clarified. For actors, their primary desire is acting. Their desires for wealth and the opposite sex are only slightly stronger than usual. They want to appear pathological or completely uncontrollable as a result. Lumian found himself perplexed. Then why were you so miserly when you portrayed Monsieur Ive? He chose to pick up a gold coin of unknown origin. Rentas responded naturally. Because the real Ive is like that. I must stay true to the role. Chapter 213 Correct Interpretation. 213 Correct Interpretation. Upon hearing Rentas' response, Lumian found himself torn between laughter and rejoicing, grateful that he had achieved a satisfactory outcome through a mistaken train of thought. Originally, Lumian believed that bounders, like the impostor Ive, who worshipped the mother tree of desire, would struggle to control their insatiable hunger and carnal desires. That's why he decided to use a gold coin to carry the vagrant's bad luck. To his surprise, the followers of the evil god were primarily influenced by their specific desires at different stages. Once they mastered the power or received a new boon, they could break free and progress to the next state. While their desires remained potent, they were no longer uncontrollable. In simpler terms, if Rentas hadn't been portraying Monsieur Ive and didn't feel the need to exhibit stinginess, there was a high probability that he wouldn't have picked up the ill-fated gold coin and would have approached the situation with greater caution. Of course, if Rentas hadn't been attuned to changes in fate and failed to detect the issue with the gold coin, he would likely have claimed it for himself once he realized its owner was long gone and wouldn't return. After all, he possessed a touch more greed than the average person. And as the saying goes, finders keepers in the hearts of a certain percentage of ordinary individuals. Lumian now grasped the full meaning behind Rentas' words. Indeed, one mustn't become lost in the role when acting. However, Rentas was in the midst of acting, so scrutinizing the details was not a concern for him. Otherwise, it would have been easy for others to discover his true identity as the impostor Ive. Franca sensed that the spirit channeling was coming to an end and hurriedly asked, "Who are the suspected core members of the Bliss Society?" Rentas' pale, indistinct face twitched. "Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't find them. They joined Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons after receiving boons and becoming actresses. They adopted false names and concealed their true faces. Once their acting skills reached maturity, and they gained control over their corresponding desires, they would reclaim their real identities upon leaving the theater. If you wish to uncover their assumed identities, gather a list of all the female leads in Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons plays from the past 2 years. Look for those who performed most frequently." At the mention of the female lead at Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons, Lumian's mind recalled a name. Could Charlotte Calvino be one of the core members of the Bliss Society? She played the lead in the play Forest Fairy. The costumes and the promotional stills evoked memories of Susanna Matthijs. Rentas' face grew increasingly elusive, and his voice became more ethereal. "I don't know. She rose through the ranks as an apprentice actress, and only recently started taking the lead roles in the past few months. She's not an outsider, but Mate Mayer might promote her to a member of the Bliss Society." Franco was about to inquire about Mate Mayer's corresponding stages and abilities when Rentas' spirit, consumed by black flames, could no longer hold on and dissipated upon the surface of the makeup mirror. With a tinge of regret, Franca concluded the ritual and dismissed the wall of spirituality, as she squatted beside Renta's lifeless body, rummaging through his pockets. She let out a sigh and remarked, "I didn't manage to get to Mate Mayor. Forget it. I'll leave it to the authorities to handle it." Lumian paused, pondering her question. "I've heard from a playwright that Mate Mayor is highly ambitious. He aims to make Theatre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons the most renowned theatre in Trier and receive the prestigious Intis Legion of Honor Medal." Desire for success and recognition. Franca recalled Renta's depiction of a Sequence 6 recipient. "I suppose that's the limit for male members of the Bliss Society." Franca had already collected a stack of items. 2 metal canisters, a leather wallet, a peculiar dough that conformed to facial contours, thin skin-like pieces, eyebrow pencils, and various makeup tools. "Give it a sniff." Franca tossed the 2 metal canisters to Lumian. Lumian distinguished them for a moment before responding. "One canister contains the scent you just experienced, and the other should hold a matching sedative." They appeared to be essential items for followers of the Mother Tree of Desire when venturing outside. "Mysticis branded smelling salts," Franca mused, then added, "You can keep what's left of the canister you have. This is mine. I'll give you the sedative. Choose from these disguises and take the money from the wallet. Anything you don't want, I'll keep." Bloody hell. This pauper doesn't even possess materials, talismans, or weapons, let alone Beyonder characteristics or mystical items. The sedative and mysticism smelling salts will prove useful. Lumian, who had only obtained Beyonder abilities from Hammer 8, didn't show much concern. Franca didn't overlook any part of Renta's body including his crotch and solciate. She found nothing more. She withdrew a folded cloth bag and opened it, carefully stashing away the collection from the ground. Then, she addressed Lumian. "Well, divide this once we return." With that, she rose to her feet and glanced at the frightened Charlie. She muttered to herself thoughtfully, "He witnessed our clash with Rentas. What should we do?" Charlie's legs trembled, and as he leaned toward Lumian, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "Roman 2 won't betray you." Without waiting for Lumian's response, Franca let out a sigh and declared, "Forget it. Well, leave it to the official Beyonders." She deliberately introduced the topic before promptly reaching a conclusion. Lumian, finally freed from the grip of his acting impulses, regained his composure and rationality. After careful consideration, he suggested, "I have alternative solutions. Charlie doesn't need to seek refuge at Gly's St. Robert, nor does he need to worry about Susanna Mattai's finding him." He thought of his luck transference spell. Before, he refrained from using it as Susanna Mattai's had yet to bother Charlie. There was no corresponding fate to alter, but now, Susanna Mattai's was on the path to recovery, and Charlie was her primary target. His luck had taken a turn, and a life-threatening calamity loomed. His luck had indeed changed. When the moment arrived, Lumian would gift the gold coin carrying the weight of the impending disaster to the real-live, allowing them to face it on their own. Naturally, this differed from the substitution spell and Fallen Mercury's fate exchange. It only diverted bloodshed temporarily. In other words, Charlie wouldn't be in Susanna Mattai's crosshairs for the next few days. However, in a few days' time, unless Susanna Mattai's was wholly purified or had lost her memories, this external threat would still remain. Nevertheless, the authorities would take action tomorrow, armed with sufficient intel. When Lumian realized that Charlie's luck was in jeopardy, he refrained from intervening because he could only change Charlie's luck, not his own. Susanna would undoubtedly target him as well, the adversary who had provoked Charlie's betrayal. Therefore, he opted for the simplest approach to disguise himself and urged Charlie to seek refuge at the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral, thus buying more time to guard against Susanna Mattai's. They were now certain that Susanna had 2 days left to recuperate. Really, Charlie's eyes brightened. Lumian smiled and inquired, "Do you trust me or not?" Charlie stammered, "Roman 2, believe you, I believe you. You just like to tease people about trivial matters." Curiosity piqued, Franca asked, "What way?" "A method you shouldn't be aware of," Lumian silently muttered, contemplating the specifics. "If I wish to alter Charlie's current luck, mere prayers won't suffice. I must harness the power sealed within me. Poor Charlie, I'll have to render him unconscious. I can't expose the corruption within me or the suspicion of seeking aid from an evil god. Just as Lumian was about to instruct Charlie to accompany him and prepare for his temporary incapacitation, a thought flashed across his mind. Does utilizing the power within the seal constitute exploiting Termiboros? Should I write to Madame Magician and seek her opinion? Previously, the tramp's ill fortune bore no relation to mysticism or bounder abilities. The ritual required minimal power. However, the support needed to resist a sequence 5 evil spirit atop an evil god's altar would likely be several times greater than before. What would occur then? Since Charlie's luck changed, everything had become urgent. The timing was impeccable. It seemed as though an opportunity had emerged without allowing me a chance to weigh my options. If I hadn't just corresponded with Madame Magician and received her reminder, I might have already altered Charlie's luck. Noticing Lumian's motionless state, Franca inquired, "What's the matter?" Shaking off his stupor, Lumian contemplated for a moment. "I just realized that the method I had prepared seems to have significant flaws." "Ah," Charlie uttered, a mixture of disappointment and concern. Franca ruminated for a few seconds before suggesting, "I have an idea as well. Charlie won't head to Glyse St. Robert. He'll follow us to Rue des Blouses Blanches. As long as we survive the night, we'll be fine by tomorrow. Think about it. Our original plan was to confront Susanna Matthijs, and she still has 2 days remaining at the altar. Even if we face an attack tonight, it will likely come from Mate Mayer and his lackeys. Even if he recruits other core members of the Bliss Society, as long as they are inferior to Susanna Matthijs at the altar, we stand a good chance of holding out until dawn. If things don't go as planned, we can create a commotion and attract the attention of official beyonders. We can escape from the market district amidst the chaos. This is the worst-case scenario. However, if Charlie goes to Glyse St. Robert, we must consider moving immediately. We could also become targets." Lumian pondered for a few moments and found the idea quite feasible. He nodded and stated, "I have no objections." His gaze then fell upon Charlie, who eagerly replied, "I don't have any issues either." Charlie held considerable confidence in Seal and Franca. Lumian refocused his attention and observed Charlie's luck. To his surprise, Charlie's impending disaster had noticeably weakened and showed signs of improvement. What Charlie's true misfortune lies in participating in the luck transference ritual. Did his fate change when I abandoned that notion? Although a bloody calamity still awaits, it appears less severe. Bloody Termiboros. Lumian comprehended the situation in an instant and couldn't help but inwardly curse. Chapter 214 Encounter 214 Encounter. After cursing Termiboros, Lumian caught sight of Franca securing the cloth bag with war spoils and fastening it to her person. A thought struck him, triggering a recollection of one of Scrooge's abilities, and he reminded her, "Aren't you worried those Scrooges will track us down using lost possessions?" He had previously informed Franca about the Tree de l'Ancien Cage pigeons, mentioning that the sinister cult possessed a peculiar knack for detecting the whereabouts of their lost belongings. In contrast to the perverted Hetzi, Rentas carried out his orders dutifully. If anything happened to him, he might possess something from Mate Mayer to determine his location and the saboteur's whereabouts. Franca scoffed dismissively. That ability surely has its limitations in terms of time and range. By the time the folks at Tree de l'Ancien Cage pigeons realize Rentas is missing, it will prove exceedingly arduous for them to track us down. Besides, with Charlie here, they could find us if they truly desired, whether we take these items or not. Charlie is akin to Susanna Matthijs' lost possession. Her lost lover. Charlie stood dazed, bewildered by the conversation between Seal and Red Boots. It wasn't until Franca mentioned his name that he grasped his situation somewhat. Sporting a bitter expression, he retorted, "We're not lovers." Franca consoled Charlie, though her sincerity remained questionable. "Can't be helped. She's convinced of it on her own accord, and she's strong enough." Persuaded by Franca's argument, Lumian ceased dwelling on Scrooge's abilities. He pulled out the ritual silver dagger and promptly tended to his wound. Bending down, He scooped up Rentas's lifeless body and carried it to the debris-locked hole, shoving it into the passage the actor had previously dug. Charlie watched in horror, marveling at Seal's skills as a ruthless mob leader who had struck fear into the poison spur mob. His attention then shifted to Rentas's attire: shirt, vest, pants, and boots. They seem relatively new. If they are stripped and pawned, I reckon they can fetch at least 2 viral door. Charlie's mouth gapped, but he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Franca nodded approvingly. Good job, cleaning up the scene and stalling the enemy's detection. I worry that Mate Mayer will exercise caution. Once Rentas fails to return by midnight, he'll lead his men here and stumble upon the corpse. Then, he might choose to abandon the ancient cage pigeons and relocate with the remaining members of the Bliss Society. Maybe we don't even have to wait until midnight. Susanna Matais will undoubtedly prod him if she can find a way to contact him. Such a turn of events would thwart the forthcoming official Beyonders raid and leave behind latent dangers, Franca added. Fortunately, Susanna won't be able to leave the altar in the next 2 days, and the altar itself can't sprout legs and flee. At the very least, the official Beyonders can address Charlie's predicament. Not necessarily, Lumian countered. We shouldn't make assumptions about the evil god altar using conventional logic. It's akin to me never fathoming that a man could give birth. Charlie's confusion escalated as he listened to Seal and Red Boots, comprehending each word independently but failing to grasp their interconnected meaning. Franca fell silent for 2 seconds before solemnly nodding. You're right. The true form of the altar is like a massive tree stump. It might possess life. When the time comes, it can uproot itself and transform into a treant, making its escape with Susanna. With a clap of her hands, Franca exclaimed, exactly how can it be called a tree spirit without a tree? Lumian sensed that Franca's conjecture could be close to the truth. He recollected wearing the mystery prying glasses at Auberge du Coq where he had witnessed an extensive underground network of brownish-green roots stretching in all directions. Emerging from the hole, he retrieved the carbide lamp and the enemy's lantern. He scrutinized the structure of the tunnel's ceiling and the surrounding rock walls. Every now and then, he extended his palm, gently patted and knocked against them, confused by Lumian's actions. Franca, eager to leave underground Trier as soon as possible, asked, What are you doing? Calmly, Lumian replied, I'm searching for a suitable spot to place a bundle of explosives and bury the corpse completely. We mustn't make too much noise to avoid alerting Susanna, who's deep underground, and Mate Mayer, who's in the ancient cage pigeons on the surface. Simultaneously, he had to ensure that the ground wouldn't collapse, as it could endanger the buildings above. Clearly, the municipal workers had diligently reinforced these areas when connecting the underground quarries, sewers, and various tunnels. Regular repairs were carried out, and minor cavings posed no threat to the surface's safety or its own integrity. Using his hunter powers, Lumian soon identified a depression on the side of the hole and placed a bundle of detonators there. Unfortunately, we lack the proper tools and materials. Otherwise, we could set up a trigger for the explosives under the corpse. When Mate Mayer arrives and tries to lift the body in his agitation, it would go boom, Lumian said with regret, swatting down. Since consuming the first potion, he hadn't had the opportunity to execute a hunter's bomb trap and showcase his explosive finesse. Charlie's heart raced as he listened, confirming Seal's reputation as the most renowned mob leader of recent times. Indeed, a true hunter, Franca exclaimed, filled with admiration. Lumian then took out a match, igniting the fuse. He stood up and began walking toward Franca and Charlie at a steady pace. Passing by the pile of gravel, he tossed the lantern into the tunnel. Hey, Charlie hurriedly warned Lumian as he noticed the fuse nearing its end. His calf muscles tensed, preparing to leap behind the rock wall to avoid the impending explosion. Dressed in a simple formal top and cargo pants, Lumian had only covered a distance of 7 to 8 meters when the detonator erupted behind him. The tunnel trembled slightly, and the stone wall beside the hole collapsed, burying most of the already unstable opening. Flames ignited, and gravel scattered, but they didn't reach Lumian's back. They only affected the area 2 to 3 meters away from him and in a different direction within the tunnel. Lumian didn't turn around or evade. He approached Franca, who wore a smile, and Charlie, who stood there dumbfounded. Franca gave him a thumbs up and clicked her tongue. "Let's go." With that, she swiftly turned and headed towards the exit of underground Trier, the same path they had used to enter. Black flames silently flickered behind her, igniting the blood on the ground, filling the air with its scent, and engulfing the remnants of red and white. Charlie's eyes widened, as if he had stepped into a surreal dream. Only when Lumian patted him on the shoulder did he turn and follow, as if his spirit had abandoned him. As they ascended towards the surface, Franca grinned and said, "Tomorrow and the day after, we'll discover whether Susanna Matthijs and the altar have been completely eradicated. By observing Charlie's situation, whether Susanna Matthijs comes searching for him." Lumian, carrying the carbide lamp, startled Charlie intentionally. If that were the case, Franca would have said 2 days later instead of tomorrow or the day after. Charlie trembled and stammered. How? Franca chuckled before replying. "If the official Beyonders don't come looking for you, it means you have truly escaped the nightmare called Susanna. If they do come and offer you a good position, congratulations! You will have hope entwined with danger." What do you mean? Charlie didn't fully grasp the meaning. Franca didn't explain further and instead inquired, "If you become a quarry policeman with a monthly salary of 300 Verl d'Or, you'll face conflicts with smugglers, cave explorers, and bounty hunters every day. There's a certain chance of sacrifice. Are you willing?" Of course, Charlie blurted out. Though being a quarry policeman was perilous, most of them managed to survive. If Susanna Matthijs isn't completely purged, the official Beyonders would offer Charlie a job that would make it easier to protect him. And those positions often come with good pay. Lumian roughly understood Franca's meaning. The three of them exited underground Trier, maneuvered through an alley, and crossed a barricade, taking a secluded route on Rue des Blouses Blanches. They arrived at Franca's 6th-floor apartment. Franca removed her hood and casually tossed the bag containing their spoils of war beside the coffee table. She half reclined on the armchair and gestured with a nod towards the sofa and another armchair. "Now, we must endure until dawn." After Lumian and Charlie took their seats, the living room fell into an eerie silence. This made Charlie uneasy. He glanced at Seal and spoke up. "You actually possess those mystical abilities? If not, how could I have slain Margit and ate, becoming the guardian of Salle de Balbrise and Auberge du Coq d'Or?" Lumian chuckled. "That's true." Charlie pondered for a moment and found this explanation more acceptable. As the trio engaged in conversation, the needle of the cuckoo wall clock gradually approached midnight. Outside the window, the darkness remained undisturbed. At that moment, faint footsteps resonated from outside the door, approaching swiftly from below. "Jenna, I forgot she was coming over tonight," Frank exclaimed. Sitting upright, she glanced at Lumian, then at Charlie. After a brief moment of hesitation, she closed her eyes and waited for Jenna to open the door herself. With a click, Jenna, dressed in a white blouse and a fluffy beige skirt, used the spare key to enter the apartment. In an instant, she noticed Lumian and Charlie. "What's going on?" Jenna couldn't hide her confusion, her gaze shifting between Lumian, Charlie, and Franca. Franca mustered a forced smile and said, "We were getting bored. We thought of playing Fighting Evil. Want to join us? We have 2 decks of cards." Jenna peered suspiciously for a few seconds. Sensing that Franca didn't want to disclose the real reason in front of Seal, she gestured towards the guest room and stated, "Damn it, it's already late. Why are you still playing cards? I have a packed day tomorrow. I need to get some sleep." She waved at Lumian and Charlie before heading towards the guest room. Lumian gazed at Franca calmly and inquired, "Why didn't you just tell her what we're doing?" Jenna, too, had fallen victim to the predicament at Th3 de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. She had nearly been raped by the pervert named Hedzi. Franca was caught off guard. "You're right. Why didn't I just say it straightforwardly? There was no need to conceal it." She glanced at the closed door of the guest room, intending to reveal the truth to Jenna later. Casually, Lumian asked, What does Jenna usually keep busy with? Don't you know? Franca's face gradually lit up with satisfaction. She's an apprentice in acting, studying drama. Sigh. It's not like the old days. I heard in the previous era, apprentices could learn for free as long as they signed a long-term contract. They even received food and accommodation. Nowadays, not only do they have to pay tuition fees, but they also have to cover all expenses themselves. As Franca spoke, she noticed Lumian's expression turning grave. Lumian furrowed his brow and inquired, "At which theater is she doing her apprenticeship?" "I never asked," Franca murmured, making the connection. In that instant, Jenna emerged from the guest room, carrying a stack of items as she made her way towards the restroom. "What theater are you apprenticing at?" Franca stood up and inquired. Jenna responded with confusion. "Why do you ask? You've never been curious before." Observing Lumian and Charlie's focused gaze, she couldn't help but curse. "Why the FCK are you staring at me, dogged? What does my theater have to do with you?" Realizing Franca and Lumian's seriousness, she hesitated for a moment before muttering, "Damn it. There's no need for me to hide anything. It's the th3 de L ancient cage pigeons." Chapter 215 Jenna's Worry. 215 Jenna's Worry. As soon as Jenna revealed where she studied acting, a hush fell over the living room. Franca and Lumian exchanged inexplicable glances, causing Jenna to feel a pang of uncertainty. Charlie, the waiter, couldn't conceal his startled expression, and the fear that gripped him was evident in his shrinking demeanor and fearful eyes. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Jenna asked, her confidence wavering. Lumian seized the moment and tossed a louis d'or at Jenna's feet, his eyes intently following her every move, even the slightest flicker in her gaze. "Damn it, what's the meaning of this?" Jenna looked down at the louis d'or, her confusion turning into anger as she confronted Lumian. Lumian's expression returned to normal, and he turned his head, grinning at Franca. "Not a Scrooge." "Of course," Franca responded, a mix of exasperation and amusement. "We meet often. She may be a bit frugal, but she's definitely not a Scrooge. Plus, she doesn't exhibit any signs of being a sex addict, and her acting skills leave much to be desired." Franca couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. "What are you two talking about?" Jenna was utterly bewildered, forgetting her own penchant for profanity. "You explain," Lumian instructed Franca. Franca rose and tried to allow Jenna to squeeze into the recliner with her, but realizing it was too cramped, Jenna opted for an armchair instead, resting a pile of ordinary clothes on her lap. "Do you remember that creep Hetzi?" Franca slumped back disappointedly in the recliner. Jenna responded without hesitation. "I remember. Damn it. He died too easily." "It wasn't exactly an easy demise," Lumian silently muttered, recalling the gruesome state of Hetzi's lower body. Using this as a starting point, Franca delved into the secrets of the Bliss Society. The dark sequences tied to the evil god, the mother tree of desire, the connection between the Bliss Society and the th3 de L ancient cage pigeons, and various details involving the true Ive, Rentas, Mate Mare, and Susanna Matthijs. Jenna, having absorbed Franca's mystical knowledge, grew increasingly astonished with each revelation. It was as if a door had swung open, revealing a new world, a scene that was entirely different from what she had known before. It festered, exuded sinister vibes, terrified her, and made her stomach churn with disgust. After Franca finished her account, she blurted out, "Did that creep target me at the th3 de L ancient cage pigeons?" Considering that Hetzi was a subordinate of theater manager Mate Mayer and associated with the Bliss Society, he likely frequented and surreptitiously entered the th3 de L ancient cage pigeons. Jenna suspected that the pervert often lurked in the shadows, observing the apprentice actresses during their classes. "It's possible," Franca agreed, contemplating why the pervert Hetzi didn't choose another underground singer, but instead risked attacking Jenna. Jenna was undeniably attractive. After her time at the th3 de L ancient cage pigeons, where she honed her acting and makeup skills, her allure had gradually emerged. However, she wasn't a full-fledged witch yet, nor was she overwhelmingly captivating. In the bustling marketplace, there was no shortage of underground singers who were more alluring and could ignite the desires of men of lower standing. Besides, They lacked the distinction of being Red Boot's mistress. Jenna glared at Lumian, her teeth grinding together in frustration. Lumian chuckled softly. I suddenly realized that since we met, you've never praised any orthodox god. I still don't know if you're a follower of the eternal blazing sun or the god of steam and machinery. It's rather suspicious. Jenna scoffed and replied. Most of the time when I meet you, I'm dressed like this. I wear smoky makeup that symbolizes debauchery and sing. My dear, he's really good with his fingers. If I were to praise the sun in this state, I believe God would incinerate me. As she spoke, she pointed to her chest, revealing a generous amount of alluring cleavage. Without waiting for Lumian's response, she turned her finger towards Franca, and Franca never praises any deity either. Why aren't you suspecting her? Who says I don't? Franca declared solemnly, drawing a triangular sacred emblem on her chest. By steam. Your acting skills are mediocre or is the same. She rarely mentions her faith and doesn't attend mass. She only praises the sun when questioned. Lumian drew the triangular sacred emblem. By steam. Caught up in their actions, Charlie instinctively spread his arms wide. An indescribable silence descended, as if no one knew how to proceed with the conversation. After a few seconds, Lumian addressed Jenna, saying, So, your true identity is an apprentice actress. Jenna couldn't help but feel a twinge of satisfaction. She lifted her chin slightly and replied, Well then, am I qualified to critique your acting skills? And let me clarify. I'm not some low-class hooligan with a vulgar mouth. I'm merely playing the role of an underground songstress. How did I do? Is it convincingly authentic? Can you find any faults? No wonder I occasionally find you rather refined. Lumian mocked, concurring with Jenna's statement. What do you mean? Rather, Jenna expressed her dissatisfaction. Charlie's gaze darted between their faces, eventually landing on Franca, who sat in the recliner. Franca pursed her lips and observed Lumian and Jenna as they bickered. Lumian dismissed Jenna's bragging and said, Let's discuss the tree de el ancient cage pigeons. After a few moments of contemplation, Jenna blurted out in frustration, Damn it, my tuition fees. As soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed everyone giving her strange looks. Jenna hurriedly clarified, Didn't you mention that Mate Mayor might escape with the members of the Bliss Society? Want tree de el ancient cage pigeons shut down? Damn it. I've already paid a year's worth of tuition fees to these damn heretics. I need to get that money back. Once Jenna regained her composure, Lumian's lips twitched. Weren't you claiming that your foul mouth and low morals were all part of an act? At first, Jenna was left speechless. But then she defended herself forcefully. I am currently Jenna, the underground songstress. I am still in character and haven't broken free from it. Observing Lumian's skeptical expression, Jenna became enraged with embarrassment. Damn it. Don't you understand? This is called method acting. Yes. Franca chimed in, trying her best to change the subject. Tree de el ancient cage pigeons has a dedicated audience and talented actors. Even if the theater manager and a few leads leave, it won't shut down. At most, they might embezzle funds. It'll be a bit challenging for them. I believe there will be plenty of people willing to take over such valuable assets. Oh, by the way, who owns tree de el ancient cage pigeons? Jenna recollected and replied, Mate Mayor himself. Ah, I see. Lumian glanced at Franca. If Mate Mayor truly intends to escape, we could acquire tree de el ancient cage pigeons at a low price. There are numerous dancers and singers under Brigneus control who don't want to sell themselves. We can give them an opportunity to earn a living at the theater. They will face fierce competition. Franca contemplated. If we succeed, it could indeed be a viable path. The challenge lies in convincing Brigneus. Haha. We can spin him a tale and sell him a promise. Let him know that no matter how much he squeezes a singer who moonlights as a street girl, he can only make a pittance. On the other hand, a renowned theater actress under the influence of our Savoy mob will bring far greater returns. Charlie's gaze shifted between Lumian and Franca before settling on Jenna, who sat in an armchair. After discussing with Lumian, Franca assured Jenna, Don't worry, your tuition fees won't be in vain. Jenna, who had been listening intently to their conversation, let out a sigh of relief and muttered, The tuition fees for Th3.L ancient cage pigeons aren't cheap at all. Franca redirected the conversation back to its original course. What's your impression of the people from Th3.L ancient cage pigeons? Who do you find suspicious? Jenna contemplated for a moment before responding. Mate Mayer enjoys watching our acting classes. His gaze can be a bit lecherous. But he has never harassed anyone. That's something many men do. Isn't it? Yes. Some apprentices might have a private relationship with him. After all, he's the theater's owner and manager. Rentis possesses remarkable acting skills. He is the most professional and exceptional among all the acting instructors. The characters he portrays in plays seem to come alive, each one distinct from the others. At this point, Jenna's tone revealed a touch of envy, as if she desired to possess the abilities of an actor. However, thoughts of Hetsy's perversity and Susanna Matthijs's current predicament filled her with fear, preventing her from indulging in such fantasies. I haven't really interacted with the Ive you mentioned. Perhaps he only appears in certain genres. I'm not well acquainted with Charlotte. By the time I joined Th3.L ancient cage pigeons, she had already taken on lead roles. But she was my role model. Her acting skills are slightly inferior to Rentas. I'm uncertain if she's an actor. Damn it. It's hard to say. Jenna struggled to restrain herself for a long while before finally cursing. The other acting instructors are probably not actors. Their acting abilities pale in comparison to Rentas. They often praise me for my talent in acting. While I may not match Rentas or the previous female leads of Th3.L ancient cage pigeons, I can hold my own against Charlotte when she was still an apprentice. Jenna suddenly fell silent. What's the matter? Franca inquired. Concerned, Charlie's gaze shifted from Franca and Jenna to Seal, who sat beside him. Jenna furrowed her brow and said, Tomorrow, the official Beyonders will conduct a thorough investigation of Th3.L ancient cage pigeons. What should I do? She was a wild Beyonder. An assassin. Abandon Th3.L ancient cage pigeons and find another theater, Lumian suggested. Money was the least of her concerns. Jenna pressed her lips together, her expression filled with dejection. But I used my true identity at Th3.L ancient cage pigeons. What about my mother and brother? Chapter 216 Acting Guidance. 216 Acting Guidance. Lumian wasn't sure if Jenna's bounty would have consequences for her family, so he turned to Franca, hoping she could use her connections to persuade the official Beyonders to overlook a mere apprentice actress. Franca didn't hide her dilemma. Helping to hide something was not an issue for someone like Zbigniew, but if they expected him to meticulously cover for someone during the operation, two conditions had to be met. First, he had to be involved in the operation and responsible for investigating the apprentice actresses. Second, he needed some information about Jenna to determine whom he should assist. Franca didn't believe that Ibn-7 happened to be in the market district by chance. At best, he could pass on information. The chances of him being directly in charge of the operations were highly unlikely. I can try, but I can't make any promises, Franca replied, looking at Jenna with concern, trying to offer some comfort without making any definite commitments. Jenna acknowledged her words briefly, feeling a bit relieved, but she still struggled to come up with another solution. Lumian pondered for a moment and said teasingly, You're just an apprentice actress. Why are you so anxious? Even if the official Beyonders investigate everyone in Th3.L ancient cage pigeons, they won't waste much effort on you. Think about it. You've only been in the market district for a short time, and you haven't even become an apprentice actress yet. You don't even have a chance to play a minor supporting role. How could you be a female member of the Bliss Society? That's right, Franca interjected. You spend most of your time singing in bars and dance halls rather than interacting with the cult of Th3.L ancient cage pigeons. You're in the least suspicious group. If you tell the investigators the truth, you might not have to undergo any further tests of your Beyonder powers, Lumian added with a smile. And even if they do test you, it will mainly be to determine if you believe in the mother tree of desire, or if you're a Scrooge or a sex addict, and you definitely don't fall into any of those categories. This is a blind spot for the official Beyonders during their investigations, and you can take advantage of it. Didn't you mention your excellent acting skills? Now is the time to showcase them. Yes, when the sun rises. Go to Gleis St. Robert and pray. Get an accessory that reveals your identity as a believer of the eternal blazing sun, and wear it. When you enter Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons, whether or not the official bounders arrive, praise the sun frequently. Evil God believers rarely engage in such actions. It will effectively set you apart from them. If the official bounders notice these details, there's a good chance they'll consider you trustworthy. Jenna's eyes sparkled as she listened. That's right. A devout apprentice actress who believes in the eternal blazing sun and has only recently joined Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons won't switch to an evil god so easily. They only need to conduct a simple investigation. As long as I lead them to search for beyonder powers in connection with the believers of the evil god, they probably won't suspect that I became a beyonder due to other encounters. The more Jenna spoke, the more her excitement grew. She placed the stack of clothes on her lap and stood up. She paced back and forth, making gestures as if she were embodying a devoted apprentice actress who believed in the eternal blazing sun. Madam, it appears you're not a true follower of the eternal blazing sun. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to rehearse beforehand. Lumian clicked his tongue and criticized. Charlie, who had been listening, was taken aback. Is Little Minx Jenna also someone with magical powers? Jenna's performance, even in the presence of imaginary official beyonders, gradually bolstered her confidence. Franca observed quietly, her eyes flickering, her mind filled with trivial thoughts. If Jenna and I possessed the powers of an actor, we would make perfect cosplayers, capable of becoming anything we desired. Tisk tisk, she thought to herself. After some time, Jenna regained her composure and looked at Charlie warily. I've heard that you enjoy giving speeches in bars and twisting other people's secrets into stories. If you dare to FC King reveal my beyonder powers, he'll hand you over to a homosexual sex addict. Ha ha. Just imagine the suffering you'll endure. Charlie couldn't help but pause for a moment. He shuddered and raised his right hand. Praise the sun. I swear in God's name that I won't divulge your secret. I just mentioned that you and Seal became lovers. Charlie suddenly stopped, sensing the strange atmosphere in the living room once again. Lumian shrugged at Franca, signaling that it was merely a rumor. Will you also spread the rumor that Franca joined Seal and me to form a stable love triangle? No. Charlie quickly shook his head. At the same time, he found the idea rather intriguing. It hadn't occurred to him before. Jenna settled back into the armchair and continued to recount her knowledge of Th3 de L ancient cage pigeons. Lumian and Franca listened attentively, occasionally posing questions to guard against potential threats. In underground Trier, a figure with a lantern in hand moved cautiously along a familiar path, searching for something. This person, of average height, wore a black tailcoat, a matching bow tie, and a half-top hat. His face had a square shape, with short and thick eyebrows. The lines on his face were etched deep, and he sported a well-groomed brownish-yellow beard, carefully waxed at the tips. The lantern's flickering light cast eerie shadows on his countenance, lending him an air of profound melancholy. After walking for some time, the man halted, his gaze directed towards a section of the tunnel that had suffered a slight caving. His dark brown eyes narrowed, focusing intently for a moment, before he suddenly dropped to all fours, his nose twitching. The scent of gunpowder and blood. The man rose solemnly to his feet and approached the collapsed area. Through the layers of debris, he seemed to discern the glimpse of an incomplete corpse. The atmosphere on Rue des Blouses Blanches was much quieter at night compared to Rue Anarchy, except for the occasional clamor caused by passing carriages and the inebriated stumbling their way home. The night seemed to have fallen into a stillness. From time to time, a distant gunshot would break the silence, its echo piercing through the night only to be swallowed by the darkness and moonlight. Lumian and his companions engaged in intermittent conversation, their nerves on edge, apprehensive that shadows might suddenly emerge from the darkness beyond the window. Time dragged on slowly. For Charlie, it felt like awaiting a verdict. He was restless, anxious, yet filled with a glimmer of hope. Finally, the distant skyline began to be tinged with a golden red hue. Before long, the entire night was bathed in the crimson light. We should be safe now, Franca declared, sitting upright in her recliner. Lumian glanced at Charlie and noticed that his luck was no longer drenched in bloodred. It had returned to its normal state, and there were even hints of prosperity. The immediate crisis has been averted. But if Susanna Mattes manages to escape, will Charlie obtain a position with the authorities? Lumian pondered over it and nodded. For the time being, all I can say is that we should be fine. Through this encounter, he confirmed one thing: even without the luck transference spell, human luck could change. He felt that the future was shaped by multiple factors. Different choices could lead to diverse outcomes. If Lumian had followed Troll and provided protection instead of forewarning him of the impending disaster, perhaps he wouldn't have suffered injuries. However, that didn't guarantee a turn for the better. Lumian's protection might have implicated Troll, leading him to be dragged to the river's depths by another water ghost, losing his life. Does inevitability imply that regardless of the choices one makes, a predetermined fate will inevitably manifest? Lumian turned his gaze towards Jenna, the underground songstress and apprentice actress. Jenna possessed average luck, neither filled with fortuitous encounters nor beset by grave dangers. In high spirits, Jenna furrowed her brow and asked, "Why are you staring at me?" After a night of acclimatizing, she refrained from uttering vulgarities and put more thought into her words. Lumian pointed to his eye sockets. "Are you planning to go to Th3 de El Ancient Cage Pigeons looking like that?" "Oh, right, I haven't taken off my makeup," Jenna exclaimed, getting up and rushing into the washroom with a stack of clothes. Franca stood up and stretched, paying no mind to her appearance. She glanced at the washroom and whispered to Lumian, "Will the act be convincing?" "Yes," Lumian replied with confidence. Previously, he hadn't been entirely sure, but after observing Jenna's current state of luck, he was more certain. Franca chose to place her trust in Lumian. He'll keep a close watch on her as well. She clicked her tongue and let out a sigh. "You seem rather skilled at deceiving the official beyonders, just as I expected from A." She mouthed the final words silently. "Wanted criminal. Not just deceiving the official bounders," Lumian whispered to himself, pointing at Charlie. "He'll take him back to Auberge du Coq d'Or to rest. Just in case the official beyonders can't locate him, he'll leave Jenna in your care. You make it sound like she's truly your lover, asking me to look after her," Franca retorted with a sour tone. By the time Jenna finished removing her makeup and changing her clothes, Lumian and Charlie had already departed. Franca had also informed Lia7 about the altar, the actors, and the other information she had gathered. At that moment, Jenna's face was no longer adorned with smoky eyes, pronounced blush, and fiery lips. She appeared clean-faced, albeit a bit fatigued. As Jenna braided her brownish-yellow hair, she glanced at the door and grinned at Franca. "When did you become involved with Seal? Aren't you afraid the boss will find out? It'll be far too sinful. I can't bring myself to do it." Why Jenna couldn't comprehend. To her understanding, Franca's moral boundaries weren't that strict. Seal was only a few months away from adulthood. Franca pondered her words and responded, "After getting to know him better, I discovered that he's the younger brother of one of my relatives." "So you're related by blood?" Jenna nodded in understanding. However, her attention quickly shifted. After securing her braids, she pointed towards the door. "I'm going to Gleis St. Robert to offer my prayers. I'll follow you discreetly to ensure nothing untoward happens." Franca retrieved some fluorescent powder and, with an incantation, blended it in to conceal herself. "When will I become a witch?" Jenna averted her gaze enviously, opened the door, and stepped outside. Chapter 217 Notarization. 217 Notarization. Gleis St. Robert stood proudly near the Suvet steam locomotive station, serving as the Bishop Cathedral of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church in La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman. Its distinctive onion-shaped dome was painted in shimmering gold, representing the radiant sun. Below it stood a white building with gilded edges and a monumental sun-sacred emblem. Adjacent to the cathedral was a bell tower, crowned by a roof fashioned from a gleaming golden sphere. Observing Jenna entering the cathedral amidst the morning prayer congregation, Franca opted to wait in close proximity, uncertain whether the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral possessed any peculiar enchantments that could render her invisibility ineffective. She remained cautious, unwilling to take any unnecessary risks. Gly St. Robert, much like other cathedrals belonging to the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, boasted a resplendent golden base and was adorned with gilded accents throughout. The ornate structure, adorned with vibrant stained glass windows and a vast mural depicting a saint in vivid hues of blue, green, and red, exuded an atmosphere of profound sanctity and grandeur. Every worshipper who entered its hallowed halls couldn't help but bow their heads in reverence. Enveloped by the sacred ambience, Jenna made her way to the front of the altar and settled into the second row of seats. Closing her eyes, she inclined her head forward and crossed her arms, placing them reverently upon her chest. Having been baptized and frequented the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral since her youth, Jenna was intimately familiar with this customary ritual. Even though she could hardly be considered devout, she swiftly cleared her mind of any distracting thoughts, focusing her entire being on the act of prayer. Time seemed to stand still as the bishop delivered his sermon. After nearly 15 minutes, Jenna opened her eyes and quietly rose to her feet. She proceeded towards a long table positioned along the side of the main hall. This table spanned an impressive length of 20 to 30 meters, adorned with slender white candles flickering within golden lamps. Devotees seeking to express their gratitude or admiration for a saint or angel could purchase a candle from the clergyman stationed beside the table, lighting it and placing it within an unoccupied lamp. Jenna fixed her gaze upon the softly swaying flames for a few fleeting moments before redirecting her attention towards the clergyman dressed in a white robe interwoven with threads of gold. Her eyes caught sight of a man engaging in the purchase of candles. He appeared to be in his late 20s, his blonde hair immaculately styled and subtly enhanced with cosmetics. His eyes resembled the vivid azure of a tranquil lake, albeit relatively small in size. Adorned in a white shirt, a yellow vest, and a slim blue tweed coat adorned with 2 golden buttons, he bore a resemblance to the slightly distinguished gentleman of Trier, with discernible traces of makeup enhancing his features. As the man approached an unoccupied lamp with his acquired candle, Jenna moved closer to the clergyman in the resplendent white robe interwoven with golden threads. Extending her arms in a welcoming gesture, "Praise the sun," the clergyman warmly replied, his smile radiating genuine warmth. Jenna hesitated briefly for a couple of seconds before uttering, "I seek a blessed necklace." Comparing it to the purchase of candles, this act was more devout. But, naturally, it came with a higher price tag. "Sister, how about this one?" He produced a necklace adorned with a gold sunbird pendant from among the unsold white candles. 2 roseate rubies were nestled within the eyes of the sunbird. In the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, just as brother was used to address men of the faith, female believers were affectionately called sisters. Some nuns even formed an alliance known as the Nine Sisters Association, working hand in hand with the Brotherhood Minor. Jenna couldn't help but sense that this particular necklace must be quite expensive. Ash could almost hear her wallet crying in protest. After careful consideration, she ultimately settled on a relatively simple amulet featuring a small sun sacred emblem. It set her back 30 viral door, causing her to wince at the cost. As an underground singer in the Market District, Jenna earned a decent income, especially since her recent rise in popularity. However, it had only been a month since she began gaining recognition. Previously, her earnings were barely sufficient to cover rent, food, performance attire, makeup supplies, and the like, without having to rely on her family for financial support. Despite now earning nearly 300 viral door a month through part-time work, her financial situation still left her feeling uneasy. She had to save for next year's tuition, ensure her mother wouldn't worry, and even contribute to the family's debts. With the newly acquired amulet adorning her neck, Jenna took a deep breath and departed from Gly St. Robert, making her way to Th Street to L Ancient Cage Pigeons before 9 a.m. The classroom for apprentice actresses was located on the 2nd floor, and Jenna passed by the manager's office on her way. The door remained tightly shut, indicating that Mate Mayer hadn't arrived at the theater yet. Could he have really fled? Jenna averted her gaze and continued forward. Shortly thereafter, she walked past the locked door of the exclusive break room belonging to the popular leading actress, Charlotte Calvino. The door was locked as well. Jenna exhaled quietly, straightened her posture, and turned into the classroom. She was late. Gaspar, the instructor for today's first acting class, had already arrived and was busy addressing a private question from one of the apprentices. Gaspar, despite being a middle-aged man of dignified demeanor, had the ability to portray a charming playboy on stage. Deep within underground Trier, nestled within a hollow strewn with remnants of tree branches and vines, the very center had collapsed, leaving the soil in a state of disarray. Faint marks, as if from hurried footsteps, led towards an unknown destination. Angami de Franois followed the path indicated by the cardinals and found himself standing at the precipice, his eyes fixed on the bewildering sight before him. Those filthy rodents had relocated once more. In response to the signal from the cardinals, Angami unsheathed a golden longsword that appeared to be forged from condensed light from a grayish-white mechanical doll. With a swift motion, the sword plunged into the ground, causing the bluish green and withered branches and vines to erupt into flames. Yet, no trace of black smoke ascended. As the fiery shroud dissipated, the true nature of the ground, walls, and ceiling came into view for Angami and his companions. A multitude of serpents, slimy and cold, writhed and entwined, engaging in frenzied mating rituals. Countless gray rats tore at each other relentlessly, refusing to retreat until death claimed them. Diverse insects devoured leaves and soil with such voracity that they burst open from overindulgence. As the realization dawned upon Franca that the plainclothes police had covertly sealed off Th3 de l'ancien cage pigeons, she swiftly withdrew from the brick-red three-story edifice and sought refuge in a nearby side alley. From her concealed vantage point, she observed the situation unfolding on the second floor. As the first acting lesson neared its end, Jenna couldn't help but notice the conspicuous absence of Mape Mayer, who typically lingered by the classroom door. Just then, a group of black-uniformed police officers entered, clutching lists in their hands. The leader called for a momentary pause in the lecture and addressed the assembled individuals. Mape Mayer has been confirmed as a heinous heretic. We must ascertain your faith. Gasps and exclamations erupted, momentarily plunging the scene into disarray. Silence, bellowed the leading officer. I shall read out your names, and you will sign this pledge as a witness before God. No one shall deceive. Ascertaining of faith, Jenna's racing heart found a measure of solace. One by one, the teachers and apprentice actresses stepped forward, receiving a pledge form from one of the police officers. They diligently completed their declarations of faith, appending their signatures to solidify their commitment. Before long, Jenna heard her own name being called. Celia Bello. She approached with composure, collecting a pledge form and a scarlet fountain pen. The contents of the pledge were as follows. I solemnly swear that my faith in the remains unyielding to this day. Affirmer. Notary. Jenna filled in the first two blanks with Eternal Blazing Sun and Celia Bello respectively before returning the completed pledge and the fountain pen to the police. Once all the actors and apprentices had signed the pledge, they were instructed to remain confined within the classroom, rehearsal room, and other designated areas until further notice. Unable to venture beyond those confines, within the manager's office that had previously been occupied by Mape Mayer, a gathering took place to collect the signed pledges. Several devout members of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, known as Beyonders, took turns wielding a fountain pen crafted from pure gold. With deliberate strokes, they inscribed the initials D.E. in the designated notary space. The ink they used appeared to be a vivid shade of crimson, reminiscent of fresh blood. Upon the completion of each pledge, a shimmering golden aura would briefly envelop the document before dissipating back to its original state. Every so often, a pledge would emit an ominous, blood-red glow, accompanied by piercing screams emanating from the same floor. Even those actors and apprentices who employed aliases, long-established pseudonyms recognized by those in their midst, possessed mystical connections that were intricately intertwined. Charlie lay restless in bed, his weariness unable to lull him into sleep. All of a sudden, a knock echoed through the room. Who's there? Charlie called out, startled, as he sat up in bed, resembling a startled bird. Angami de Franois, The voice from beyond the door was deep, yet carried a compelling warmth. Charlie's mind immediately conjured the image of the masseur who had interrogated him about Madame Alice's demise. Hastily, he rose from his bed and swung the door open. Standing before him were Angelmy, with his blonde hair, golden brows, and beard, and Imre, whose brown skin and full lips bore the traces of southern continent heritage. "What brings you here, Monsieur Francois?" Charlie inquired cautiously. Simultaneously, a thought flashed across his mind. Could these be the official Beyonders whom Seal and Red Boots mentioned? Angelmy did not immediately respond. He stepped into Charlie's room, gesturing for Imre to shut the wooden door behind them. Casting a sweeping glance around, he finally spoke. "I bring bad news. Susanna Matthijs is not entirely deceased. She may appear before you at any time in the future." Charlie couldn't conceal his disappointment, pain, confusion, and fear. "What should I do?" Angelmy nodded gently. "But there is good news as well. We intend to offer you a clerical position within our ranks. This will provide you with enhanced protection. Your monthly salary will amount to 320 Verl d'Or, and there will be a confidentiality agreement in place as compensation. For the initial 1 or 2 months, you will need to undergo an Intision improvement course. Consider it an internship period, with a stipend of 200 Verl d'Or. Once you successfully pass the assessment, you will become a full-time employee. Are you willing? We do not wish to force this proposal upon you. 320 Verl d'Or per month and improved protection." These words echoed within Charlie's mind. He believed that no ordinary person could turn down such a remarkable opportunity. He was satisfied even with his current job as an attendant, which earned him 80 Verl d'Or monthly. Recalling the hints dropped by Lumian and Franca, Charlie responded with surprise and delight. "Absolutely no problem." By the window of room 207, Lumian positioned himself in front of a wooden table, observing Charlie as he followed the two strangers towards Avenue du Marche. He focused his attention, seeking any changes in Charlie's luck, but found none. This meant that the two individuals were not actors manipulating the situation. Lumian's gaze then shifted to the blonde man, intrigued to discover what kind of fortune the official Beyonder possessed. Suddenly, an intense wave of danger washed over him. He instinctively crouched down, reducing his profile. Angelmy turned his head, his eyes filled with confusion. As he looked at the Auberge du Coq d'Or's windows, he sensed that someone was observing him. Chapter 218 Promise. 218 Promise. After Charlie and the two official Beyonders departed Rue Anarchy, Lumian settled back down at the wooden table, berating himself internally. How could I forget I mustn't gaze upon what I ought not to? The same applied to observing luck. Previously, he believed that scrutinizing one's luck was a subtle affair, unlikely to be detected. Neither Sequence 7 Franca nor the equivalent of a Sequence 7, Black Scorpion Roger, had noticed anything awry. However, the previous official Beyonder had displayed an unmistakable reaction. Does his sequence far exceed mine? Or does he possess special abilities? Or perhaps he wields a corresponding mystical item? Lumian struggled to determine. He had never observed Beyonders beyond Sequence 7, lacking a point of comparison. Whether it was Gardner Martin or Mr. K, he exercised caution and refrained from examining their luck in their presence. Having taken note of the lesson, Lumian, who didn't require sleep, perused the copied grimoire of Aurore. The sunlight grew more intense, transforming the window into a radiant source. Even the bustling Rue Anarchy appeared like a golden oil painting. In comparison to Backlund, the capital of the Lone Kingdom, Trier remained bathed in sunlight. Despite its pollution, the city's industrial layout was relatively sensible, confining the impacts to specific areas. Most of it lay to the south, where factories were abundant. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on room 207 once again. Yet this time, Lumian failed to discern any footsteps. Arching his right eyebrow, he stowed away the papers on the table and turned toward the door. Come in. It's unlocked. Madame Red Boots. With a creak, the door swung open, and Franca stepped inside, donning a blouse, beige trousers, and red boots. In surprise, she inquired, How did you know it was me? Why ask the same question as Jenna? Should I praise her for being a worthy student of an assassin like you? Lumian replied. Amused. Because I possess a brain. Don't make it sound like I lack one. Franca responded calmly, settling herself on Lumian's bed. I can't think of anyone else capable of approaching my room without my notice and knocking on the door politely. Naturally, he had to exclude Madame Magician first. She lacked such diligence. It was impressive enough that she managed to reply in time. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lumian inquired, has Jenna's predicament been resolved? Franca clicked her tongue. You have an uncanny foresight, Brett. She assumed the role of an elder sister. If Jenna is still in danger, how could you? Hidden blade. Find the composure to seek me out. Franca laughed dryly. I was referring to your astute guess that the authorized Beyonders would primarily investigate whether Jenna and the others are followers of evil gods. After all, I'm closer to an evil god than any evil god believer here. Lumian raised his right hand and gently patted his left chest. With a smile, he responded, such insights stem from the ample experiences of a wanted criminal. You seem quite proud. Franca teased. Curious. Lumian inquired. How did the authorized Beyonders conduct their investigations? The more he learned, the more confident he would become in evading similar inquiries in the future. Franca responded with an air of indifference. Based on Jenna's account, I reckon they utilized the powers of a notary. Each person had to sign a pledge of their faith. A pledge witnessed by a notary. Ha ha. Those who lied were engulfed in burning golden flames. They bled profusely and were dragged away. Aware that Lumian was still delving into the realm of mysticism, Franca proceeded to provide a detailed explanation. Notary-related abilities are quite common in Trier. They can be found in various places, disguised under different guises. Notaries have the ability to create contracts with mystical effects. Once the parties affix their signatures to a similar contract in the presence of a notary, they are bound by it unless they are demigods. Even at the demigod level, breaking the contract requires a substantial price. For transactions involving millions, or even tens of millions, of Verldor, both parties are willing to pay a hefty sum and receive notarization in front of the God of Deeds' sacred emblem at a cathedral. The pledge is a special contract. The eternal blazing sun is also known as the God of Deeds and the guardian of businesses. It aligns with Auror's grimoires. Lumian inquired, has Jenna returned home? Franca nodded subtly. She needed to catch up on sleep. Franca scrutinized Lumian. You seem lively. I can't tell that you haven't slept all night. I'm accustomed to it. Lumian couldn't reveal that his condition would automatically restore itself at 6 in the morning. You also appear quite energetic. Franca smirked and replied, I'm accustomed to it as well. For people like us, the night is the beginning of revelry. If Auror had made that statement, words like inspiration, drafts, and tranquility of the night would have crossed Lumian's mind. However, when Franca said it, he could only associate it with orgies, large beds, and romping, unaware of his critical thoughts. Franca continued, apprentice training at Th3 Ancient Cage Pigeons will be suspended for 3 days. The theater will be temporarily occupied by the police headquarters. The daily performances will carry on as usual to avoid impacting the National Convention elections. However, the repertoire will be adjusted. Some plays have lost their female leads. Charlotte and Mayor are gone, Lumian asked. Though he had suspected that Susanna Matthijs hadn't been completely purified when Charlie left with the official Beyonders, he still felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing Franca's account. Franca nodded. Apart from them, 2 others are missing, the real Ive and Lolt. Among the remaining actors and apprentices, a total of 7 have converted to the Mother Tree of Desire. They were exposed, but it seems none of them received any boons. So, those who received boons have fled, while the mere believers have been abandoned. Lumian scoffed inwardly as he relayed Charlie's departure with the suspected official Beyonders to Franca. Franca let out a soft sigh. This is the best outcome for him. We can't protect him every single day. Though the official Beyonders can't either. They can arrange for Charlie to stay in a relatively safe place until Susanna Matthijs' matter is truly resolved. In comparison, you're in more danger. Didn't you mention that Susanna Matais holds a grudge against you evil spirits can be quite fixated. That will give me a good chance to test Mr. K.'s finger, Lumian silently muttered, indicating that he would be cautious. Something crossed his mind, and he inquired, "Do you know why our Savoy mob supports Hugues Artois?" Franca smiled. "If I had that figured out, I wouldn't be part of the Savoy mob anymore." Is that her primary reason for joining the Savoy mob?" Lumian pondered. Franca stretched, stood up, and addressed him. "We truly have a chance to acquire Th3 ancient cage pigeons at a low price, but we might have to face the enmity of those Scrooges. However, you have nothing to fear." "Yes. You'll go to Rue des Fontaines to discuss with Gardner and resolve my problem while there." "What problem?" Lumian was puzzled. Franca responded with a smile. "Even though the desires Rentas evoked were suppressed by the mysticism smelling salts, my body still feels a bit restless. When I recall that sensation, I feel somewhat empty, longing for fulfillment and release. Since you can't help me, I have no choice but to find my true lover." "Why aren't you affected at all?" "There were indeed residual effects, but I was fine after 6 in the morning." Lumian pursed his lips and replied, "My willpower is stronger than yours." Franca sneered, walked towards the door, and exited room 207. Lumian watched her leave, deep in thought. Has Franca become the boss mistress? Or has the boss become Franca's lover? Is Franca responsible for satisfying the boss? Or is the boss responsible for satisfying Franca? Just before noon, Charlie returned to Auberge du Coq d'Or. He packed his meager belongings into his suitcase and descended the stairs with it. Spotting Lumian on the second floor, he glanced around and lowered his voice. "I have a new job and need to move elsewhere. After some time, I should be able to return to the basement bar for a drink." Lumian smirked once again. "Sounds good. If Susanna Matais' issue could truly be resolved, Charlie's fate would change." Charlie also seemed pleased. He pondered for a moment and stated, "There are many things I can't tell you, but when the time comes, I'll try to drop hints for you." In the Inquisition beneath Gully St. Robert, he had come across Seal's wanted poster and recognized his friend. Yet he didn't inform Deacon Francois. What does that mean? Why does Charlie suddenly feel he can be useful? Does his new job have a close connection to the official Beyonders, allowing him to gather valuable information? Lumian swiftly formed a hypothesis. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, "First, focus on staying alive before contemplating anything else. I might leave the market district in a few weeks." The implication of his words was, do your job well and don't even think about leaking information. Don't attempt it unless your life is truly at stake. Whether Charlie understood or not, Lumian wasn't entirely certain. After all, this guy wasn't very smart. After spending the afternoon at Salle de Bal Brise, Lumian changed into a grayish-blue worker's uniform and donned a dark blue cap. He hailed a public carriage to take him to Rue des Paves and Quartier du Jardin Botanique. As per his arrangement with Louis Lund, Lumian anticipated a response from Madame Pualis regarding their meeting before the night fell. Upon reaching the lobby of apartment 9, Lumian opened the letterbox in room 302, only to find a collection of flyers inside. The letter hasn't arrived. Lumian suppressed his anxiety and decided to wait across from apartment 9. Just as he exited the lobby and descended the stairs to the roadside, he noticed a brown four-wheeled carriage approaching from a distance. It came to a halt right in front of him. The carriage driver had jet black hair and piercing blue eyes. He sported dark red attire, yellow trousers, a polished hat, and a white cravat. It was Louis Lund. In the next instant, the carriage door swung open noiselessly, revealing the figure of a woman seated within. Chapter 219 Probing. 219 Probing. Lumian's eyes locked with Louis Lund, who occupied the driver's seat of the carriage, and received a confirmation nod. Drawing a deep breath, Lumian strode toward the four-wheeled carriage, crouched down, and entered it. He grasped the gravity of the situation. Madame Pualis, cautious and aware, refrained from responding through letters. Instead, she concealed herself near 9 Rue des Paves, anticipating Lumian's arrival for the reply. This strategy effectively minimized the risk of being trailed and cornered. In the blink of an eye, Lumian's attention was seized by a familiar figure, adorned in a meticulously tailored black corset dress and a slightly mischievous lady's round hat. She exuded an elusive allure. Her untamed brows, lively brown eyes, and moist lips radiated a sense of allure. A cascade of brown hair, half up and half down, graced her shoulders. Although informal, her elegance, immaculateness, and enchantment remained undeniable. She was none other than Pualis de Roquefort, the wife of Cordus administrator. Long time no see. Madame Pualis greeted him with a smile, yet her eyes emitted a frigid glare, sending shivers down one's spine. Simultaneously, Lumian observed a shift in his surroundings. The carriage vanished, leaving him stranded in a desolate wilderness. There was nothing before him, and Madame Pualis had vanished into thin air. Just as Lumian marveled at this bewildering turn of events, a colossal, irregular shadow emerged on the ground. Instinctively, he raised his gaze, met by a reflection of brown feathers. Each plume rivaled the size of his head, assembling into a pair of wings that seemed to obscure the heavens. These wings belonged to Madame Pualis herself, who grew in stature. Hovering in midair, her feet transformed into avian talons, glistening with a chilling gleam. A majestic, ethereal voice resounded. "You should have been buried with Cordu." Lumian's heart constricted. Gripping his revolver, he swiftly pivoted and sprinted toward the edge of the wilderness. If the visions within this dream held even an ounce of truth, he could escape Paramita once he reached its limits. Lumian maneuvered in a curved path, firing rounds into the air. This constituted his sole means of long-range assault. Despite her immense size, Madame Pualis displayed remarkable dexterity. The gust generated by her flapping wings disrupted the bullet's trajectory, enabling her to deftly reposition herself. An ear-splitting screech emanated from her throat. Ahead of Lumian, the earth beneath the wilderness upheaved, soil cascading away, unveiling yet another monstrous entity. A repugnant odor filled the air as the python's entire body writhed with yellow pus and deformed worms. Bloodshot eyes glared condescendingly at Lumian. Translucent silkworms squirmed in and out of its hollowed eye sockets. The serpent's gaze landed condescendingly on Lumian before it lunged over, its maw open wide, its yellowed fangs aimed at the living prey. Lumian's head spun from the putrid stench that permeated the air. With haste, he withdrew a sheet of drawing paper from his shirt and unfolded it. A vibrant, golden sun adorned its surface. Instantly, the surroundings grew warmer, and the sky, once obscured by Madame Pualis, brightened. The long-deceased python averted its gaze from Lumian, seemingly unwilling to face the sun's brilliance. Yet, its attacks merely slowed rather than ceased. Seizing the opportunity, Lumian pivoted, clutching the drawing, and darted off in another direction. Hovering midair, Madame Pualis parted her lips, uttering a sinister phrase unintelligible to Lumian. An immediate weakness washed over Lumian, diminishing his running speed, as if a grave illness had befallen him, leaving him yet to convalesce. Right on the heels of that, Madame Pualis raised her head, emitting a sharp, pained howl. At that moment, Lumian perceived an ethereal shattering sound. It reverberated within his soul and body, casting a veil of darkness over his vision, propelling him toward the threshold of death. Had it not been for Hunter, Provoker, Dancer, and alms monk fortifying his constitution from various angles, Lumian might have succumbed to his enfeebled state. Clutching onto his last vestiges of reason, Lumian endured the agonizing pain, mustering his dwindling strength to reach into his pocket and brush Mr. K's finger. In an instant, he felt the refreshing touch of raindrops nourishing his body and soul. His injury swiftly mended at a visible pace, while the surrounding wilderness gradually dissolved into illusion until it vanished entirely. Lumian caught sight of Madame Pualis seated opposite him in the carriage. The chill had evaporated from her gaze, replaced by a sneering mockery. "With your feeble strength, you aspire to seek revenge against Guillaume Binet. When I departed Cordu village, he gained a new boon after driving away us believers in the Great Mother. He now stands on par with a Sequence 5 Fate Appropriator. In the future, he may even procure the corresponding potion for consumption." Was her earlier attack merely a test of my capabilities? Lumian harbored no surprise at the Padre's Sequence 5 status. After all, his contracted abilities far surpassed those of a contractee, yet he clearly lacked godhood. That left only two possibilities: Sequence 6 or Sequence 5. Considering Guillaume Binet's performance in the dream and his clash against Ryan, Lee, and Valentine, Lumian had long suspected him to be a Sequence 5 fate appropriator. Now, Madame Pualis had confirmed his suspicions. What astonished him was that recipients could consume potions to acquire additional abilities. However, they must choose the appropriate potion or a suitable alternative. Lumian pondered for a moment, concluding that such occurrences were to be expected. Beyonders themselves could receive boons, it was just that the process carried various complications. Lumian met Madame Pualis' gaze and responded calmly. I still have time to grow, and there's a chance for me to become stronger. However, Guillaume Binet has little hope of attaining godhood. He doesn't believe in the three entities that the Great Mother is a part of. I'll catch up to him as soon as I can. Unspoken by Lumian were his hopes of acquiring more formidable allies. Being an evil god's blessed and having offended a follower of the Great Mother, Guillaume Binet couldn't find many companions. They were likely wild Beyonders and recipients who also believed in inevitability. Madame Pualis chuckled. Confidence is a good trait. I admire young people like you who are full of confidence. Would you like to join me and worship the Great Mother? By doing so, you can gain additional assistance. Apart from the power of the potion, you can also receive boons. I'd rather not become pregnant and have children. Lumian declined Madame Pualis' kind offer in a tactful manner. Madame Pualis smiled and replied, It seems you haven't yet experienced the holiness, preciousness, and joy of life and the wonders of new beginnings. It's something I only came to fully comprehend after giving birth. But there's no need for you to refuse now. When you come to understand the greatness of the Mother, you can approach me any time. Lumian didn't wish to dwell on matters concerning the Great Mother, so he changed the subject. I thought you got others to have children. I didn't expect you to have one yourself. Madame Pualis' face glowed with a maternal radiance. After becoming a banshee, I had to bear a child myself in order to draw closer to the Great Mother. It's hard to believe that you were once a man. Lumian almost hesitated to meet Madame Pualis' gaze. He swiftly redirected the conversation with a casual question. Did your child perish in the castle? Yes. Madame Pualis sighed. His father killed him with his own hands. Regrettably, he was unaware that the child was his. Who? Lumian blurted out. Guillaume Binet. Didn't you witness our affair? He didn't notice. But I knew you were hiding behind the altar. I even considered inviting you to join us. I assumed your affair was merely symbolic. Some of it was real. Lumian was taken aback as several images flickered in his mind. Madame Pualis and the Padre entangled in their nakedness. Madame Pualis praising the Padre's audacity, forthrightness, and masculinity. The Padre having Saint Sith put up with the transgression. Noticing Lumian's change in expression, Madame Pualis smiled and continued. After arriving in Cordu and familiarizing myself with the surroundings, the first thing I did was seduce Guillaume Binet. He held true authority as a clergyman and was the only means for Cordu to connect with the eternal blazing sun church. If I could bring him down and make him a believer of the Great Mother, combined with Bast's identity, I could have truly established Cordu as my territory without arousing suspicion from the outside world. Coincidentally, I also needed a child, so I decided to put him to the test. Within a week, I secured his bloodline as a contingency plan. However, around July or August of last year, his attitude suddenly changed, and he lost interest in the Great Mother. Unfortunately, I didn't even have the opportunity to let him bear a child for me to experience the wonders of life. Last July or August, Lumian repeated. Every year, shepherds return to the mountains during May and June. Yes, I remember it vividly. Madame Pualis chuckled. Later, that fool Louis Lund even attempted to seek his assistance. Lumian furrowed his brow and asked, why did the Padre's attitude change all of a sudden? I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that during that time, some villagers were spreading distorted ideas about horoscopes, and they were reported to Guillaume Binet. After interrogating those individuals, Guillaume Binet's demeanor gradually shifted. Madame Puella's eyes seemed to reflect the sunlight dancing on a lake's surface. Who were they? Lumian pressed. Madame Puella's smiled in response. Nasli and the other people you were familiar with. Lumian fell silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Where were you? And what were you doing when the Padre and the others attacked the castle? Puella's let out a brisk laugh. So, you finally ask. You should have already guessed the answer. Right. She gazed at Lumian with a pained and twisted smile. Aurora attacked me. Chapter 220 Nightmare. 220 Nightmare. Aurora attacked me. The words echoed in Lumian's ears, crashing through his mind like a burst dam. A surge of memories flooded in, washing away the hidden horrors buried beneath the surface. They were ghastly, painful, and pierced his very bones. One by one, scenes played out before Lumian's eyes. Guillaume Binet, the Padre, encircled by a horde of undead figures in the wilderness. Madame Puella's soaring through the air with her wings spread wide. And there, in her eyes, Lumian caught a glimpse of a familiar blonde figure. Lumian's gaze shifted to the castle's third-floor walls, covered in translucent faces of bluish-white hue. He witnessed Louis Lund giving birth, Sybil Berry being reborn within the body of a lady's maid, Guillaume Binet, Pierre Berry, Hans Binet, and a group of believers of inevitability engaged in a fierce battle against the midwife, Administrator Bost, and their companions. All of this unfolded within Lumian's own visions, emanating from a small bubble floating in the air. White paper. White paper. Lumian's face contorted in agony as he staggered backward. Bluish-purple veins, densely packed, protruded from his body, each representing a blood vessel. Meanwhile, the words of psychiatrist Susie flashed through his mind. Always remind yourself not to overreact. Whenever you feel a similar surge of emotions, take deep breaths and find your calm. Lumian gasped heavily, feeling as though the world around him had turned into a vacuum. In an act of sympathy, Madame Puella's spoke. You have indeed forgotten many things. No, you've buried them deep in your heart, afraid to confront them. I, too, suffered. It was not pleasant for me. After becoming a banshee, it was the first time I encountered a woman who truly touched my heart. She possessed charm, kindness, gentleness, and a vibrant spirit. I never imagined that she, as a follower of the evil god, would turn against me. Even then, she was already a fate appropriator, favored by inevitability more than Guillaume Binet. Lumian couldn't help but bring his hands to his head, as if it might explode from the intense pressure within. Taking deep breaths, he recalled Aurora, who brushed off his concerns about the village's peculiarities. He remembered her cautioning him against laying eyes on forbidden things. He thought of Aurora, who would often sit on the roof at night, gazing at the vastness of the cosmos. The dream of the diaphanous lizard crawling out of Aurora's mouth resurfaced in his mind. He remembered how Nasli and the others, the initiators of the horoscope heresy, had close ties to Aurora. Amidst these recollections, Lumian also recalled his failure to avenge Riamund and Ava's deaths. Discovering himself captured by Pons Binet instead, he endured torment before finally being set free. He recalled Aurora, who had cut the liver blue and assembled a plea for help together with him. He remembered Aurora explaining the mystical knowledge she possessed. And above all, he remembered Aurora pushing him off the altar during the ritual, her eyes flickering with a newfound liveliness. Huff huff. Lumian gasped heavily, as if still trapped in the clutches of a never-ending nightmare. A soft sigh escaped Madame Puella's lips. I should have noticed her strangeness sooner. Although we didn't often cross paths, I always sensed something peculiar about her. The way she would gaze up at the night sky, speaking cryptic words about her hometown. Later on, I wished for her to embrace the Great Mother's teachings. But alas, it was too late. Lumian's trembling lips struggled to form the question. When did she start behaving strangely? He had a vivid recollection of Aurora's habit of stargazing and reminiscing about her homeland. But there had been no signs of trouble in the early years. Granted, Lumian acknowledged that Aurora had been fixated on the cosmos more frequently over the past year. but he couldn't pinpoint the exact moment when it all began. Madame Pualis shook her head, suppressing her emotions, and spoke with a hint of amusement. That's a question you must answer for yourself. You spend every day with her, whereas I do not. Sometimes, I envy you deeply. Yet, at other times, I believe you have your own merits. Why should we be bound by the rules of a conventional society, denying ourselves the freedom and joys of life? Lumian seemed lost in his own thoughts, barely registering Madame Pualis' words. He continued to hunch over, pressing his head against the carriage floor, muttering to himself. He questioned, who led her to embrace inevitability? Perhaps only she knows the answer. Unfortunately, Madame Pualis sighed once more. Lumian fell into silence, taking deep breaths to steady himself. Once, twice, thrice time seemed to blur as he wrestled with his thoughts. Finally, he straightened his posture, lowered his hands, and turned his gaze towards Madame Pualis. Have you ever encountered an elf-like creature resembling a lizard in the village? No. Madame Pualis shook her head. The diaphanous lizard from my dream was merely a symbol. Did it represent the influence of inevitability, or did it actually exist, concealed deep within reality? Lumian pondered incessantly, as if this were the only way to prevent the razor-sharp blades from piercing his shattered heart. He posed a new question. Have you ever come across the legend of the warlock, the one about 9 bulls being the only ones capable of pulling the coffin? No. Madame Pualis replied once more, shaking her head. Lumian continued to inquire, one question after another. Eventually, he lost track of what he was asking and whether Madame Pualis had even responded. In his mind, her face became hazy, as though she were standing dozens or hundreds of meters away. At some undetermined point, the four-wheeled carriage came to a halt. Lumian found himself back on the roadside, moving forward without purpose or destination. The cathedral bell tolled, signaling midnight. Suddenly, Lumian snapped out of his daze, realizing he had returned to the Auberge du Coq door. Almost instinctively, he ascended the steps and prepared to push open the door. But after a few seconds of shock, he retreated back onto the street, wandering towards the end of Rue Anarchy like a lost soul. He walked until he reached Avenue du Marche. The sky, perpetually gloomy throughout the night, now became shrouded in thick, dark clouds. There was no crimson moon or stars to be seen. Finally, Lumian arrived at the entrance of Salle de Bal Brise, where a cacophony of voices and the rhythmic beat of drums emanated, creating an unusually vibrant atmosphere. Feeling overwhelmed by the environment, he abruptly spun around, staggering to the side of the road, finding a spot in the shadow, far away from the nearest gas street lamp. He sat on the ground, pitter, patter. As time ticked by, raindrops began to fall, landing on the ground, his head, and before him. The raindrops grew stronger, creating a steady patter. Lumian remained motionless, as if he had transformed into a statue, allowing the rain to soak his hair, face, and clothes. Suddenly, a shadow appeared above him, and the raindrops vanished. Confused, Lumian looked up and saw a dark blue umbrella, its metal frame supporting the fabric, held by Jenna. He averted his gaze, staring blankly at the middle of the road where mist had started to rise. He made no effort to stop Jenna nor acknowledged her presence. Jenna, wearing heavy smoky makeup and a sequined, low-cut red dress, draped a lightly colored shawl with sizable holes over her shoulders to conceal some of her skin. She observed Lumian for a few seconds, refraining from asking any questions. Standing beside him, she held the umbrella aloft. The heavy rain persisted for an entire hour before gradually subsiding. Only scattered droplets now dripped from the buildings on either side and the street lamps. Lumian rose slowly, as if he had lost something. Jenna folded her umbrella and muttered, her voice barely audible. The rain will cease eventually, just as darkness always gives way. The sun is destined to rise, and its light will surely illuminate the earth. Lumian remained silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the darkened road ahead. How would you feel when you discover that someone you trust isn't who you thought they were? Jenna didn't respond directly. Instead, she countered with a question of her own. Do you still trust him? Lumian pursed his lips, his answer unwavering. Yes. If you still trust him, then find out why he did it, Jana advised, her tone calm. Lumian's hands trembled slightly as he took a series of deep breaths. Eventually, his body returned to normal, and he turned to face Jenna. Why are you here? Jenna's reply carried both frustration and amusement. Damn it, this is just outside Salle de Bal. I didn't need to go to the theater tonight, so I came here to sing and make some cash. When I stepped out, I spotted you sitting by the roadside, completely drenched. Lumian averted his gaze and began walking forward, his expression devoid of emotion. He splashed through puddles, striding toward Rue des Blouses. Where are you going? Jenna asked, a hint of concern in her voice. Lumian responded without looking back. To find out the reason? He recalled Aurore's words when she pushed him away from the altar. My grimoires. Considering the current circumstances, Lumian suspected that his sister was trying to convey that he could uncover clues about the source of the abnormality within her grimoires. Jenna followed Lumian, holding the umbrella, and probed. Do you think you can find the reason in just one night? Perhaps it will take a long time, Lumian impatiently replied. Jenna muttered under her breath. Then why are you in such a hurry? Rest and clear your mind. It might help you uncover the reason more quickly. Lumian contemplated his limited understanding of the grimoire's contents and his lack of mystical knowledge. He fell into silence. Once again, he turned to Jenna. Is Frank at home? Why do you ask? Jenna appeared perplexed. She probably won't return to Rue des Blouses today. She mentioned wanting to spend a pleasant evening with Gardner Martin. Lumian exhaled and redirected his steps toward Rue Anarchy. Chapter 221 Venting. 221 Venting. Jenna's gaze fixated on Lumian's retreating figure as she inquired, where are you off to? Getting some shut-eye, Lumian replied without glancing back. Pursing her lips, Jenna pondered for a brief moment before deciding to follow him. She wanted to ascertain his final destination and see if he truly intended to return to the Auberge du Coq d'Or to sleep. Otherwise, with his current state, she couldn't fathom the trouble he might stir up. Ignoring Jenna's presence, Lumian ambled slowly back towards the Auberge du Coq d'Or. As he reached the motel's entrance, he discovered the main door firmly locked. Rather than scaling the pipes, he retrieved a small wire from his person and deftly inserted it into the brass keyhole. Skillfully manipulating it, the door swung open, revealing the murky interior. The only source of illumination emanated from the staircase leading down to the basement bar. Lumian cast a fleeting glance and chose to descend in that direction. Damn it, didn't he claim he was going to bed? Jenna cursed inwardly and let out a resigned sigh. She trailed after him into the Auberge du Coq d'Or's basement bar. The bar wasn't bustling with patrons. 2 or 3 inebriated men occupied a small round table, sporadically bellowing, but they lacked any significant strength. The sole customer at the bar counter happened to be Lumian's neighbor, Gabriel, the playwright residing in room 206, garbed in a faded linen shirt, brown trousers, and oversized black-framed glasses. Gabriel's hair appeared unkempt and greasy. You're still drinking at this hour? Lumian settled beside Gabriel, his gaze fixed upon the glass of green absinthe clasped in the playwright's hand, shimmering with a psychedelic allure. Has he returned to normal? Jenna praised Lumian, sensing that his condition wasn't as dire as before. Suppressing a yawn with her hand, she pulled a bar stool over and took a seat, resolute in her intent to observe for another 30 minutes. Gabriel forced a bitter smile and responded, I just finished a manuscript and came down for a drink. Are all authors the same? Do you prefer to toil at night and slumber during the day? Lumian rapped on the bar counter, beckoning for a glass of absinthe. Pausing for a moment, Gabriel replied, many authors are like that. Tranquil nights grant us greater inspiration, but that's not why I stay up late. I must visit various theaters during the day, persuading managers to peruse and accept my manuscript. Today, I went to the Théâtre de la Renaissance in Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative. Their manager, Nathan Lopp, is renowned as the most astute theater manager. He possesses the highest likelihood of recognizing the value of my script. Yet, he refused to see me. I failed to meet him both at his office and during my visit to his apartment. Upon hearing words like theater and manager, Jenna inwardly gasped, a vague sense of trepidation creeping over her. The fact that many individuals around her worshipped an evil god had left a lasting scar on her psyche. Furthermore, their abilities were repulsive and twisted, evoking deep-rooted revulsion within her. Do you happen to know where the theater manager lives? Yes. I visited him at his apartment before, along with other playwrights. He's still unmarried and often changes mistresses. Gabrielle rambled on. A grin crept across Lumian's face. I have a way to get that fellow to read your script, but I can't guarantee he will accept it. Really, Gabrielle was taken aback and perplexed. There's actually a way, Jenna wondered, her mind filled with bewilderment. Lumian swiftly finished his absinthe and rose to his feet. Let's go at once. Bring your script. Gabrielle had never encountered such a man of action. It was already midnight. With no remaining hope, he resolved to give it a try. Downing the last of his absinthe, he ascended to the second floor to retrieve the script for his 3-act play. Standing at the entrance of Auberge du Coq door, Jenna studied Lumian with a mix of puzzlement and curiosity. Do you truly have a solution? Lumian scoffed dismissively. You need not believe me. Had Jenna expressed her disdain, uncertain if this was a consequence of his troubled state. She felt a twinge of curiosity and decided to follow Lumian to prevent him from engaging in any rash actions. Before long, Gabrielle returned to the ground floor. He had changed into a clean and respectable formal suit, complete with a crimson bow tie. Address? Lumian inquired calmly. Room 702, 15 Rue de Faux, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commemorative. Gabrielle gazed at the poorly lit Rue Anarchy, observing only a few inebriated individuals and wanderers. He tentatively asked, shall we walk there? There were no public carriages available at this hour, and Quartier de la Cathédrale Commemorative was adjacent to the market district. Lumian paid no attention to the query, instead strolling towards Avenue du Marche at a steady pace. He halted before a late-night operating rental carriage, a 4-wheeled 2-seater, and addressed the driver, who sported the uniform of the Empire Carriage Company. To 15 Rue de Faux, Quartier de la Cathédrale Commemorative. The carriage driver, donning a waxed hat and a blue gown adorned with yellow buttons, scrutinized Lumian and his 2 companions before stating, 2 Verle d'Or, in Trier. Daytime travel in a rental carriage lasting less than an hour cost 1.25 Verle d'Or, with an additional 1.75 Verle d'Or per hour, after midnight until 6 a.m. Short journeys were priced at 2 Verle d'Or, while longer trips incurred a charge of 2.5 Verle d'Or per hour. Lumian remained silent, producing 2 silver coins worth 1 Verle d'Or each and tossing them to the carriage driver. Showing no courtesy, he boarded the carriage and took a seat. This left Gabrielle in a predicament, unsure whether he should act chivalrously and jostle with Seal or allow the singer, Jenna, to make her own choice. Eventually, realizing she hadn't been invited, Jenna grumbled and settled herself beside Lumian, striving to secure some personal space. The rental carriage set off, embarking on its journey towards Quartier de la Cathédrale Commemorative. During the ride, Lumian maintained an unsettling silence, leaving Gabrielle hesitant to inquire about his solution. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew somewhat uncomfortable. Having grown accustomed to Lumian's peculiar state that night, Jenna cleared her mind and focused on her own thoughts. After an indeterminate period, the rental carriage came to a halt at 15 Rue de Faux. Lumian wasted no time and headed straight for the apartment building. Upon entering the lobby, he was intercepted by a vigilant guard. Which floor and room are you residing in? The dutiful guard inquired. If you're not a resident here, you need. Before the guard could finish his sentence, a chilling object was pressed against his temple. Lumian had swiftly produced a revolver from under his armpit and pressed the barrel firmly against the guard's forehead. What do you think you're doing? The guard, who appeared to be almost 50, stammered. Gabrielle stood frozen, his mind filled with doubt regarding Seal's supposed solution. Amused and eager to witness the unfolding events, Jenna observed Lumian silently guide the guard to a secluded corner of the lobby. Using the rope and various items he had with him, He proceeded to bind the guard's hands and feet, effectively rendering him immobile. A gag was placed over the guard's mouth to ensure his silence. With the task completed, Lumian shut the apartment door behind him and secured the lock before ascending the staircase. As if awakening from a dream, Gabriel hastened after him, his voice filled with anxiety. "Is that really okay?" "What do you think?" Lumian replied with a grin. Gabriel faltered, lost for words. He hesitated, contemplating whether he should abandon his pursuit of having Nathan Lopp, the manager of Theatre de la Renaissance, read his script. If I were to express my doubts and return now, would Seal become furious and resort to violence after all? He is a mob leader, Gabriel gaped, incapable of uttering anything that might dissuade Lumian. Soon, the trio reached the top floor and stopped outside room 702. Gabriel, poised to knock, witnessed Lumian deftly employ the short wire to open the vermilion wooden door. Gabriel couldn't make sense of Lumian's intentions in the slightest. Observing this, Jenna swiftly removed her light-colored shawl and draped it over her face, exposing only her forehead and eyes. She harbored suspicions that Seal was about to cause trouble. To avoid being implicated by him, it was prudent to conceal her identity. At the very least, she couldn't allow anyone to remember her appearance. Lumian stepped into the living room, awash with the glow of the crimson moonlight. Producing a bandage, he wrapped it around his face, leaving only his eyes and nostrils visible. Though Gabriel failed to comprehend why Jenna and Seal were veiling their faces, he instinctively found a cloth and covered the lower portion of his own face, enveloped in a white bandage. Lumian surveyed the surroundings before proceeding towards the master bedroom. He turned the handle and gently pushed open the door. The living room was bathed in the luminosity of the crimson moon, illuminating the figures reclining in the bed. There lay a man and a woman. The man boasted disheveled black hair, appearing to be in his early 40s. His countenance was gaunt, with a prominent nose bridge. The woman possessed curly blonde hair, seemingly in her 20s. Her complexion was flawless, and her features were strikingly beautiful. Beneath the velvet blanket, they appeared to be unclothed. "He's the theater manager." Lumian didn't restrain his voice at all. Gabriel felt as though he were trapped in a surreal reverie. "Yes, that's him." Lumian advanced swiftly towards the grand bed. The manager of Theatre de la Renaissance, Nathan Lopp, stirred from his slumber upon hearing the commotion. Before he could open his eyes, Lumian grasped his shoulder and hoisted him upright. Nathan Lopp jolted awake, his eyes confronted with the sight of a head swathed in white bandages. His heart seemed to skip a beat, rendering him speechless and devoid of protest. In the next instant, a revolver was pressed against his temple. Nathan Lopp sealed his lips shut and was propelled into the living room. As he passed by Jenna, Lumian cast a sidelong glance towards the bed and whispered, "Keep an eye on that woman." Jenna found herself bewildered by the unfolding events. Yet it did nothing to quell her exhilaration. Without hesitation, she lowered herself into a crouch, drew her own revolver, and trained it upon the recently awakened blonde. With a touch of cold detachment, she issued a stern warning, "I don't want to hear a word." The blonde wrapped her arms tightly around the blanket, trembling on the bed. Lumian settled Nathan Lopp into a recliner, securing his hands and feet to the sofa and floor using garments. Perplexed, Gabriel came over. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Are we here to rob Nathan Lopp? Or are we here to present him with my script? Jenna escorted the blonde, clad in a nightgown, to the living room. Lumian, who had illuminated the crystal chandelier, took a few steps back. He retrieved his revolver and seated himself on the divan opposite the recliner. Nathan Lopp appeared freshly awakened and uttered anxiously, "How much do you want? I'll give it to you." "Everything. There's a total of 100 verl d'or and a diamond necklace here. I'll surrender them all, just promise not to harm me." Lumian, his face concealed by bandages, turned towards Gabriel and stated, "Read it." "Read what?" Gabriel responded, his mind blank. Lumian let out a soft chuckle. "Read your script. Monsieur Nathan Lopp is waiting." Gabriel stood dumbfounded. Is this the solution to making Nathan Lopp read my script? Is this how a rational person thinks? Not only Gabriel pondered this, But Jenna couldn't help but mumble to herself. Seal's mind is truly unhinged. Want this result in Mr. Playwright being taken to the police station. Thank goodness I've concealed my face. With a similar sense of relief, Gabriel approached Nathan Lopp apprehensively. He retrieved the script and began reading it aloud, as if compelled to do so. Nathan Lopp listened in bewilderment, questioning whether he was trapped in a ludicrous dream. Halfway through his slumber, a masked intruder invaded his abode, binding him to a chair merely to subject him to a script recital. As he listened attentively, Nathan Lopp's professional instincts kicked in, drawing him further into the script. After the main dialogue of the first scene concluded, Nathan Lopp interrupted Gabriel. Who wrote this? Me, Gabriel replied subconsciously. Nathan Lopp's voice resonated deeply as he stated, bring it to my office tomorrow at 10 a.m. Well, sign the contract. All right. Gabriel's emotions swirled with surprise, happiness, and fear. Will I find the police waiting for me at Th de la Renaissance tomorrow? Lumian chuckled, rising from his seat and making his way to the door with his revolver. Jenna and Gabriel followed closely behind, allowing the blonde woman to free Nathan Lopp from his restraints. As they descended the stairs, Jenna flashed a smile at Gabriel and inquired, Monsieur Playwright, your script is exceptional. Your words are captivating. What is its title? It's called Lightseeker. Gabriel responded instinctively, unable to comprehend why an underground singer held such interest in the script. Jenna quickened her pace to catch up with Lumian. Lowering her voice, she asked, is this your solution? Aren't you concerned that the theater manager may also be a devotee of an evil god? In her current state of mind, all theaters seemed suspect. Lumian removed the bandages, his expression unwavering, as he replied, then we would have fought. I knew it, Jenna silently muttered to herself. After retrieving their belongings and ropes from the guard, the trio boarded a rental carriage and returned to Auberge du Coq d'Or. Once Gabriel expressed his gratitude and retreated to his room, a mix of worry and joy. Jenna observed Seal as he freshened up and settled onto the bed. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief. She drew the curtains and carefully closed the wooden door before departing Auberge du Coq d'Or. In the nearly pitch-black darkness, Lumian's eyes remained closed, unmoving. Chapter 222 222 Flyers. 222 Flyers. Clang clang clang. At the stroke of 6, Lumian sat upright and flung open the curtains, allowing a gentle light to stream into the room, breathing life into the once silent space. He rubbed his face, freshened up, and attended to his needs. Once ready, he changed his clothes and departed from Auberge du Coq d'Or. Making his way around Rue des Blouses Blanches, he entered the rented safe house. With great anticipation, Lumian delved into Auror's grimoires, hoping to uncover some hidden gems that had eluded him in his previous search. Auror's grimoires contained 3 distinct categories of knowledge. Firstly, there were the common mystical understandings, names of various pathways, the state of certain sequences, the foundations of ritualistic magic, the significance of symbolic elements, and the pronunciation and meanings of several supernatural languages. The second category focused on the practical application of mystical knowledge and personal abilities. It demanded deep contemplation, as it contained numerous recorded or purchased spells, as well as defenses against curses. Lastly, there were fragments of peculiar and incomplete knowledge, along with intriguing anecdotes. Some were bestowed upon Auror by the hidden sage, while others emerged from interactions within the curly-haired baboon's research society. These miscellaneous tidbits weren't organized into separate grimoires, but appeared sporadically as Auror acquired them. For Lumian, the second category posed the greatest challenge. Warlock spells like illumination, weed removal, exorcism, soul summoning, lightning, wind creation, and force field hand proved to be perplexing. After all, he lacked the fundamental understanding of mysticism and the support of beyonder powers required to cast spells. On the other hand, Lumian had made significant progress in comprehending, learning, and mastering ritualistic magic since becoming an alms monk. Lumian also noticed that his sister had omitted certain basic rules, such as the law of beyond or characteristics conservation, from her grimoires. However, this was to be expected. Such laws were scarce and easily remembered. They were ingrained in the mind and required no additional recording. After an extensive morning of reading, Lumian found no signs of suspicion. Instead, he accumulated a myriad of questions that demanded consultation with others. He let out a slow exhale, carefully folded the pages containing his inquiries, and tucked them into his pocket before departing the safe house. On his way to Avenue du Marche, Lumian's attention was caught by several voting booths. Uniformed police officers and heavily armed military police were working diligently to maintain order, allowing long queues of people to deposit their votes into wooden boxes. Despite having acquired a new identification from Gardner Martin and assuming the persona of Cécile Dubois, a resident of the Market District for nearly 2 years with the right to vote, Lumian chose not to register at all. He had no desire to partake in the parliamentary election. After some time, a newsboy rushed by and tossed a stack of white papers into the air. Lumian observed as many pedestrians eagerly collected the floating papers and began reading them with great seriousness. He bent down and retrieved a copy lying at his feet. The white paper featured several lines of text in the Intis script, printed in a simple and easily comprehensible syntax. Hugues Artois is a traitor. In the war against the Lone Kingdom several years ago, he deserted his troops and fled. Countless fathers, brothers, husbands, and sons never returned. He is participating in the parliamentary election with clandestine support from the Lone Kingdom. He vividly remembered Hugo Artois' campaign posters emphasizing his military service. He had only retired from the army upon reaching the rank of major and ventured into politics, starting as an assistant secretary at the National Convention. Could this be a desperate move from a candidate facing unsatisfactory early poll results? As Lumian pondered over the situation, a group of men, suspected to be mobsters, approached and forcibly confiscated the flyers from the pedestrians, resorting to physical violence and vulgar insults. Curiously, the nearby police officer seemed oblivious to the scene unfolding before them. Lumian raised his gaze and recognized one of the men. They were members of the Poison Spur mob. The very individuals who had previously followed Margaret and Wilson to Auberge du Coq d'Or. You dare read something like that? You wretch. You leper. Hand me the thing in your hand. Son of a bitch. Do you want me to rough you up? The Poison Spur mob members closed in on Lumian, just as they were about to snatch the flyer from his hand. Their eyes fell upon his short blonde hair with dark roots. A mischievous grin crept across Lumian's face. The Poison Spur mob members instinctively turned around, their intent to flee evident. Lumian swiftly lifted his foot and delivered a forceful kick to one of the mobster's rear, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. What's the matter, can't recognize your PP? Lumian taunted, watching the disoriented Poison Spur mob members scramble away in a disheveled state. He had no inclination to pursue them any further. Lumian tossed aside the flyer he held and strolled back to Salle de Bal-Brise. Immediately upon entering, Louis approached with Sarkoda by his side. Boss, Charlie quit his job as a waiter last night and only asked for a week's worth of salary. I'm aware. Lumian responded calmly. Louis recalled how the boss had taken Charlie away the previous night, returning without him. Shortly afterward, Charlie tendered his resignation and left. This sequence of events left Louis with a lingering suspicion that something secretive was at play. But he didn't dare inquire further. Lumian cast a brief glance at Louis and casually inquired as he made his way towards the cafe on the second floor. How old are you? 27. Louis answered, puzzled as to why the boss seemed interested in this particular detail. Without much hesitation, Lumian continued, Are you married? Do you have any children? Not yet. Louis replied with an awkward smile. I plan to get married when I'm more mature. Though he had managed to escape the life of a low-ranking mobster and now served as the leader's bodyguard, eliminating the constant fear of being beaten to death on the streets, Louis recognized the inherent dangers that still lurked. He didn't wish to benefit another man shortly after entering married life and having a child. It's important to consider your future. The other Louis I know already has several children. Louis brushed off the remark, perceiving it as an attempt by the boss to force a conversation when there was little else to discuss. As if trying to prove a point, Franca skipped her lunch with Gardner Martin and returned to 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches before noon. Upon reaching the house, she noticed that the door to the guest bedroom was tightly shut. Perplexed, she turned the handle and pushed it open. Inside, Jenna lay fast asleep in her pajamas, huddled under a blanket. Stirred by the door's movement, she rubbed her eyes and slowly sat up, her gaze fixed on Franca. Still snoozing, Franca asked, her smile in place. Just because you don't have acting lessons at Th3 de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons, you're letting yourself go like this. Jenna combed through her tawny locks and grumbled. It's all Seal's fault, things went on late into the night. Franca's smile froze. Jenna continued, I don't know what happened to him last night, but his mood and condition were off. I was worried something might happen, so I followed him. Only after he entered Auberge du Coq d'Or and got into bed did I return to get some rest. Franca breathed a sigh of relief and inquired with concern. Tell me everything. Jenna recounted the events starting from her performance at Salle de Bal Brise, seeing Lumian sitting by the road in the rain, all the way until he employed an unimaginable method to secure Gabriel's script deal. Finally, she said, damn it, it was almost 3 o'clock before he finally agreed to go back to his room and sleep. I was beyond exhausted. Franca listened attentively and expressed her worry. It's rare to see him in such a state. Franca paused, a realization dawning on her. Lumian was still undergoing regular treatment from a psychiatrist, and perhaps this state she witnessed was his truest form. He must have experienced some sort of trauma last night. I'll ask him about it later. After Franca referred to him as a relative, she no longer concealed her close relationship with Lumian in front of Jenna. Jenna nodded. Choose your words carefully. Don't agitate him. On the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise, in Lumian's office, he noticed Franca, who had turned invisible. I heard from Jenna that something happened to you last night. Franca, dressed in a white blouse and black pants, asked casually. Did you meet Madame Pualis? During her lunch with Jenna, she had managed to piece together what had triggered Lumian's mental distress. Lumian seemed to lose all his strength upon hearing Franca's question and slumped into the swiveling armchair. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, he exhaled and said, That's right. I can't accept the truth I learned, but I have no choice. Sensing his reluctance to share further, Franca didn't press the matter. She nodded slightly and offered, Is there anything I can do for you? Lumian straightened up and spoke bluntly. 2 things. First, I have numerous questions about mysticism. Second, the issue with the poison spur mob. As I mentioned before, once the election is over, Hugues Artois will become a member of parliament. Black Scorpion Roger and his cohorts will gain a new boon. In due time, we'll all be in danger. Should we launch a raid on 126 Avenue du March at night to eliminate any hidden threats before the election results are announced? Franca pondered for a moment and replied, Based on your description, the heretic spellmaster holds a significant advantage on their home turf. Even if the 2 of us use our trump cards, our chances of successfully eliminating Black Scorpion Roger and the others are uncertain, assuming there are no other surprises awaiting us. But if we don't act now, they will become even more formidable after receiving their new boons. She hesitated, unsure of the best course of action. At 126 Avenue du March, within the 3-story building with a garden, Black Scorpion Roger gazed at his subordinate who had infiltrated the Market District's Parliamentary Election Commission and asked eagerly, What's the situation? The subordinate replied with excitement, Monsieur Hugues Artois is leading by a wide margin. A smile crept across Black Scorpion Roger's face. Once the subordinate left, he turned to Baldy Harmon and short-legged Candlestick Castina, saying, The election results will be announced tomorrow afternoon. Lady Moon will personally oversee the ritual and grant us a boon during the night. Afterward, we won't hold back anymore. That wretched seal must meet his demise. Chapter 223 Choice. 223 Choice. On a southeastern hill overlooking La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman, there stood an active quarry, having departed from Salle de Bal Brise. Lumian embarked on a quest to find a suitable candidate, which led him to this very place. The night was deep, and the lamplighters diligently illuminated the gas lamps strewn across the streets. In stark contrast, the quarry, having concluded its daily operations, was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any artificial illumination. Scattered across the quarry floor were several gypsum furnaces, surrounded by numerous tramps. Lumian honed his focus, meticulously assessing each individual's circumstances. At long last, he discovered a target that fit his requirements. Resting against one of the gypsum furnaces was a male tramp. His shirt, pants, and jacket were tattered, their original hue obscured by the dark brown soil. Sunken cheeks and emaciated limbs almost distorted his figure, his unkempt hair and beard intertwined in a mess of strands. His eyes were half-shut, and his shallow breath suggested he might perish at any moment. According to Lumian's observations, the tramp was indeed approaching the end of his waning life. He had but 2 or 3 days left. Approaching the figure, Lumian squatted down and retrieved the gas canister he had obtained from the unsavory Headsy, whom Franca had aptly named mysticism-smelling salts. Unscrewing the lid, he positioned it near the tramp's nostrils. He and Franca had already distributed Rentas remains. The sedatives and coins totaling 212 viral d'or belonged to Lumian, while the remainder was Franca's share. The tramp sneezed twice, and his eyes fluttered open, weakly gazing at Lumian. Donned in a blue laborer's uniform and a dark cap, he inquired, puzzled, Who are you? What are you trying to do? Lumian responded calmly, I'm just a passing worker. I sensed that your demise was imminent, so I approached to verify. The tramp found no fault in Lumian's explanation. In the Intis Republic, upon discovering a lifeless body, whether reporting to the governmental authorities or the 2 churches, individuals would receive compensation for promptly ensuring purification or cremation, though the sum was meager, a mere 1 viral d'or. Even the lower-class citizens found it a pleasant surprise, no matter how modest the additional benefits. The tramp's beard trembled as he managed to smile. You guessed right. I also feel as if my time is drawing near. Drop by more frequently over the next 2 days, so your money doesn't get snatched away. Perhaps it was the effect of the mysticism-smelling salts, or perhaps the topic of death momentarily stirred the tramp's spirits, for his words ceased to falter, and his reasoning became clearer. Have you got any family left? Lumian inquired casually, squatting before the tramp as he stowed away the mysticism-smelling salts. The tramp fell silent for a few moments, then slowly shook his head. No, not anymore. Has your family passed on? Lumian probed further. The tramp's beard swayed with the motion of his muscles, and his voice carried an unmistakable tinge of anguish. They are gone. All gone. My parents didn't make it past 45. My brother fell in the war a few years back. My sister succumbed to illness, and her child became a child laborer. By the age of 10, he was already hunchbacked and died from sheer exhaustion in a textile mill. The tramp seemed to stray from Lumian's question, more akin to a recollection before his impending demise. He rambled on. I used to toil in the quarry, praised for my strength. Then, a monsieur saw my diligence, believed I could endure hardship. He taught me to place detonators and loosen rocks. My pay rose, and life took a turn for the better. I had a wife, tough as nails just like me, and 3 precious children, but only one survived. My little angel, my daughter. When the food prices sparked protests, my body suddenly gave way, and I fell grievously ill. My wife and daughter spent everything, amassed debts. Eventually, they nursed me back to health, but I lost my job in the process. We were hounded by loan sharks day in and day out. Those men took away my little angel. My wife and I searched desperately. A few weeks later, we found her lifeless body. She couldn't endure their torment and chose to end it all. My wife wanted to turn to the police, but they beat her to death and dumped her somewhere. I was battered and left unconscious, but I survived. I've made it till today. Lumian listened in silence, his voice deep when he finally spoke. Any wishes? The tramp laughed out loud. Wishes? My greatest wish is to pass away shortly after catching that illness. Lumian fell silent for a moment before continuing. No thirst for revenge. The tramp's eyes glazed over as he replied. Those loan sharks were killed by other mobs. New loan sharks have taken their place. He recollected Lumian's initial question and spoke in a voice that seemed to drift from another realm. When my time comes. I think I'd like to have another meatloaf. I remember those years. Every weekend. My wife would buy the meat herself. Add flax seeds and vinegar, turn it into a sauce, and stuff it between flatbread. My daughter adored it. And I loved it too. Lumian nodded, rising to his feet and making his way down the hill, toward the streets below. After approximately 45 minutes, he returned to the gypsum furnace, carrying a round meatloaf that filled the air with its enticing aroma. The tramp seemed on the verge of fainting once more. Lumian employed the mysticism-smelling salts once again to rouse him from his stupor. The tramp sneezed a few times, his gaze fixed blankly on the round meatloaf. He quickly took bites, his beard becoming coated with a thin layer of oil. Having consumed half of it, he gasped for breath and inquired with a smile. What's your game, lad? He'll be stabbing you later. It might just bring about your demise tonight. Lumian stated plainly. The tramp chuckled weakly and queried. Aren't you afraid of the police? I fear not death. I should've perished long ago. Did you know that every winter, I sleep inside this gypsum furnace even after a day's work? It retains a soothing warmth that lasts until nearly daybreak. However, the lingering fumes within are poisonous and could claim me in my sweet slumber. So far, it hasn't happened to me. I reckon the police aren't too bothered about how a tramp meets his end, so long as it's not a blatant murder. Without further ado, the tramp devoured the remaining round meatloaf and let out a belch. After a pause of over 10 seconds, he adjusted his position and spoke. You may proceed. Lumian drew his blade, fallen mercury, adorned with sinister patterns, and thrust it into the tramp's hand. Blood trickled forth, staining the tip of the blade crimson. Simultaneously, Lumian once again beheld the illusory river of mercury. His purpose in seeking a near-death tramp was to exchange for a more practical fate. This was not to say that encountering the fate of the Monsaurus ghost wasn't formidable. Quite the contrary. It could lead to certain death or even the demise of an entire family for many humans. Furthermore, it clung tenaciously. However, the issue lay in the time it took to take effect. The exchange of fates could often be completed within minutes, whereas the Monsaurus ghost's assault on its target occurred at random intervals. It might strike in 10 to 20 minutes, or it might wait for 3 to 4 months. In other words, the fate of encountering the Monsaurus ghost was ill-suited for a surprise attack or a battle. Furthermore, having learned from the experience and lessons of Margit's death, Lumian's target, Black Scorpion Roger, would undoubtedly be wary of such matters. If stabbed by fallen mercury and not instantly dispatched, there was a high likelihood that he would seek aid from Madame Moon. Lumian was uncertain if the lady possessing true godhood could fend off the Monsaurus ghost. If she could, his operation would be an utter failure. Considering these factors, he intended to preemptively alter the fate of encountering the Monsaurus ghost and choose a destiny more conducive to surprise attacks and assassinations. He desired Black Scorpion Roger to perish on the spot, without a chance to seek any assistance. As these thoughts raced through Lumian's mind, a series of images appeared before him. He saw the tramp, asleep inside the gypsum furnace. The tramp who had been viciously beaten and left unconscious. The tramp who had recently fainted. The tramp who had crumbled in front of his daughter's lifeless body. The tramp who had shared homemade meatloaf with his wife and daughter. The tramp who meticulously prepared and set up explosives. Lumian knew he couldn't choose the tramp's destined fate of perishing in 2 or 3 days. It was an overwhelming burden, beyond what fallen mercury could bear. Even the luck transference spell couldn't transfer such a dire fate. The only solution Lumian could think of was to employ the substitution spell and find a death row inmate to take the tramp's place. He would assume the inmate's identity for a period of time, gaining the acceptance of those around him. Then, he would perform the ritual and swap the tramp's impending death with that of the inmate. However, this process would take 2 to 3 weeks, if not longer, to prepare. Time was not on his side. Drawing on his vast experience, Lumian made a quick decision and chose the fate of the tramp who had recently collapsed due to his failing body. It departed from the Mercury River and condensed into a droplet that seeped into the blade of fallen Mercury. Simultaneously, the fate of encountering the Monsaurus ghost shifted entirely to the tramp. Lumian retracted the wicked, pewter-black dagger. It remained clean and free from bloodstains, and the wound on the tramp's hand was shallow, as though it would soon leave a scar. "That's it?" the tramp asked in puzzlement. He had been prepared to meet his end then and there. "Yes." Lumian stood up and departed from the hill. Late that night, inside the gypsum furnace, the tramp convulsed suddenly and succumbed to suffocation. Across from 126 Avenue du Marche. Returning here, Lumian nestled in a shadowy corner, shielded from the glow of the gas street lamps. His eyes fixated on the target building. Beside him, Franca emerged from the darkness, dressed in a black robe and hood. "How did it go?" Lumian asked, entirely unsurprised. Chapter 224 Disguise. 224 Disguise. Franca cast her gaze upon 126 Avenue du Marche and remarked, "Whether it's Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon, or short-legged Candlestick Castina, none of them have shown themselves extremely cautious." Lumian objectively commented. Franca let out a scoff. "If I were in their shoes, I'd be cautious too. If I manage to make it through tonight, I can turn the tables and emerge victorious. How foolish would it be for me to reveal myself even if someone were to abduct Gardner and maim him at the doorstep? I wouldn't budge." "This example isn't convincing," Lumian asked. "What if it's Jenna who's bound instead of Gardner?" Franca fell silent, noticing the provoker potion taking effect. Lumian, nearing the completion of his digestion, chose not to press further. Instead, he inquired, "What else have you observed?" Neither Lumian nor Franca had devised a specific plan for the assault on Black Scorpion Roger and the others. They possessed only a handful of vague ideas and were currently engaged in preliminary investigations and preparations. Franca pondered for a few seconds before revealing. "A member of the Poison Spur mob frequents the election commission and this vicinity. It's as if he's providing Black Scorpion Roger with real-time updates on the polls." Pausing briefly, a mischievous smile curled the corners of her mouth. "We can exploit this." Simultaneously, Lumian mirrored her grin. "Isn't it like stumbling upon a soft pillow just when you're sleepy indeed? Delving into politics is a treacherous affair." Franca turned her head, amusement twinkling in her eyes as she glanced at Lumian. "Your sister must have imparted many hometown sayings to you. How do you plan on operating this thing?" "If I were an actor, the problem would be simple. Nonetheless, I still possess those glasses." Franca nodded, satisfied with his response. "This operation requires both a surprise attack and an assassination. The importance of the assassination must outweigh that of the surprise attack to minimize a heretic spellmaster's advantage on their home turf." After some deliberation, the two of them moved away from 126 Avenue du Marche, positioning themselves in a shadowy spot near the district's parliamentary election commission. The day's voting had concluded, and the election commission staff toiled diligently, counting the votes and providing real-time updates. Countless reporters from various newspapers gathered there, eager to acquire first-hand data. If all went according to plan, Hughes Artois would secure more than half of the registered votes tonight, enabling him to declare his election victory. As time ticked by, the night grew darker. Suddenly, Franca nudged Lumian and pointed towards a figure exiting the election commission. The person appeared to be almost 30, boasting black hair, brown eyes, and a narrow face. He sported a blue and white striped shirt, a light brown jacket, and a thick gold necklace. Lumian offered a subtle nod and departed from his hiding place. Adopting an air of urgency as he approached the man, he pulled his dark cap down low, obscuring his distinct blonde and black hair. Upon noticing someone drawing near, the Poison Spur mob member cautiously altered his path. At that moment, Lumian took a diagonal stride forward, positioning himself in front of the individual. He smiled and greeted, "Long time no see. How have you been faring within the Poison Spur mob?" The man was caught off guard. Utilizing the illumination from the gas street lamps, he scrutinized Lumian's face, Seizing the opportunity, Lumian lunged forward, gripping the other person's neck and pulling them into an embrace. Simultaneously, Lumian pushed the metal canister closer to the target's nose with his left hand. He had already unscrewed the lid, but he kept his finger pressed against the opening, controlling the gas release. The poisoned spur mob member struggled desperately, but Lumian's palm covered his mouth and nose, silencing any outcry. His punches and kicks were easily deflected. Either his neck was constricted or his back was pinned down by an elbow. His head remained ensconced in the other person's grasp, nestled against their chest. In his anxious state, it was difficult for him to strike his foe's vulnerable points, and Lumian endured the onslaught. After a few seconds, the man's resistance began to wane. Passers-by cast fleeting glances at him before walking away without detecting anything amiss. Within moments, the man in Lumian's arms lost consciousness. Supporting his intoxicated companion, Lumian sealed the bottle once more with his finger. They arrived at a deserted alley barricaded from public access, where Lumian abandoned his target and screwed the metal canister shut. "You're very reckless." Franca emerged from the shadows beside him. "Only in Trier can you get away with this. Anywhere else, someone would have raised a loud alarm. I reserve these actions solely for Trier," Lumian replied, crouching down to strip the poisoned spur mob member of his attire and necklace. He bound his hands and feet with a rope he had brought along. Having completed the task, Lumian administered some truth serum to his captive before reviving him with the mysticism-smelling salts. 3 consecutive sneezes followed. The poison spur mob member opened his eyes and exclaimed in horror. "Who are you? What do you want?" Lumian removed his cap and crouched in front of the target. Wearing a smile, he asked, "Can't you recognize me?" Under the crimson moonlight, the poison spur mob member glimpsed the golden black hair and a vaguely familiar face. His teeth chattered. "Cecile, I have something to ask you. If you refuse to answer or choose to deceive me, you know the consequences," Lumian said with a smile. His cold, merciless, and unhinged reputation preceded him within the poison spur mob. The man was so terrified that his heart seemed ready to leap out of his throat. Ill talk. Unfazed, Lumian inquired, "Where were you planning to go just now?" "To the boss place to report the election's polling situation. Monsieur Hugues Artois has secured nearly half the votes. He's just a little shy." Not only did the man answer Lumian's question, but he also provided additional information. Lumian nodded contentedly, and proceeded to inquire about the specific details the poison spur mob member had previously relayed to Black Scorpion Roger. This encompassed his demeanor towards the staff, his manner of addressing Black Scorpion Roger, his positioning, and his tone. Having meticulously memorized the details, Lumian employed the sedative once more to render the poison spur mob member unconscious. Without delay, he changed into the other person's attire, retrieved his mystery prying glasses, and perched them upon his nose. This time, underground, he beheld rats, insects, and serpents. But a charred building and a blurred face behind a glass window also materialized. The face possessed unusually vacant eyes. Lumian's mind momentarily spun into disarray. Frowning, he removed the mystery prying glasses and retrieved a collection of cosmetics. Assisted by the crimson moonlight and the small torch held by Franca, he meticulously applied various substances to his face, utilizing the makeup mirror his companion carried. Around 10 minutes later, his countenance grew gaunter and began to assume the likeness of the poison spur mob member. His skill in makeup fell short of fully replicating the other person's appearance, but the inherent effect of the mystery prying glasses would convince anyone who glimpsed his face that he was the individual named Alcai. Smack. Lumian snapped the makeup mirror shut, daring not to gaze upon his reflection once more. As Franca stowed away her belongings, she had Lumian turn his back to her. She feared that she, too, might mistake her companion for a member of the poison spur mob, thereby hindering their subsequent collaboration. Franca examined Lumian's hair color and retrieved the disguise props she had acquired from Rentas. Hair and eye color are the most noticeable flaws. First, use this black hair dye. Then wear these brown contact lenses. Damn it. Anything is possible in the realm of mysticism. Who would have thought that in this day and age, actors could create the illusion of cosmetic contacts, although the materials are different and they don't improve vision. They can indeed alter the color of one's irises. Otherwise, lenses wouldn't have been able to pass as eye for you. It defies scientific explanation, but it's utterly mystical. Lumian paid no mind to Franca's musings and took the mysticism hair dye, which could be washed away with a special lotion. Under her guidance, he transformed his golden and black hair into a solid black hue. Once he donned the brown contact lenses, Franca seized the opportunity to discuss the specifics of their forthcoming assault. The two of them swiftly outlined a rough plan, but they refrained from delving into every detail. Firstly, time was limited, and secondly, they had to anticipate numerous unforeseen circumstances at the scene. It was impossible to account for every possibility, so they could only adapt and make decisions based on the main concept. Franca produced a coin pouch. It was a fist-sized bag made of grayish-white cloth, filled with gold, silver, and copper coins. Franca rummaged in her bag and retrieved an ire-colored ring with a thick band and slender spikes on its surface. "This is one of my mystical items. The Ring of Punishment," she explained to Lumian. "It serves a single purpose. It can pierce a target's spirit body within a 5-meter range, causing excruciating pain and rendering them temporarily unconscious. For low and mid-sequence Beyonders, there are very few Beyonder powers capable of bypassing defense and directly attacking a spirit body. This is one of them." Franca paused momentarily before continuing. "Wearing it for an extended period will make you irritable, bloodthirsty, cruel, and impulsive. If you use it more than 3 times in an hour, it will cause your personality to undergo mutation. If you remove it, you will suffer indiscriminate psychic piercing damage once you enter a 5-meter radius. To seal it, you need to place it amidst a pile of valuable metal coins." Currently, Franca wore the ring, ensuring neither she nor Lumian fell victim to its effects. She handed the Ring of Punishment to Lumian. As soon as Lumian slipped the ring onto his right middle finger, he experienced overwhelming frustration. Collecting himself, he donned black gloves, left the alley, and jogged towards 126 Avenue du Marche. Chapter 225 Exposed. 225 Exposed. On 126 Avenue du Marche in Lumian, concealed as Alcai, a member of the Poison Spur mob, pressed the doorbell of the 3-story building with a garden out back. Amidst the pleasant chimes, the valet, who had previously ushered Louis Lund inside, swung open the wooden door. Seeing Alcai's face beaming with joy, he returned the smile. "Have the voting results for today been announced?" "You bet." Lumian concealed his voice with feigned delight. "Monsieur Hugues Artois will be the new member of Parliament by noon tomorrow." The valet had long been a believer in the Great Mother, and he had been promised a reward of becoming a villain after the election. Hearing this news delighted him, and he led Lumian straight to the living room. In the living room, Black Scorpion Roger, now wearing aqua blue silk pajamas, lounged on a divan. He addressed short-legged Candlestick Castina, nestled beside him while he playfully squeezed her buttocks, and Baldy Harmon, who paced around the room. "Hold on tight. It all comes to an end tomorrow night. No matter what happens in the next 24 hours, we can't leave this place." "Is that so? Are you willing to stay here even if there's a fire, explosion, or earthquake?" Lumian criticized silently. He shook off the valet and swiftly approached. "Boss, I have good news." Black Scorpion Roger's excitement was palpable. He forgot to scrutinize his subordinates' movements, voices, and appearance. His eyes sparkled as he inquired, "Has Monsieur Hugues Artois won the election?" Baldy Harmon and short-legged Candlestick Castina turned their gaze toward Lumian as well. At that moment, Lumian had closed the gap between him and Black Scorpion Roger, standing just 3 meters away from the divan and the glass coffee table before it. He exclaimed with excitement, "He's only 2 votes away from securing a majority." Black Scorpion Roger felt a tinge of disappointment, but his happiness prevailed. He nodded and proclaimed, "Very good." Before he could even complete his sentence, Lumian's hand caught his attention. He was wearing a pair of black gloves, Alcide didn't have such a habit. At that moment, two blinding beams shot out from Lumian's ice-like silent bullets and swift lightning bolts. With a snap, Black Scorpion Roger felt the imaginary sound of his spirit body shattering, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. He cried out tragically, clutching his head in agony. In his state of distress, he completely forgot to activate the protective enchantment that usually shrouded the master bedroom and living room. The sudden twist of events, their origin unknown, left short-legged Candlestick Castina and Baldy Harmon bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Their responses were purely instinctive. One of them stood tall, assuming a defensive stance against the suspicious Alcide, while the other sprinted towards their boss, shielding his flank. Lumian seized this golden opportunity. Drawing his weapon, Fallen Mercury, he lunged at Black Scorpion Roger, who huddled on the couch. Witnessing the attack, short-legged Candlestick Castina intercepted with her right elbow, disregarding the harm that would befall her. Her intention was to aid Black Scorpion Roger in fending off the strike. In her other hand, she grabbed the nearby axe, attempting to swing it at Alcide. Suddenly, a figure dressed in black robes, their face concealed beneath the hood, materialized behind her. Franca had skillfully employed invisibility to trail Lumian all the way to this location. Her primary target was short-legged Candlestick Castina, the one providing protection to Black Scorpion Roger. She refrained from directly assassinating Black Scorpion Roger, fearing that a fatal blow jeopardizing his life would activate the magic circle with its substitution effect. The hidden blade, wreathed in black flames, darted forth alongside Franca's full-force strike. It pierced through Castina's back, finding its mark in her heart. Castina's brown eyes widened, her face contorted with disbelief, pain, and despair. Despite the injury, she continued to block for Black Scorpion Roger, but her strength had already abandoned her. Lumian's arm seemed to possess no bones. With fluid motion, he flicked his joints and swung his forearm, evading Castina's feeble attempt to obstruct him. The pewter black dirk soared, aiming straight for the leader of the poison spermob. Fallen Mercury's tip pierced through the aqua blue pajamas, puncturing the skin over Black Scorpion Roger's ribs. Crimson blood rapidly welled up, and amidst the pain of the psychic piercing somewhat subsiding, Black Scorpion Roger snapped back to reality. He emitted an unnaturally enraged shriek, and blurry faces, some bluish white, materialized on the living room's floor, ceiling, and walls. Most were ordinary people, a handful being children, their visages twisted with agony. As the undying lands materialized, Black Scorpion Roger, nearly impaled by Fallen Mercury, vanished from Lumian's sight, leaving behind the pewter black dirk stained with blood. Crash! Baldy Harmon toppled the coffee table and lunged towards Lumian, who had just collapsed onto the sofa. Lumian hastily raised his hand, but his body wavered, and he slumped to the ground. In midair, his eyes caught a glimpse of Baldy Harmon's form, followed by lighting up with two beams of light resembling lightning. Harmon, on the verge of launching a close combat assault, experienced an anguish that penetrated the depths of his soul. Forcing an involuntary scream to escape his lips, his body froze, tilting backward. Franca, fresh from dispatching short-legged Candlestick Castina, brandished a classic brass revolver in her right hand. She aimed it at Harmon's bald head and swiftly pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, an obsidian bullet pierced Harmon's gleaming scalp, causing it to explode like a watermelon. A spray of red and white erupted in all directions. Black Scorpion Roger, having just manifested from the visage of an undead on the adjacent wall, witnessed the scene and emitted an unusually resentful and outraged howl. Alongside this outcry, his eyes darkened, as though a fervent life burned within. The blood that drenched the living room and the two lifeless bodies churned, surging towards Baldy Harmon and short-legged Candlestick Castina as if infused with a life force. The two victims adorned a crimson shroud, rising unsteadily to their feet. The blood upon Fallen Mercury ignited, casting forth a radiant glow akin to the warmth of spring's sun. Black Scorpion Roger vividly recalled Margot's demise, prompting his initial response to rid the evil dirk of the blood it bore and retaliate against the assailant. averting an inexplicable demise in battle. His second response was to swiftly conclude the conflict and seek aid from Lady Moon. Even the rebirth ritual proved incapable of absolving the influence of Seal's wicked dirk. The efficacy of solely burning the blood remained uncertain. Indeed, he had recognized the assailant as that wretched lunatic. Seal threw the pewter black malevolent blade. Cursed Seal! The radiant flames upon fallen Mercury blazed along the blade, reaching towards Lumian's fingertips. Without hesitation, Lumian cast aside the malevolent pewter black dirk, letting it fall upon the ground amidst the contorted visages. At this point, fallen Mercury was no longer required. The pewter black dirk, which facilitated the exchange of destinies, merely utilized blood as a conduit. It did not depend on it. Once the fate officially entered the exchange process, the presence of blood would no longer influence subsequent developments. As Lumian retrieved fallen Mercury, the exchange of fates commenced. He made no deliberate choices, allowing fallen Mercury to exercise its own discretion. Lumian braced his left hand against the pallid, indistinct faces strewn upon the ground. With the resilience bestowed by the alms monk, he rebounded onto the divan amidst the bone-chilling cold and rigidity. No longer did the horrifying countenances of the undead pervade this space. Only Baldy Harmon and short-legged candlestick Castina, their original appearances concealed beneath the flowing cascade of blood. Simultaneously, the two lifeless bodies extended their arms and lunged at Lumian, seeking to ensnare him in their clutches. Meanwhile, Franca leapt nimbly, alighting upon a chair with an air of weightlessness. Unbeknownst to all, a thick frost had descended from the pallid white or bluish-white ground, solidifying into a translucent sheen of ice. This restrained the undead countenances, constraining their movements. Almost concurrently, Franca's left hand, pressed against the hidden blade, tightened its grip, causing black flames to erupt within short-legged candlestick Castina's form, consuming her from within. The lingering spirit of the blood-colored corpse emitted an ethereal crackling sound as its mutated body melted akin to a dripping candle, splashing upon the ground. Black Scorpion Roger, relying upon the characteristic of the undying lands to shift locations, emitted yet another shrill cry. A layer of black flames enkindled upon Franca's person. In contrast to her own black flames, the black flames conjured by the heretic spellmaster exuded an overt malevolence, as if they consumed the life force and vitality of all who stood witness. With a resounding crack, Franca's figure shattered, leaving behind naught but irregular shards of mirror. Upon the icy veneer upon the ground, the witch's form swiftly coalesced and leaped forth. She had taken the initiative to create frost and freeze the ground, not for restricting the movements of Black Scorpion Roger. Firstly, she sought to diminish the influence of the deceased spirits, and secondly, she aimed to gather ample materials for the mirror substitution. Devoid of the pincer attack from short-legged candlestick Castina, Lumian deftly parried head-on, successfully evading the bloodied Harmon. Springing onto the overturned coffee table, he withdrew his revolver and unleashed a volley of shots towards Black Scorpion Roger upon the wall. Concurrently, he produced the drawing depicting the peculiar sun. He held no concern that his assault upon the target would disrupt the exchange of fates, for he was neither the wielder of fallen Mercury, nor did he grasp its hilt. The yellow bullets struck the wall with force. Yet Black Scorpion Roger had already diminished into a wan, distorted, transparent countenance, vanishing from Lumian and Franca's sight. Chapter 226 Sculpture 226 Sculpture. Lumian's left hand trembled, revealing the sun pattern that emitted a colorful glow. The living room, once chilly, suddenly warmed up, but the frost on the ground remained stubbornly frozen. Only the pale, distorted faces turned away, unable to bear witness to what was about to unfold. Harmon, decapitated and drenched in blood, charged at Lumian, heedless of the revolver pointed his way, driven by a sinister desire to embrace his intended victim by force. The drawing of the sun caused his body to tremble, and blood dripped from him onto the ground. Instinctively, Lumian knew he couldn't engage in a direct confrontation with this corpse. He used his light brown jacket to shield himself, pushing back against Harmon's relentless assault. The jacket quickly turned blood red, showing signs of wear. At that moment, Black Scorpion Roger had been absent for a couple of seconds, and Franca finally found an opportunity to act. A dense black flame materialized in her palm, which she hurled at the zombified Harmon. The black flame struck the blood-stained corpse with the force of a cannonball, causing it to burst into silent flames that ignited the hidden spirituality within the blood and remains. Harmon began to melt, much like Castina, resembling a candle tossed in a blazing fire. Just then, Black Scorpion Roger emerged from a corner, his face pale, cradling a sculpture of equal height in his arms. The sculpture portrayed a woman with gentle features, her long dress intricately detailed and lifelike. After exerting great effort to place the sculpture on the ground, Roger melded with the writhing, distorted faces around him, evading Lumian's shots and Franca's black flames with impeccable timing. In the next instant, he reappeared beneath the ceiling chandelier, cursing rapidly. "You're dead meat. He'll turn you into fertilizer. Son of a bitch. Daring to intrude upon my undying lands. He'll take every last one of your lives. I want you to have 20 children." Black Scorpion Roger constantly changed positions as he spat out these words. He swiftly moved and leaped, skillfully dodging Lumian's unfolded drawing and Franca's array of witchcraft spells, primarily comprised of black flames and frost. Each word, seemingly stemming from Mentition, pierced Lumian and Franca's minds like an arrow. They felt dizzy and their blood resonated with the onslaught. In the corner, the female sculpture activated, its surface blazing with brilliant flames. Lumian's head throbbed as if struck by an ethereal hammer. Bright red blood streamed uncontrollably from his nostrils. Franca herself endured similar injuries. She suspected that Black Scorpion Roger was employing a curse-like incantation. Moreover, the female sculpture's augmentation had greatly fortified his physical and spiritual presence. Franca couldn't endure more than a few uttered words. As Black Scorpion Roger had left the sculpture unprotected, Franca believed that a direct attack might result in even more dreadful consequences, likely taking the form of a curse. Suppressing her boiling blood, dizziness, and bodily pain, she raised her brass revolver and fired at Black Scorpion Roger, seizing the chance to leap towards the sculpture. The iron-black bullet shattered a contorted face, leaving marks on the wall, but it failed to harm Roger. Once Franca landed, she swiftly circled around the sculpture. She didn't squeeze the trigger of her brass revolver again, nor did she thrust with her blade. While evading the slender figures summoned by Black Scorpion Roger, she encased the sculpture in layers of frost. Meanwhile, Lumian, who had been the focal point of Roger's attention, found himself in imminent peril. A piercing cry resounded as illusory black flames kindled upon Lumian's body. It drained his life force with alarming speed, causing his physical strength to wane. Without hesitation, Lumian discarded the peculiar sun drawing and lunged towards the sofa, reaching into his pocket with his left hand. Beside the overturned coffee table, Black Scorpion Roger emerged from the icy seal, brandishing a pitch-black, malevolent sight that stood half the height of a man. He cleaved through the furniture before him, rending it in two. Lumian alighted on the sofa, his left hand withdrawing from his pocket, clutching a slender and slightly pale finger. In the face of Roger's scythe, Lumian, already weakened, barely managed to evade the strike by shifting his body. Simultaneously, he tossed the severed finger into the air. It was Mr. K.'s finger. Amidst the sound of tearing leather and fabric, the divan was sundered by the wicked scythe. The pale white finger expanded and detonated like a bomb. It metamorphosed into a shower of flesh and blood droplets that cascaded onto Lumian, extinguishing the fading black flames. The flesh absorbed the surrounding blood and dissolved corpses, swiftly coalescing and draping Lumian in a cloak of blood-red hue. The profound weakness that had plagued Lumian dissipated. He sprang up, launching a counteroffensive against Black Scorpion Roger. Witnessing this, Roger avoided a direct confrontation. He retreated into the fractured ice and merged with one of the distorted faces. Franca, who had already encased the sculpture in frost, suddenly felt an intense chill. The restless spirits in the living room seemed incensed. They surged from all directions, extending their arms and gaping mouths, enveloping Franca. With a resounding crack, yet another mirror shattered. Franca's form materialized on the other side of the ice. She raised her hand, causing black flames to surge around the sculpture, setting ablaze the indistinct souls and blood-hued shadows. Black Scorpion Roger peered out from a nearby wall and unleashed another curse. Damn bitch. As he weakened his targets, he swiftly shifted positions with the aid of the tormented faces. Sometimes, he targeted Lumian, and other times, he assailed Franca. He relied on the power of the Undying Lands and the sculpture to single-handedly suppress the two foes. At intervals, vile black flames ignited over Lumian's form, sapping his life force and diminishing his strength. Yet, each time, they were counteracted by a robe forged from flesh and blood. Franca evaded the combined assaults of evil word, blood spirit, weak black flame, and life-burning time and again. Employing the technique of mere substitution, time slipped away swiftly, noticing that Seal's robe of flesh and blood teetered on the brink of disintegration, while the mirror and ice that Franca had brought with her neared depletion. Black Scorpion Roger poked his head through the ceiling, a malicious chuckle escaping his lips. You fools! Do you truly believe you can withstand the might of the Undying Lands? I fear no consequence. Even if the entire leadership of the Savoy mob were to enter this domain. Go to hell. His cutting words pierced Lumian and Franca's ears and minds, causing their bodies to tremble as if they could bear no more. Observing this, Black Scorpion Roger, who had already shifted to the adjacent wall, revealed a sinister smile, brimming with anticipation. Suddenly, his vision darkened, and a surge of intense emotions overwhelmed his heart. Disbelief, shock, confusion, and panic. In the subsequent moment, he lost consciousness. The boss of the Poison Spur mob materialized from the wall, collapsed onto the floor, and slipped into unconsciousness. The fate exchange had finally concluded, as Fallen Mercury swapped the unconscious fate of the dying tramp with Black Scorpion Rogers. It happened swiftly, much faster than the exchange involving Margit. This was because the tramp was an ordinary person, and when Fallen Mercury selected Black Scorpion Rogers' fate, it chose the least significant one, unrelated to any Beyonder matters. Lumian's gaze fixated on Black Scorpion Roger, clad in aqua blue pajamas. Supported by his blood-colored robe, Lumian traversed the transparent and distorted faces, enduring the bone-chilling cold and stiffness. Finally, he reached his motionless target. Retrieving the metal canister containing the sedative, Lumian unscrewed the cap and squatted down. He directed the sedative obtained from Rentas toward Black Scorpion Roger's nose, gently fanning the gas with his hand, ensuring its entry into the enemy's breath. With that done, Lumian lifted Black Scorpion Roger and made his way out of the living room. Guarded by Franca, the valets and maids had long since fled. As Black Scorpion Roger departed the living room, the bluish-white faces swiftly faded away, and everything returned to normal. Witnessing this, Lumian dropped the Poison Spur mob leader to the ground and aimed his revolver at the man's head. After a few seconds of contemplation, Lumian pulled the trigger calmly and silently. 2 shots rang out, transforming Black Scorpion Roger's head into a burst watermelon, splattering blood in every direction. He met his demise while in a coma. Franca glanced at Lumian, still aiming at Black Scorpion Roger, and asked calmly, "How is it have you vented all your frustrations?" If it weren't for Franca's desire to assist Lumian, she would have considered reporting Black Scorpion Roger and his associates for their belief in the Great Mother. Lumian fell silent for a moment, his lips curling into a smile. No, it merely resolved one hidden danger. In my homeland, we say that to cure a heart's ailment, the remedy must come from within. But if you don't do it right, no matter how much you try, it's futile. Well, I'll quickly communicate with the spirit, and let's strive to depart this place within 3 minutes. Hurry and seize the spoils. All right, Lumian responded, as the remaining blood-stained garments on his body disintegrated, staining the ground red. That's it. Lumian couldn't help but furrow his brow. It wasn't that Mr. K's finger lacked strength. On the contrary, without it, Lumian would have been too feeble to resist and would have required Franca's aid. However, its performance fell short if made to face the formidable evil spirit. Susanna Matais. Lumian couldn't help but feel disappointed and perplexed. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he headed toward the living room, scanning his surroundings for valuable items. Suddenly, he noticed a figure cloaked in a large hood and black robe standing quietly on the staircase. Mr. K. Lumian's pupils dilated. But in an instant, Mr. K vanished into the shadows. Chapter 227 Agent. 227 Agent. Did the finger serve as a signal? How did Mr. K manage to arrive so swiftly, or was he perhaps observing me from nearby? Lumian felt a surge of tension, his weariness from the battle fading considerably. This revelation granted him a fresh understanding of Mr. K's power, fueling his fear. Lumian averted his gaze and retrieved fallen mercury, its blade tarnished by the scorching and decay. He couldn't help but wonder if it would endure until the year's end. After securing fallen mercury, Lumian proceeded to examine the two corpses that had mostly disintegrated under the deluge of blood. The victims displayed clear signs of petrification, rendering them motionless on the ground, and their ghastly appearance would haunt anyone who laid eyes on them for years to come. The clothing and personal effects of the deceased suffered extensive corrosion, including Harmon's poisoned dirk and Castina's cherished axe. Among the few items that remained relatively unscathed were several specially crafted canisters with an iron hue, emitting a flickering metallic sheen. Although they bore noticeable signs of corrosion on their surfaces, the liquid contents remained unaffected. Lumian scrutinized the canisters and discerned four distinct types, distinguished by etched patterns: a tree, a bear-like face, a spring fountain, and a scorpion. Harmon and Castina had each carried one, leaving a total of 8 canisters. Gathering them up, Lumian approached the peculiar scythe recently wielded by Black Scorpion Roger. It exuded an ominous aura, its pitch-black blade sharp and menacing. It wasn't as compact as a wheat-harvesting scythe, nor as colossal as a giant weapon. It lacked the capacity to shock onlookers and measured only half the height of an average person. The moment Lumian's black-gloved hand touched the scythe, he sensed an ethereal spike extending from it, piercing into his flesh and gradually siphoning his life force. It felt chilling and merciless. Swiftly retracting his hand, Lumian realized that his life was no longer ebbing away slowly. Is it a mystical artifact or a beyonder weapon akin to fallen mercury? How can I remove it safely? Lumian delved into deep contemplation. Just then, Franca finished her preparations and commenced spirit channeling. Lumian returned to Black Scorpion Roger's corpse, carrying the 8 canisters, and communicated with Franca through the wall of spirituality, saying, "Inquire about the purpose of these objects and how to transport the scythe." Franca nodded and directed her gaze toward Roger's face, which materialized on the mirrored surface. "What effects do these canisters on Harmon and Castina have? How can I identify them?" Roger, his face pale and bewildered, replied, "The tree-patterned one is bark agent. It toughens your skin and muscles, rendering them as resilient as trees. The bare-faced pattern is berserk agent. It grants you extraordinary strength when unleashed. The spring fountain pattern represents healing agent. It mends most external wounds, alleviates severe injuries, and eliminates minor ailments. The scorpion pattern is scorpion poison. It is primarily used on weapons and induces arrhythmia and respiratory paralysis, ultimately leading to death. Quite useful indeed," Franca silently praised. Her hidden blade would greatly benefit from a canister of scorpion poison. Franca persisted with her questioning. "How do you usually transport that scythe?" "In my study. There's a large wooden box. Put it inside quickly, and you can take it away," replied Roger, his face pale and devoid of emotion. Franca pressed further. "Is the scythe a mystical object or a beyonder weapon? What are its abilities?" "It's called Harvest Sacrifice. It's a weapon infused with a blessed aura and possesses the quality of sharpness. Once it inflicts a wound on the target, and that wound becomes tainted with the corresponding blood, it can continuously drain the life force of the other party." Roger described the scythe in a dazed manner. Seizing the opportunity, Franca redirected the conversation to more crucial matters. "Have you encountered Madame Moon? How do you maintain contact with her?" Roger's pale face contorted with pain. I met Madame Moon in the wilderness. Well, now she's Lady Moon. She sat in a peculiar carriage pulled by two demons, wearing a veil that made her appear holy and maternal to me. Usually, she seeks me out and commands me to venture into the wilderness abruptly. She gave me a green seed to place inside the statue's abdominal cavity. If I face danger, I can use it to urgently contact her. But there's no need for the seed now. By reciting her full honorific name, I can elicit her response. She can respond to an honorific name that's quite advanced. Franca refrained from inquiring about Lady Moon's honorific name, fearing that the other party might detect her intention. Although she could already surmise the answer, she asked out of curiosity, "Why didn't you seek Lady Moon's assistance earlier?" Roger replied, his gaze vacant. "I can win. You clung to your delusion until the very end, didn't you?" Franca clicked her tongue and remarked, "Why are you supporting Hughes Artois? Lady Moon instructed us to aid in his election." Roger replied with a blank expression. "She claimed that Hughes Artois is an open-minded individual." Open-minded, what does that mean? Franca struggled to comprehend this assessment. As Franca channeled Black Scorpion Roger, Lumian didn't linger by her side. Instead, he ventured into the study, assuming Alcai's appearance, and began sifting through valuable items. Armed with a short wire, he attempted to unlock the safe door, but his efforts proved futile. Within the study, he discovered a suitable wooden box for housing the sinister scythe. Carrying it, he descended the stairs to the open-door basement. The area appeared tidy, except for a stone platform suspected of holding the statue, devoid of any other objects. Employing his keen observation skills as a hunter, Lumian scoured the vicinity and uncovered a concealed door. With a grating sound, he pushed open the secret passage and revealed a corridor beyond. On either side of the corridor stood prison cells enclosed by iron bars. Dozens, if not hundreds, of people were crammed inside. Most appeared destitute, but among them were well-dressed gentlemen, ladies, and seemingly lost children. In that moment, nearly a third of the captives lay lifeless on the floor, their skin shriveled and lacking vitality. They resembled skeletons more than human beings. They no longer drew breath, and they had lost control of their bodily functions. The stench permeated the private prison. Lumian's gaze swept over the trembling individuals, and he noticed numerous sinister and peculiar symbols etched upon the ground. The wall behind them, and the iron fence in front. No wonder a heretic spellmaster wields such formidable power on their home turf. Lumian reached a realization. Not only did they possess the backing of a magic circle teeming with deceased souls, but they could also extract the life force of others at will to replenish their own. Balancing the wooden box with one arm, Lumian retrieved his revolver, pressed it against the door of a cell, and pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the iron lock shattered and clattered to the ground. After reloading, Lumian paid little attention to the captives. He progressed methodically, obliterating the iron locks of the remaining cells. Then, with the revolver holstered under his armpit, he turned and departed, leaving behind a bewildered and numbed group of survivors. When Lumian returned to the ground floor, Franca had just concluded the spirit channeling and dispelled the spiritual barrier. "Did you discover anything?" Franca inquired casually. Lumian gestured toward the wooden box nestled under his left arm. "It should suffice for storing the scythe. I couldn't access the safe. It's possible that the servants fled to the second floor or the garden at the back. I didn't encounter them." "Don't concern yourself with them. As followers of an evil deity, they will meet a swift demise once their protection wanes. Furthermore, we have disguised ourselves adequately to avoid recognition." Franca affirmed with a nod. "Pack up harvest sacrifice. We shall depart now. Oh, by the way, the scythe is called Harvest Sacrifice." Before long, Lumian returned to Black Scorpion Roger's lifeless body with the scythe in hand, presenting the wooden box to Franca. Then, he squatted down, tore off a section of his pajamas, crumpled it into a ball, and stained it with blood. "Curious?" Franca inquired. "What are you doing?" Lumian remained focused, his gaze fixed on the task at hand, and succinctly replied, providing a hint to the official beyonders. With the blood-stained cloth in hand, Lumian made his way back to the living room. Beside the serene female statue, he messily inscribed words in Intition Great Mother. Having completed the task, Lumian discarded the cloth bundle and headed towards the door. Why does it seem so provocative? Franca sighed and turned around. Behind her, dark flames materialized and ascended, consuming the traces left by both of them and the lingering spirit bodies of the deceased. Shortly after, Franca scattered shimmering powder and recited the incantation of invisibility. She disappeared from the foyer, clutching the wooden box. Lumian pushed open the door and confidently stepped out onto 126 Avenue du Marche. He left the door ajar, allowing the scene within to be exposed to passers-by. Under the yellowish glow of the gas wall lamps, a lifeless body lay in the foyer, surrounded by blood. Lumian crossed Avenue du Marche, constantly altering his course, until he reached the alley where he had changed his clothes and assumed his disguise. He wiped his face clean and donned his original attire, no longer emanating the aura of Alcai. In the next moment, Franca transformed into her hooded figure, draped in black robes. She retrieved the ring of punishment from Lumian and returned it to her coin bag. The witch glanced at the unconscious poison sperm mob member. Alcai, Anne said to Lumian, who was about to depart. Aren't you going to take care of him? He knows Seal knocked him out. And the person who killed Black Scorpion Roger posed as him. Lumian remained silent. He drew his revolver, partially turned, and fired at Alcai, clad in a blue and white striped shirt. 2 gunshots rang out as the poison sperm mob member, trusted by Black Scorpion Roger, was struck in the chest and met his demise. Observing Lumian's nonchalant demeanor, Franca shook her head inwardly and proceeded to deal with the remaining spirit body and traces in the alley. Then, she concealed herself once more and departed alongside Lumian. He scaled the outer wall and returned to the second floor of Salle de Balbrise. After using a special lotion from Rentas to remove the excess black dye from his hair and transforming back into Seal Dubois, Lumian, Franca smiled and inquired, do you want to keep this scythe? If not, I'll sell it and we'll split the proceeds evenly. Your provoker potion should be almost fully digested. You'll need to gather funds and ingredients for your advancement. Chapter 228 Sudden Digestion. 228 Sudden Digestion. Upon Franca's mention of advancement, Lumian felt a sudden urge to make preparations. It wasn't that he didn't aspire to become a Sequence 7 pyromaniac and master mysticism techniques, but the hunter and provoker potion formulas were bestowed upon him by Madame Magician, making them easily obtainable and reducing the sense of urgency. His plan was to wait until the provoker potion had fully digested before writing a letter to Madame Magician, inquiring about the price for obtaining everything necessary for his advancement. More importantly, Lumian knew that Madame Magician possessed a pyromaniac beyonder characteristic, but now that he thought about it, he felt that he had to make additional preparations. It occurred to him that Madame Magician might not be associated with the hunter pathway, which meant she might not possess the pyromaniac potion formula. Furthermore, she could have already given the beyonder characteristic to someone else. Lumian couldn't be the only one with the minor arcana card, and it was unlikely that they all belonged to different pathways. While Madame Magician's level and abilities made it relatively easy for her to acquire the pyromaniac potion formula and its main ingredient, she might be unwilling or face unforeseen delays. Lost in thought, Lumian glanced at the wooden box resting on Franca's lap and hesitated before suggesting, let's sell it. The evil scythe possessed an uncanny sharpness and the ability to drain an enemy's life through blood, perfectly suited to Lumian's close-quarters combat style. However, it proved highly inconvenient to carry and conceal due to its usage restrictions. Most of the time, Lumian could only store it at Salle de Balbrise or Auberge du Coq d'Or, relying on it when attacked. Alternatively, he could draw it in advance and hide it in the cover of night shadows for offensive purposes. If Lumian wished to have it with him at all times, his only solution was to acquire a cello case and carry it on his back. Yet, for a mobster leader, this would raise suspicions. In fact, if Franca hadn't brought up the topic of preparing for his advancement, Lumian would have deemed his current stash of 4 zivnia d'or far from sufficient. He needed to acquire more funds. Keeping the evil scythe, known as harvest sacrifice, wasn't a problem as it could still prove useful in certain situations. If necessary, Lumian could use the mystery-prying glasses to disguise himself as a musician, carrying the cello on his back to assassinate his intended target. Franca sighed in response. I suppose selling it is our only option. It's actually quite good, but it doesn't suit my combat style. She then gestured towards Lumian's waist. How about we each get a canister? To be honest, Franca wasn't particularly interested in the berserk agent and the bark agent. She only desired the scorpion poison and the healing agent. However, considering that Lumian also required poison for his weapons and healing capabilities, she opted for a fair solution. In the dead of the night, outside 126 Avenue du Marche, a group of police officers, dressed in black uniforms, formed a barricade to keep pedestrians away from the building behind them. Within the house, Angelme de Franois with his blonde hair, eyebrows, and beard, stood before a delicate female sculpture, his gaze fixed upon the bloodred words adorning the wall. Donning a row of golden buttons on his chest, he remained silent, emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression that affected both the surrounding purifiers and police officers. After a moment, the purifier of Southern Continent descent emerged from the basement and approached Angelme. In hushed tones, he spoke. Deacon, we have found clear signs of sacrificial rituals to an evil god beneath us. There are deceased individuals who were used as living sacrifices. The prison cells have been unlocked, and some of the abductees managed to escape. Those who remain informed me that Black Scorpion Roger did indeed employ sorcery. Angelme listened impassively, scanning his surroundings. He then addressed the nearby police officers, saying, Did none of you notice the significant number of people who had gone missing? Who was it that claimed the market district housed only a handful of controllable beyonders who suggested that arresting them would only pave the way for new criminal organizations, causing even greater chaos? His voice, filled with anger, reverberated through the living room of 126 Avenue du Marche, causing each police officer to lower their gaze. At that moment, Angelme abruptly turned his attention to the delicate female sculpture. He sensed a fleeting surge of anger emanating from it, quickly dissipating. He had sensed a faint fluctuation of anger there, but it disappeared in a flash. A golden light enveloped Angelme's body as he extended his right palm, opening the abdomen of the statue. There, a cavity large enough to cradle a curled-up human revealed itself. Within it rested a brownish-green seed, silently crumbling into dust when stirred by the wind. On the second floor of Salle de Bal Brise, Lumian furrowed his brow abruptly. What's wrong? Franca asked. Lumian found himself torn between elation and confusion. My provoker potion has fully digested. Could it be that some important figure was provoked by our actions? Franca speculated. Perhaps Lady Moon. Or maybe an official bounder. All possibilities. Lumian conceded. If he couldn't unravel the mystery, there was no use dwelling on it. After all, it was a positive development. This meant that he could now advance to become a Sequence 7 pyromaniac. This realization struck him with a newfound understanding. He didn't need to meticulously summarize all the principles of acting to fully digest the corresponding potion. By summarizing a portion of his acting principles and consistently receiving feedback while performing appropriately, he could rely on quantity or the accumulation of time to digest the potion. Hence, most Beyonders can rely on time and fortunate encounters to digest the potion without being familiar with the acting method. Lumian pondered silently, feeling enlightened. After distributing the agents and deciding to sell the remaining spoils for money, Lumian bid Franca farewell. Deliberately, he circled Salle de Bal Brise before departing Avenue du Marche and returning to Auberge du Coq d'Or. As he reached the second floor, he noticed that the door to room 206 stood ajar, allowing the light from a carbide lamp to spill into the dim corridor. Curiosity piqued. Lumian glanced inside as he passed by, spotting Gabriel seated by the bed in his preferred black dungarees, observing the hallway outside. You're finally back, the playwright exclaimed with delight upon seeing Lumian. Raising an eyebrow, Lumian queried, You haven't been arrested by the police yet? Gabriel found himself momentarily speechless. After a few seconds, his joy overcame him, and he replied, Monsieur Nathan Lopp didn't report me to the police. In fact, he signed a contract with me and purchased my script. He intended to make a down payment of 1,500 $, but considering how we frightened him, he deducted 500. Once the play commences, you'll receive 2.5 of the ticket revenue for each show. A soft chuckle escaped Lumian's lips. I thought the revolver had coerced him into agreement, fully expecting him to go back on his word. I never imagined that your script would genuinely move him. If you thought so, why did you still do it? Gabriel grumbled instinctively. He elaborated. Monsieur Lopp understands the idiosyncrasies of artists and doesn't mind such matters. He mentioned that his previous mistress was a female painter. She not only kept a sheep on his balcony, but also attempted to flirt with men. She even prepared fake props to try and convince him, which ultimately led to their breakup. Utrarians. Lumian sighed. Even as the prankster king of Cordu, Gabriel, hailing from a different province and not being a Trarian himself, took Seal's teasing in stride. Unfazed by the remark, he expressed his gratitude sincerely. Thank you very much. Although I don't agree with your approach, Monsieur Lopp would have never laid eyes on my script without your help. Gabriel, perplexed, questioned. Monsieur Lopp mentioned that we authors weren't cautious enough. We only covered our faces once we reached his doorstep. After conversing with the guard at the lobby, he knew what we looked like. Once he calls the police, there's no escape for any of us. Why didn't you mask up earlier when we tied up the guard? Gabriel believed that Seal, being a mob leader, should have been more cautious. Lumian responded calmly. Why should I have masked myself? Confusion filled Gabriel's face as he asked, then why did you eventually mask yourself? Lumian replied calmly, because Jenna messed up. What kind of logic is this even as a playwright himself? He found it difficult to comprehend Seal's thoughts. He could sense that Seal's state last night was abnormal, but he didn't know the exact reason. It was difficult to determine his mental state and the motives behind his actions. Gabriel let out a sigh and remarked, fortunately, things turned out well. Otherwise, we would have been apprehended by the police. He paused for a moment, realizing that Seal was a leader of the Savoy mob. The crimes he had committed in the past were more serious than what happened last night. There was no need to fear. Even if the police came looking for him, he could hide for a day or two, and the matter would pass. No one would pursue him for such a trivial case. Lumian chuckled and gave Gabriel's shoulder a friendly pat. Even if you get caught, you're just an accomplice. You didn't carry a weapon. You can secure your release by posting bail. With that, Lumian walked towards his room and opened the door to room 207. Gabriel watched Seal's retreating figure, feeling a mixture of confusion and relief. In room 207, Lumian carefully examined fallen mercury. He felt that if the dirk wasn't repaired, it could last a maximum of 3 months. Perhaps I should consult Franca. She might know a few individuals skilled in the mending of mystical artifacts and beyonder weapons. Lumian half closed his eyes and established a connection with fallen mercury, seeking communication. After a while, he discerned the swapped fate that had taken place. The destiny of Black Scorpion Roger gulping down alcohol. Lumian carefully stored fallen mercury, stood up, and exited the room, making his way to the 3rd floor. Approaching the door of room 310, he overheard the lunatic's frantic cries. Still filled with fear, Lumian pulled out the short wire, unlocking the door. He then beheld the lunatic crouched on the moonlit floor, clutching his head and trembling uncontrollably, leaning against the door frame. Lumian couldn't help but let out a chuckle. You're rather fortunate. The Monsaurus ghost hasn't come to claim your life just yet. I wonder if it's preoccupied or slacking off. Chapter 229 229 Equivalent Exchange 229 Equivalent Exchange. The lunatic still wore a grimy linen shirt and yellow trousers, as if changing clothes was not part of his plan. Upon hearing Lumian's words, he looked up, revealing a face obscured by a black beard. It seemed as though he had forgotten Lumian entirely. His blue eyes were empty, clouded over. I'm dying. He clutched his shoulder, which was hidden beneath his unruly black hair. and let out another terrified scream. Lumian approached, his left hand gloved in black, and drew out fallen mercury. With a swift motion, he plunged it into the lunatic's shoulder. The filthy linen shirt tore open, revealing a shallow wound that still oozed blood. The lunatic stood frozen, as if the long-awaited judgment had finally arrived. After a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground, placing his hands on the floor as he scrambled away from Lumian. In his terror, he cried out, "Don't kill me, don't kill me!" The tenants in the neighboring rooms heard the commotion, but none of them bothered to investigate. The lunatic often ranted about his impending demise and pleaded not to be killed. The sinister pewter-black dagger had already left the lunatic's shoulder, and Lumian continued to gaze at the shimmering river of mercury. Lost in thought, he witnessed the blissful first half of the lunatic's life and the tragic deaths of his family. One by one, it was as though Lumian could relate to the sensation of a complete mental breakdown caused by an overwhelming blow. At times, Lumian yearned to break down like the lunatic, to abandon all reason and act on primal instincts until his own demise. However, there was still a glimmer of hope, a minuscule, almost unrealistic hope, and he was not ready to relinquish it. He desired to pursue it. Thus, he often acted impulsively and displayed self-destructive tendencies. Yet he was always restrained by the rationality that stemmed from that flicker of hope. He never truly disregarded the consequences, existing in a state of profound contradiction, knowing precisely which fate he wished to exchange and its approximate date. Lumian swiftly located the lunatic's destiny of encountering the Monsaurus ghost in the underground market district. With the tip of the blade, he pried it loose, transforming it into a droplet of liquid mercury. The drinking fate originally belonging to Black Scorpion Roger flowed into the lunatic's body. Ignoring the lunatic's terrified pleas, Lumian squatted before him. He wiped the blade of fallen mercury clean with his clothes and assisted in staunching the bleeding. Then, Lumian pulled up the only chair and took a seat, patiently awaiting the completion of the fate exchange. "I'm dying. I'm dying. Don't kill me, don't kill me." As the lunatic shrieked, time ticked by. Finally, fallen mercury quivered gently. The lunatic's voice abruptly ceased. He rose to his feet, his gaze clearing as he muttered to himself, "I need a drink. I need a drink." Lumian smiled and stood up. "The drinks are on you. Consider it a reward for helping you escape the Monsaurus ghost." Naturally, the true reward was the fate of encountering the Monsaurus ghost. With careful planning and an unguarded target, it served as an excellent tool for assassination. The lunatic appeared startled for a moment before replying, "You got rid of it. You can choose not to believe me." Lumian turned and walked into the dimly lit corridor, devoid of wall lamps. The lunatic, driven by an insatiable thirst for drink, unwittingly trailed after Lumian. As they made their way to the basement bar, the lunatic glanced around and noticed a distinct change in his surroundings. The eerie sensation of being watched from the shadows had vanished. Perplexed, the lunatic settled himself at the bar counter and ordered 2 glasses of oatmeal beer, one for Lumian and the other for himself. He downed his own glass, leaving traces of foam clinging to the corners of his mouth. Since he occasionally visited the bar in moments of sobriety, no one suspected anything amiss. After quenching his alcohol craving, the lunatic turned to Lumian and asked once more, "Have I truly escaped the Monsaurus ghost? How did you manage it?" "I've slain the Monsaurus ghost, but I can't be certain if it will resurrect," Lumian replied solemnly. "However, if those who previously encountered it are still among the living, they shall be free from its torment. Remember, I mentioned encountering the Monsaurus ghost myself. Look at me, I'm alive and well." Really, the lunatic found it hard to believe that this handsome young man had defeated the Monsaurus ghost. Not even the church had succeeded. "I lied. I merely discovered an incantation that prevents the Monsaurus ghost from plaguing me. But I require the blood of someone haunted as a conduit." A glimmer of understanding flickered in the lunatic's eyes. "No wonder you stabbed me." Blushing with embarrassment, he admitted, "I may not be able to compensate you at present. My savings are meager, and I must find new employment." Lumian interrupted, "What shall I call you?" "Just Flame will do," the lunatic replied before inquiring, "And you?" "Seal." Lumian downed his oatmeal beer. By the time his glass contained only a thin film of liquid, Flame had become quite tipsy. He grasped Lumian's arm and babbled on. Did you know I used to be a university lecturer? Simultaneously, I was entrusted with the safety of some students. Many of those students were audacious and reckless, daring to engage in any endeavor and shout slogans of freedom when challenged. They even held proms in the catacombs, burning the bones of nameless corpses to warm their asses. They believed in nothing and feared nothing. Of course, I was much the same in those days. Flame recounted tales from the first half of his life, his tone shifting between pride, happiness, admonishment of the present ills, and wistful reminiscence. Might you have entered the underground trier to dissuade certain students from taking risks? Lumian asked casually. Taking a sip of his beer, Flame shook his head. No, my expertise lies in minerals. The subterranean rock formations of Trier are uniquely fascinating for study. Together with the medical school, we even established a museum of mineralogy and pathology in the catacombs. I had been leaving the museum, making my way toward the underground market district with the intention of heading home when I encountered the Monsaurus ghost. My Sandrine, my bastion. Flame clutched his head, his voice filled with an agonizing pain. Lumian quickly changed the subject. So, the subterranean rock formations in Trier are quite unique. Indeed, Flame instinctively replied, before collecting himself and continuing. We even assigned poetic names to those formations. From top to bottom, they are referred to as flowers, sheep, and sedges. Engrossed in conversation, Lumian and Flame chatted well into the midnight hours. The latter appeared lively, and even his bearded face seemed to regain some color. He didn't lose his sanity again, having confirmed that there was no longer a feeling of being watched in the darkness. He returned to normal. After bidding a cheerful farewell to the intoxicated Flame, Lumian smiled and withdrew his gaze. He entered room 207 to compose a letter to Madame Magician. In the letter, he first mentioned how Termaboros had nearly influenced him into transferring Charlie's luck and how he had slain Black Scorpion Roger and other Lady Moon subordinates. Lumian then revealed that the Provoker potion had been completely digested due to the latter. He inquired whether Madame Magician possessed the pyromaniac potion formula and the associated Beyonder characteristic, as well as the price he needed to pay for them. Not long after Lumian had tidied up the room and summoned a puppet messenger to deliver the letter, he received a reply from Madame Magician. Good job. You've already recognized the potential influence and threat that long-named fellow poses to you. Stay vigilant. Based on your description, this Lady Moon should be a sequence 3. Being able to truly provoke such a demigod will undoubtedly hasten your digestion of the potion. If I recall correctly, you are attending Mr. K's gathering tomorrow night and will inform him that you can worship that being. This means you will truly become one of them, completing the initial phase of the mission I assigned you. As a reward, I will provide you with the pyromaniac potion formula free of charge. I still possess the pyromaniac Beyonder characteristic. But remember, the principle of equivalent exchange must be upheld. In Intis, the two main ingredients of the pyromaniac potion cost more than 18 Vrldor, often exceeding 20 Dinyeno. Correspondingly, the Beyonder characteristic usually amounts to around 35 Vrldor. What does this mean? It implies that many people in Intis have become pyromaniacs. Yet many pyromaniacs have also perished. As a holder of a minor arcana card, I will offer you a substantial discount. The Beyonder characteristic will only cost you 30 Vrldor. Good luck. Phew. 30 Vrldor. Lumian exhaled, feeling that the sum was not unattainable. He already had over 4 Vrldor in savings, and the evil scythe known as Harvest Sacrifice could fetch a decent price. Additionally, he could borrow some funds from Franca and embezzle a portion of Salda Balbrise's money. These combined efforts would bring him close to 30 Vrldor. And just as Lumian had suspected, Lady Moon had transformed from a mere madam to a lady capable of birthing deities. She was undoubtedly more than a sequence 4. Fortunately, we had feigned impending defeat in our previous battle, preventing Black Scorpion Roger from seeking assistance. Lumian burned Madame Magician's letter, freshened up, climbed into bed, and drifted off to sleep. Just after 6 in the morning, Lumian had finished washing up and changed into a crisp white shirt, black vest, brown pants, and sleek leather boots, when he heard footsteps descending from the 3rd floor. It was Ruhr and Mitchell, clad in tattered clothes and emanating a pungent odor. As Lumian stood by the door of room 207, Ruhr, his voice filled with panic, cried out, "Seal, Monsieur Seal, that lunatic is dead. Dead. Flame is dead." Lumian was momentarily stunned before darting past Ruhr and Mitchell, making his way to the 3rd floor. The door to room 310 was wide open. Lumian cast a quick glance inside and spotted Flame hanging from the window. He faced the door, having cleanly shaven his face, revealing a gentle and gaunt visage. Now, he no longer breathed. His face had turned blue, his eyes slightly bulging, his mouth hung open wide, and the morning light streamed through the window, bathing his lifeless body. He hung silently, suspended by a belt tied to the window frame. Beneath him, on the wooden table, lay a nearly extinguished kerosene lamp, several large books, and a white sheet of paper weighted down by a fountain pen. It appeared that something had been written on it. Lumian fell into an eerie silence for a few seconds before cautiously approaching the white sheet of paper. In precise Intitian handwriting, it read, "When I was deranged, I still harbored the will to live. Upon awakening, I found no purpose in life. Please lay me to rest in the underground tomb of lights within the catacombs." Lumian raised his gaze, meeting the vacant blue eyes that seemed to peer back from beyond the grave. He stood in solemn silence, transfixed, as if time had come to a halt. Chapter 230 Scapegoat. 230 Scapegoat. At the stroke of 8 a.m., a pair of law enforcement officers ambled up to the 3rd floor of Audiobooks door. One meticulously examined the lifeless body, the suicide note, and the surroundings, while the other commenced interrogating the neighboring tenants. Lumian, already disguised using the mystery prying glasses, had taken his position at the entrance of room 310. The officer, donning a uniform and clutching a pen and paper, cast a fleeting glance in his direction. "You must be Seal Dubois. Enlighten me on the matter." Lumian proceeded to recount how Flame's sanity was gone prior to his arrival. The man incessantly raved about encountering the Monsaurus ghost and the demise of his own kin. Soon, it seemed, his turn was imminent. Lumian continued, revealing how Flame had abruptly regained consciousness the previous night and indulged in a bout of heavy drinking. "What about the wound on his shoulder?" interjected the officer attending to the deceased in the room. "Before he regained consciousness last night, he inflicted the injury upon himself. I was the one who bound it up," Lumian responded with composure. After interrogating the other tenants and the proprietor of the basement bar, the two officers cautiously deduced that the deceased had long been plagued by mental instability. He possessed a motive for suicide and displayed corresponding behavioral tendencies. As they maneuvered Flame's body into the mortuary bag, they addressed Lumian, saying, "We shall transport him to the catacombs, but it's a rather intricate procedure. It entails ascertaining the precise cause of death, summoning a clergyman for purification rites, finding a suitable heir for his estate, and liaising with the catacomb administrators. This will take roughly a week or two." Lumian fell silent momentarily before resuming. "I've shared a few drinks with him. Remember to inform me when you lay him to rest." Affirming their agreement, the two officers departed Audiobooks door, taking Flame's body and the belongings from the room along with them. Lumian removed his disguise and returned to room 207. Seated in a chair, his back to the window casting sunlight, he faced the dimly lit corridor, grappling with a swirl of emotions. Flame's suicide had presented Lumian with an alternative fate. Lumian had aided Flame in evading the Monsaurus ghost, not driven by a desire for personal gain or reward. It was simply because he saw a reflection of his own predicament in the man who had lost his family. One had succumbed completely, descending into lunacy, while the other persevered, clinging to a glimmer of hope and desperately struggling to maintain his grasp on reason. But in the end, Flame, no longer tormented by the Monsaurus ghost and driven to madness by fear, had opted to terminate his own existence. In the corridor, Elodie, her tresses concealed beneath a blonde wig and her eyes accentuated with eyeshadow, alongside the other cleaning lady, had already commenced their bustling day. They worked ceaselessly, mopping the floors and battling bedbugs without respite. Lumian observed silently, his gaze appearing distant and unfocused. After the passage of nearly 15 minutes, light yet hurried footfalls reverberated along the staircase. Eventually reaching room 207, Jenna's silhouette came into Lumian's view. Today, she donned a more understated attire compared to her usual flamboyance. Her blouse clung slightly, complementing the gentle brown shade of her top and a fluffy, beige, short skirt. She sported knee-high black boots, and her makeup exuded both decadence and allure. She glanced at Lumian, entered room 207, and gently shut the wooden door behind her. Lumian snapped out of his reverie and observed her silently, refraining from questioning her intentions. Jenna repressed her curiosity and excitement before speaking up. "Have you heard the boss and 2 leaders of the Poison Spur gang have been murdered?" "I'm aware," Lumian acknowledged with a nod. Jenna scrutinized his expression and deliberately probed further. "You weren't involved, were you? Do you think I possess the capability to eliminate Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon, and short-legged Candlestick Castina all at once?" Lumian retorted. Jenna, having already gleaned an estimation of seal strength from Franca, understood that Black Scorpion Roger was no less formidable than Franca herself. She shook her head and uttered, "No." She then drawled in a leisurely tone, "But you can still seek assistance. For instance, Franca, the authorities don't even suspect me," Lumian stated, shrugging his shoulders. In truth, he found this matter rather perplexing. Ordinarily, as one of the few individuals who had recently engaged in a direct confrontation with the Poison Spur gang, he would undoubtedly be subjected to questioning following such an incident. Yet, Lumian had remained on standby since last night, prepared to don a disguise at a moment's notice. Yet no investigators had arrived. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Knock, knock, knock. Knocks resounded against the door of room 207. Charlie Lumian's gaze fixated on the door as he beckoned. "Come in. It's not locked." The visitor who stood before them was none other than Charlie, clad in a crisp white shirt, a light-colored vest, and a formal black suit. He exuded an air of dignity. Atop his head rested a half-top hat, while a dark bow tie completed his ensemble. His attire seemed even more refined than when he served as an attendant at Hôtel du Cygne Blanc. After sizing up Charlie, Lumian couldn't help but smile. Well, where did this civilized individual come from? Charlie couldn't conceal his own grin. His tone brimmed with warmth and enthusiasm as he replied, "Right, I am now a true gentleman. I'm still in the process of mastering classical grammar. Madam, Monsieur, please allow me to extend my civilized greetings." With those words, he removed his half-top hat, pressed it against his chest, and offered a slight bow. Jenna chuckled but didn't discourage Charlie. Lumian clicked his tongue and remarked, "To be frank, you're more like a monkey playing dress-up in civilized clothing." Charlie remained unaffected, his joy unwavering. "I've only just begun my studies. In a month's time, you'll witness an entirely different version of me. Oh, by the way, this is Monsieur Charlie Collant. He is currently enjoying a sumptuous dinner worth 8 Verl d'Or." At this point, Charlie glanced at Jenna, who stood beside the bed. He opened his mouth as if he had something to say, yet hesitated to do so in her presence. Nonchalantly, Lumian inquired, "What's the matter? Just speak your mind." Charlie lowered his voice. "Did you hear last night? Black Scorpion Roger, Baldy Harmon, and short-legged Candlestick Castina were all killed." "I'm aware." And Lumian believes Charlie wouldn't seek him out for something that would soon become public knowledge. Charlie glanced at Jenna and continued, "What has been confirmed is that the murderer belongs to a terrorist organization known as the Aurora Order. They have a penchant for gruesome displays of carnage and primarily target individuals who worship evil gods. In this case, Black Scorpion Roger and his cohorts followed an evil god named the Great Mother. Aurora Order." Lumian was taken aback. Where did this scapegoat come from? Why were the official bounders suddenly pointing fingers at the Aurora Order? Shouldn't they first investigate those who had conflicts with Black Scorpion Roger and the Poison Spur gang? That's how detective novels were written. Are you saying that the Aurora Order truly carried out these murders? Jenna inquired curiously. Charlie nodded emphatically. That's correct. The Aurora Order appears to have claimed responsibility for these acts in some capacity. Tomorrow, there should be reports about the case in certain newspapers. The latter half of Charlie's statement suggested that the information he had just shared was meant to be disclosed and held no confidentiality clauses. The Aurora Order claiming responsibility? They weren't even involved. Why would they assume responsibility? Lumian found himself momentarily perplexed yet slightly amused. If he hadn't personally slain Black Scorpion Roger, he might have suspected the Aurora Order as the culprits. Charlie glanced at Lumian and added in a hushed tone. This afternoon, once the election concludes, a crackdown on the mobs in the entire market district shall commence in response to the public's concerns about the district's security. Are you reading from a document? Your words sound so official. Lumian realized why Charlie had rushed to inform him. It was best for those with dirt on them to leave the market district this afternoon and hide for the time being. Lumian nodded subtly and replied, I have a mysticism gathering to attend this afternoon. Although Mr. K.'s gathering was scheduled for 9 p.m., Lumian intended to arrive early. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief and gestured toward the door. He'll make a move first. After a moment of contemplation, Lumian responded, In the future, there's no need to inform me about such trivial matters. He added mockingly, Do you doubt my abilities? It's my first time, so I couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Don't worry. Unless it truly concerns you, I won't drop any more hints. As Lumian watched Charlie depart, Jenna clicked her tongue and sighed. He's turned into your spy among the official bounders. I'd prefer it if he wasn't. Lumian mumbled, pursing his lips. He's just an imbecile, bound to mess things up. Jenna scoffed and waved her hand. I'm going to find Franca. Are you planning to share the information Charlie gave us with the others? If everyone flees, the official bounders will undoubtedly investigate any leaks. That imbecile won't be able to escape. Besides, some people deserve to end up in jail. And you don't, Jenna criticized as she left room 207 and stepped into the corridor. At that moment, the two cleaning ladies had already reached the staircase. Jenna hurried over, her gaze sweeping across the cleaning lady named Elodie, who wore a blonde wig. Suddenly, Jenna's expression froze, and she swiftly turned around, heading back to room 207. Lumian, who was about to leave, found it peculiar. Elodie, a woman of almost 50 years with a blonde wig and eyeshadow, also noticed Jenna. She stared at the apprentice actress' retreating figure for a few seconds before calling out in confusion and concern, Celia. Jenna's body went rigid. She slowly turned back, forcing a smile, and greeted Elodie with a loud voice. Mother. Lumian almost couldn't believe his ears. Then he recalled Elodie mentioning that she used to be a theater actress, and now enjoyed watching performances at the Theatre de l'Ancien Cage Pigeons. Her husband had passed away a few years ago in a factory accident, leaving behind two nearly adult children who helped support the family. Jenna, on the other hand, was an apprentice actress at the same theater. Her father had also passed away a few years ago, leaving only her mother and brother. Her plan was to earn enough money for her tuition fees and other expenses for the coming year. It all adds up. Lumian nodded thoughtfully. Elodie approached Jenna with a broom, assessing her appearance. Why are you here and what kind of makeup is that? Chapter 231 Mr. K.'s Purpose. 231 Mr. K.'s Purpose. Jenna's eyes darted around, her arm raised in the air. This is a requirement for my theater acting class. Her words seemed to ease her tension, and her smile took on a more natural quality. Didn't I mention that I work part-time as a waitress at a bar to make ends meet? This is my boss. I'm here to discuss a salary increase with him. Jenna pointed confidently at Lumian, stationed by the door of room 207. Elodie glanced at Lumian, then fixed her gaze on Jenna for a few moments before nodding. Don't forget to come home tonight. Jenna's smile faltered momentarily before she replied, Okay. Seeing Elodie return to her tasks, cleaning the other side of the second floor, Jenna tiptoed down the stairs and made her way out of Auberge du Coq door. It didn't take long for her to spot Lumian catching up to her, prompting her to grumble. Damn it, why is my mother at Auberge du Coq door? Lumian contemplated for a moment before responding. Blame it on Tree de L ancient cage pigeons. Monsieur Ive, the owner of Auberge du Coq door, found a part-time cleaning lady who works only half a day there. And your mother is a regular visitor at Tree de L ancient cage pigeons for plays. Jenna clenched her teeth and exclaimed, "Those cursed heretics." She then threw up her arm. "Tonight, I'll tell her the truth. I'll say I'm working part-time as an underground singer to save up for next year's tuition. And I earn quite a bit." Lumian glanced at Jenna's side profile. "Curious. You don't seem too nervous or afraid." Jenna spat. "That's my mother. Not some man-eating monster. She's kind-hearted and understanding. I didn't tell her what I was up to before because I didn't want her to worry. She'll worry now. Though," Lumian reminded her, being an underground singer in dance halls and bars often involved dealing with shady characters. Being taken advantage of was an unfortunate reality from time to time. Jenna's smile was mischievous as she playfully remarked, "I'm the mistress of Cécile Dubois, leader of the Savoy mob and guardian of Salle de Balbrise. Who dares to mess with me?" Lumian chuckled. "That's even more dangerous." Jenna averted her gaze and observed the street vendors on Rue Anarchy. "If my mother can't accept it, I plan to demonstrate my current abilities and convince her that I can protect myself." "Oh, really?" Lumian didn't raise the example of the perverted headsy. Jenna composed herself and said in a heavy voice, "She's been through so much. She has worked tirelessly for years. I want to help her shoulder some of the burden so she won't break herself." Lumian contemplated for a moment before responding, "Since your father's passing." Jenna's gaze shifted to the ground, and she tersely confirmed, "There was an accident at the factory. My father was severely injured and spent over 10 days in the hospital. In the end, he couldn't be saved. We used up all our savings and still owe a significant amount of money. A few years ago, I could have pursued a career in theater and studied acting, but it wasn't until the beginning of this year that we managed to repay almost half of our debt and save up some money for my education. My mother insisted that we couldn't delay any longer. If we kept delaying, I would become too old." Lumian listened attentively, his brow furrowing in puzzlement. "No compensation for the factory accident." "Yes, but that scoundrel hasn't compensated us yet." Jenna clenched her teeth. "He keeps appealing, and the courts always take their time. FC King, damn it. Is he trying to drag it out until we're all dead?" Lumian fell silent briefly before changing the subject. "Was your mother truly a theater actress?" "That's correct." Jenna's expression softened gradually. "She had great acting skills and was beautiful. But most theater managers, sponsors, and owners were men. They would prey on actresses in the theater like lions patrolling their territory. Those who refused to submit to them wouldn't get good roles. It's infuriating. Everyone thinks it's normal. Even the police and the courts. My mother has a gentle nature, but she's fiercely stubborn. She could only land supporting roles and was even fired once. When the theater she worked at went bankrupt, she lost the chance to return to the stage temporarily. She had to take on odd jobs as a motel maid and laundry worker. That's when she met my father. They got together and became husband and wife in the presence of God. Praise the Son. At that time, my father was working hard to become a skilled laborer. My mother took on various jobs and saved money while searching for an opportunity to return to the theater. Those were the days she cherished the most. Later, my brother and I were born. Mom and Dad became busier, struggling to make ends meet and give us a chance to pursue an education. When we became self-sufficient, my mother was already old and couldn't return to the stage. She placed her hopes on me. She wanted to see me become an exceptional actress, even if it meant playing supporting roles. My father wished for my brother to become a skilled laborer. These words had been bottled up inside Jenna's heart for a long time, and only now did she find the opportunity to express them. Lumian patiently waited for Jenna to finish before posing a question. "Do you aspire to be a theater actress yourself?" Jenna beamed with pride and contentment. It's hard not to love theater when your mother is such a dedicated fan and talented actress. Her smile inexplicably evoked a twinge of jealousy in Lumian. Sighing with a touch of emotion, he remarked, "I can tell that your mother has a genuine passion for theater. Even as a cleaning lady, she adorns herself with makeup and wears exquisite wigs." Jenna lightly nodded and shared, "She says it makes her feel youthful, as if she's back on the stage." In her eyes, she remains a true theater actress, and her other jobs are merely part-time endeavors. She's always been like this. She takes me to witness the sunrise, reminding me that darkness will always give way to light, and she tells me that even in the darkest times, I must find a way to kindle my own inner light. Only then can I patiently await the sunrise. Jenna's yearning for the future grew palpable. If I continue as an underground singer for another year, I'll save enough for next year's tuition and make significant progress in repaying our debts. With the combined earnings of my mother and brother, we won't be burdened anymore. Soon, she won't have to juggle multiple jobs, and my brother will have the opportunity to learn skills from others." As Jenna spoke, her excitement grew, and she couldn't help but raise her arm, as if reaching out to grasp the beauty of the future. Lumian observed Jenna silently, and a wave of pent-up emotions within him seemed to dissipate. Hope, such a profound and moving word. After a few moments of relief, Jenna suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment. She turned her head and gave Lumian an accusing glare. "Why are you staring at me? Haven't you seen someone getting excited before?" Lumian scoffed but chose not to respond. Jenna studied him intently and muttered to herself, "Why do I feel like you're in better spirits?" "No," Lumian replied succinctly. At that moment, the two of them had already entered Avenue du Marche. Posters celebrating Hugues Artois' successful election as a member of parliament adorned the surroundings. Hugues Artois, the joint support of the Savoy mob and the Poison Spur mob, has indeed become a member of parliament. I wonder what changes he will bring to the market district. Lumian averted his gaze from the poster, his mind echoing Franca's words. Lady Moon, a follower of the Great Mother, believed that Hugues Artois was an open-minded individual. In the afternoon, prior to embarking on his journey to Avenue du Boulevard in search of Mr. K, Lumian arranged an altar in the second-floor bedroom of Salle de Balbrise, with the wall of spirituality in place. Lumian proceeded to light 3 candles in the order from deity to mankind, left to right. After carefully dripping essential oils and extracts, he took a couple of steps back, enveloped in a misty atmosphere, and intoned in a deep voice, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." A faint gray fog arose, accompanied by an unsettling aura, suppressing the sluggishness of his thoughts and the tingling sensation beneath his skin. Lumian fixed his gaze upon the bluish-black flame of the candle. Following the instructions of Madame Magician, he recited the subsequent incantation in the ancient language of Hermes. I implore your protection." After a series of gestures, Lumian caught sight of the divine angel, seemingly materialized from pure light. Simultaneously, he faintly heard a dreamy sigh, a sigh originating from an infinite height, descending from above in resplendent and ethereal form. The angel extended its arms to embrace Lumian. Wings of radiant light enveloped him. When Lumian regained consciousness, everything had returned to its usual state. As evening descended upon 19 Rue Scheer, Avenue du Boulevard, Lumian once again found himself in the basement, face to face with Mr. K, clad in his customary voluminous hood and black robe. Mr. K sat silently upon a chair with a crimson backrest. Meeting Lumian's gaze, Mr. K nodded gently and spoke in a low, raspy voice. "I am highly pleased with your adeptness in action. What's more, unknowingly, your actions align with the teachings of my Lord, countering those blessed of evil beings." Pausing momentarily, Mr. K inquired, "Have you given it sufficient thought?" "Yes, I have," Lumian replied, lowering his head. "You have revealed to me the magnificence of the Lord." Haha. Mr. K burst into a maniacal laughter, as if his sanity had slipped away. After a few seconds, he regained composure and disregarded the attendants, ensuring they stayed put. He continued, My Lord's honorific name is the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the ruler of the mind world, and the degenerated nature of all living things. Choose any three and entreat him in Hermes. The mere description by Mr. K caused Lumian's garments, skin, flesh, and bones to dissolve completely, leaving behind an unnerving sensation of pure consciousness and self-awareness. Involuntarily trembling, Lumian instinctively recited, "The Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows." Lumian's mind was too overwhelmed to deliberate, and he unconsciously selected the first three phrases. Almost instantly, his surroundings darkened, as if enshrouded by a heavy curtain. Beyond the illusory and profound shadowed veil, a pair of eyes fixated upon Lumian, penetrating his consciousness and nearly rendering him unconscious. After an indeterminate period, Lumian regained his faculties, his body drenched in cold sweat, rising from his seat. Mr. K's deep voice seemed laced with a smile. "Henceforth, you are our brother, truly one of us. We're a secret organization that believes in the true creator. We go by the name of the Aurora Order." Aurora Order. Lumian was taken aback. "Isn't this the terrorist organization that took the blame for me?" It seems that the official bounders did not misidentify their target. "I have truly become a member of the Aurora Order." Dismissing the attendants from the basement, Mr. K addressed Lumian. "Gardner Martin is a member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. This secret organization once revered our Lord, but in recent years, they have distanced themselves from us and ceased their frequent prayers. They appear to be plotting something of great significance. I have assigned you to infiltrate their ranks, for I hope you can discover the cause behind their actions and unravel their intentions." Chapter 232 Financing of Activities. 232 Financing of Activities. The Iron and Blood Cross Order appears to have some significant plans in the works. Lumian finally grasped Mr. K's true intentions for persuading him to join a mob. The Iron and Blood Cross Order, an equally secretive organization, seemed to be related to a competition of faith and triers situation. Curiosity stirring within him, Lumian inquired, "What exactly is the Iron and Blood Cross Order?" The more Lumian understood, the more he inclined towards actions that would gain Gardner Martin's approval. Mr. K let out a chuckle. "Allow Gardner Martin to personally enlighten you. If you possess knowledge about their circumstances before they disclose it to you, they are likely to notice some problem. So, you found a wanted, simple country boy like me to be a spy. You wanted someone with a clean slate and humble background." Lumian pondered, nodding thoughtfully. His thoughts wandered to the mysterious item Gardner Martin had smuggled into Trier through Rat Christo, as well as the support the Savoy mob extended to Hughes Artois. After 2 seconds of contemplation, Lumian voiced his suspicion. Could the Iron and Blood Cross Order's plan be connected to Hughes Artois? In a raspy voice, Mr. K responded, "According to the information we've gathered, that is merely one component, not the primary one." "I see." Lumian then broached the topic of mirror people before continuing. Gardner Martin seemed aware that the item he had, the smuggling caravan transport, could trigger a corresponding incident. Mr. K fell silent momentarily before speaking. "I suspect that item holds immense importance. It's a matter you'll need to unravel. Don't worry. Our Aurora Order is generous with rewards. When the time comes, you can make any request." Just as Lumian was about to internally utter the words, "Help me revive my sister," Mr. K added, "As long as it lies within my power." Very straightforward. If I genuinely become an official member of the Iron and Blood Cross Order and gain access to pertinent information, they will undoubtedly grant me certain privileges. And in turn, I can seek rewards from the Aurora Order. Yes, this is akin to further fulfilling Madame Magician's mission. She won't reject me. The bearer of a minor Arcana card, such treatment is rare to receive 3 rewards for a single task. As Lumian silently sighed, he assumed it wouldn't matter if he faced rejection. "I now require some financing for my future endeavors." The purpose of these funds was to enhance Lumian's personal strength and establish a solid foundation for completing the mission. Mr. Kay nodded. No problem. I will provide you with 10 Vrildor later. This is one of the perks of officially joining our Aurora Order and participating in a high-risk mission. Intis. Perk was a commonly used term coined by Emperor Roselle. Very generous at that moment. He found himself wondering if he should seek out more secret organizations like this one, just to enjoy additional membership perks. Rising from his seat, Mr. K extended his hands and began to circle Lumian slowly. As he walked, he spoke in a solemn tone. My lord is the great being who created this world, the father of all living creatures. We all originate from him, carrying the divine essence he bestowed upon us. Divinity exists within every living being, and no one is inherently more noble than another. We distinguish our status based on our proximity to our Lord and our ability to embrace his teachings. It is through our shared divinity that we can consume potions, face trials, and accumulate more divine power. Ultimately, we can become angels in service to my Lord. Is he preaching? Lumian couldn't help but feel that there were similarities between Mr. K's words and Madame Magician's story of the original creator, the oldest one, fragmenting and manifesting different beyonder characteristics. They seemed to share a common essence. This led him to suspect that the true creator of the Aurora Order corresponded to the oldest one. After nearly 15 minutes, Mr. K concluded his preaching and traced a cross on his chest, starting from the top and moving to the bottom, left, and right. Praise be to you, the creator of all things. Praise be to you, who carries the burdens of the world's sins. Lumian followed suit, offering his own words of praise. Mr. K then proceeded to introduce the Aurora Order. We currently have a total of 7 saints and 22 oracles, each designated by alphabetical code names, scattered across various locations. There are still 21 individuals as powerful as Mr. K. The saints are sequence 4 and sequence 3 demigods with godhood, and there are a total of 7 in the Aurora Order. Lumian was taken aback by this revelation. The Aurora Order was far more formidable than he had anticipated. As for whether there were any figures on the level of angels, Mr. K did not mention it, leaving Lumian to wonder. Concluding the introduction, Mr. K took hold of his right index finger with his left hand and tore it off. He then tossed it to Lumian, the finger dripping with blood. Use it in times of dire need. Lumian caught the finger, its blood already congealing, and imagined the phantom pain he had experienced before. Although he was unafraid of pain or injuries in battle and could stab himself without hesitation when necessary, he couldn't simply pluck out a finger without reason, as Mr. K had done. In a matter of moments, a new finger sprouted from Mr. K's hand, its skin fair and unblemished. With the gathering scheduled for 9 p.m., Lumian secured the 10 door and made his way to Psychic's old journal library, a lavish off-white 6-story building located at 19 Rue Shear. He stayed there until 6 p.m. Then, he leisurely found a nearby restaurant and spent 2 Vrildor on an inexpensive set meal. The meal included an ordinary bottle of red wine, a bowl of soup, 3 dishes, a dessert, and an unlimited supply of bread. Lumian made his selections from the provided menu, opting for a beef chowder, braised rabbit meat, and a serving of roasted cauliflower. As the gathering commenced, Lumian, already in possession of the scorpion poison, sold the aquatic monster's blood, poisonous scales, and other items he had no use for, fetching him 100 Vrildor. Thus far, he had amassed a total of 14,710 Vrildor and 24 kopit in cash, mostly courtesy of Mr. K. This filled him with confidence that he could gather the remaining 30 Vrildor within a short span of time. If he borrowed a bit here and pocketed a bit there, combined with the spoils of war, wouldn't he have enough? Shortly before 11 p.m., Lumian returned to Le Marche du Courtier du Gentleman. Ruhr and Mitchell, residents of the 3rd floor who made a living selling photos of street mattress Datelier near the Suet steam locomotive station, were hauling a bulging flaxen-colored cloth bag up the stairs. Lumian cast a curious glance at the white-haired duo and asked, slightly puzzled, so late. He knew that Ruhr and Mitchell also worked as part-time scavengers. having encountered them on a few occasions before. However, he recalled that their work typically ended by 9. Roar, clad in tattered clothing with a slight hunch to his back, mustered a smile and replied with a touch of joy. Tonight, the Member of Parliament's office hosted a celebratory feast and discarded a lot of valuable rubbish. We waited until the bags could no longer hold before returning. The Market District's Member of Parliament's office was celebrating Hugh's Ardice election. Lumian nodded subtly and walked past the elderly couple, making his way to room 207. Before igniting the carbide lamp, he noticed a square-folded white paper on the table, illuminated by the faint crimson moonlight streaming through the window. Observing the neatly folded paper, Lumian suspected it to be a letter from Madame Magician. The pyromaniac potion formula. Did she have the messenger leave the pyromaniac potion formula here before my arrival? Is she so confident in my ability to become an official member of the Aurora Order, or does she have something else to inform me about? These thoughts raced through Lumian's mind as he ignited the carbide lamp, picked up the white paper, and carefully unfolded it. Your next mission is to complete the task assigned by Mr. K. Do you understand what I mean? Pyromaniac potion formula. Main ingredient: fire salamander gland. Magma elf core. Supplementary ingredients: 50 ml of fire salamander blood. 10 grams of magma pyrozine powder. 10 grams of red crown balsam powder. 10 drops of sunstar extract. Usage: what do you think? She actually wrote down the main ingredient. Does this mean I'll need the accompanying parts for the potion? Is Madame Magician also interested in uncovering the Iron and Blood Cross Order's current situation? How did she know that today would be the day Mr. K would assign me this task, or does she simply disregard Mr. K's intentions? Does she only hope that I can gain more of Mr. K's trust and gradually become a core member of the Aurora Order? Lumian leaned towards the first possibility, but he couldn't dismiss the latter. For now, he had no choice but to follow her instructions. Having attended 2 mysticism gatherings, Lumian had developed a certain understanding of the potion formula's value. He knew that the pyromaniac potion formula in his possession was worth at least 30 d'or. If he were to sell it, he could exchange it for the pyromaniac bounder characteristic. Of course, this idea was fleeting. Without Madame Magician's explicit agreement, he didn't dare entertain it. Wouldn't it be equivalent to trading Madame Magician's potion formula for her pyromaniac bounder characteristic? Instead, Lumian found a more feasible plan, inspired by a popular trade scheme in Intis, which was also known as Commercial Paradise or Financial Empire. The plan required a down payment of 10 d'or, with the remaining 20 to be paid in installments over a year, along with a 10 to 15 interest. After careful consideration, Lumian, sensing a high likelihood of Madame Magician possessing godhood, dismissed the idea. He had already gathered almost half of the required funds. There was no need to risk offending a demigod by negotiating installments. Even if Harvest Sacrifice didn't yield a satisfactory price, where Franca had little savings due to her extravagant lifestyle, Celle de Balbrise still had a substantial amount of cash in its safe. As the protector of the dance hall, what harm would there be in embezzling a small sum? Chapter 233 Advance Payment. 233 Advance Payment. Realizing the lateness of the hour, Lumian planned on delving into Aurora's grimoire until midnight. He resolved to seek out Franca the next morning and inquire about the sale of Harvest Sacrifice. Additionally, he intended to ask her to keep a watchful eye on the supplementary ingredients like fire salamander blood and magma pyrozine powder. Franca is known for her late sleeping habits. If I go searching for her now, she'll surely still be awake. Most likely, she'll be asleep before 11 a.m. tomorrow. Taking this into consideration, Lumian had a change of heart. He tidied the wooden table, rose from his seat, and departed from Auberge du Coq d'Or, 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, in front of apartment 601. After knocking a few times, Lumian caught sight of Franca. Her flaxen locks were disheveled, and she wore a lake blue silk nightgown as she opened the door. "What's the matter this time?" the witch inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped aside to make way. Lumian didn't respond immediately. He glanced around and inquired, "Is Jenna not here?" Unconsciously, Franca's smile faded away. Are you here for her? She doesn't have to perform tonight. She left early today. That's good. I won't have to climb the outer wall and leave later then. Franca's lips twitched, and she clicked her tongue with a chuckle. So, you've come to mock me. After playing a simple prank, Lumian settled himself on the grey divan. Just as he was about to speak, Franca, who had curled up in the recliner, causing her nightgown's hem to slip, let out a soft chuckle. You missed quite a show in the market district this afternoon. The police took care of all the places tied to the mob. Brignies, Simon, Christo, and Black were all apprehended and brought to the police headquarters. They nearly fell into the clutches of the official Beyonders and received their customary treatment. Luckily, Gardner managed to contact the newly elected Hughes Artois and convinced him to exert pressure on the two churches and the police headquarters. By throwing a few scapegoats under the bus, the matter was resolved. Hughes Artois is indeed in cahoots with the boss. Lumian chuckled. You didn't get caught. I didn't go to any of those locations today. I spent the whole afternoon playing Fighting Evil with Jenna and my star dancer. Why would I get caught? You see, there's nothing wrong with being lazy. My favorite saying is that lazy people are blessed by being lazy. Franca replied, amused. I've never heard that before. Lumian asked casually, where does this proverb come from? I made it up. Franca replied nonchalantly, pondering Franca's explanation. Lumian's suspicions were confirmed. Did Jenna suggest staying indoors in the afternoon and playing cards? How did you know? Franca exclaimed in surprise. She scrutinized Lumian, her gaze turning suspicious. Could it be that Jenna told him herself? Had they shared so much in private? Lumian had nothing to hide and spoke frankly. Charlie paid me a visit today, and Jenna happened to be there. From him, I learned that the official Beyonders and the police headquarters planned a joint operation to clean up the mobsters in the market district this afternoon. I advised Jenna to keep it a secret so as not to trouble Charlie, and it seems she's proven to be trustworthy. She simply kept you occupied in the apartment. Lumian explained. Franca's face brightened with understanding. No wonder you weren't around in the afternoon. A smug expression crossed her features. Jenna is still on my side. She let out a satisfied sigh before curiosity tinged her voice as Franca asked warily, why did Jenna come to you? Lumian smiled knowingly. After the demise of Black Scorpy and Roger, she finds me suspicious due to my ongoing conflict with the Poison Spur mob. Franca's response was a mix of relief and amusement. The Aurora Order ended up being the scapegoat in this case. Since I arrived in Trier, I've noticed in the newspapers that whenever something happened, the terrorist group known as the Aurora Order would claim responsibility. But I never imagined that we would finally get a taste of that treatment. The subsequent investigations were misled, and no one suspected us. The Aurora Order is indeed responsible for this. After Lumian mocked Franca, he steered the conversation back on track. Taking advantage of the situation, I attended a mysticism gathering in the afternoon and managed to obtain the formula for the pyromaniac potion, as well as some clues about its main ingredient. You're quite fortunate, Franca exclaimed, her eyes widening slightly. If we weren't in Intis, I'd doubt your story. It's only in Intis that the pyromaniac potion formula is so readily available. Lumian then made a request. Please help me keep an eye on the supplementary ingredients: fire salamander's blood, magma pyozine powder, and red crown balsam. He omitted mentioning Sunstar, as it was relatively common and could be found in larger flower shops. No problem, Franca assured him. She inquired about the quantities of each ingredient in detail before raising another concern. Do you have enough money? I mean, enough to purchase the main ingredient for the potion? From her perspective, Lumian had likely spent all his savings on the pyromaniac potion formula. Lumian seized the opportunity to respond. Actually, I was just about to ask if Harvest Sacrifice had been sold. How can it be sold so soon? It's only been a day. I haven't even had the chance to attend any mysticism gatherings, Franca replied, pausing before offering a solution. If you urgently need money, I can lend you some. After all, I don't have any immediate need for the next potion. There's no rush, Lumian replied after considering the matter. He still needed to gather all the supplementary ingredients. Franca estimated. Based on my experience, harvest sacrifice won't fetch a high price due to its inevitable side effects. You can expect it to sell for around 10 to 12 door. When you need the money, I can directly provide you with 6 door, considering it a buyout of harvest sacrifice. Additionally, I can lend you 20 to 30 door, but you must return it within 3 months. Alright. Lumian agreed without hesitation. He then produced fallen mercury and said to Franca, I need to find someone who can repair Beyonder weapons. Franca examined the dirk with its ominous patterns and asked in confusion, what's the point of repairing a Beyonder weapon? Its energy will deplete eventually. It's tremendously useful. I want to utilize it for as long as possible, Lumian admitted, though he naturally refrained from mentioning that he had a means to replenish fallen mercury's energy. Of course, he had to wait until he reached sequence 6 and could withstand the corruption. Otherwise, Termaburros would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to cause trouble. That's true. Franca recalled Fallen Mercury's impressive performance in the battle against Black Scorpion. Roger. It'll help you inquire. But no artisan would likely accept the task of repairing a suspected corrupted Beyonder weapon. They fear the potential adverse effects it could have on them. Artisan a Beyonder skilled in repairing mystical items and Beyonder weapons. After exchanging a few more words with Franca, Lumian left room 601 and returned to Avenue du Marche, entering Salle de Bal Brise. Despite it almost being midnight, the place was still bustling. Lumian made his way to the finance office on the second-floor corridor. As he unlocked the safe, he asked about the accountant and the cashier on the night shift. How much cash do we have at the moment? The accountant, a refined bespectacled woman in her 30s, replied with a hint of apprehension. Approximately 28 door and some change. Lumian had already opened the safe door by then, revealing stacks of banknotes and shimmering golden coins. After a quick calculation, he calmly requested, give me 12 door. Both the accountant and the cashier exclaimed fearfully. While Monsieur Seal was the protector of Salle de Bal Brise, taking away such a substantial amount of cash in one go was unthinkable. The accountant exchanged a glance with the young cashier, silently indicating her to find the dance hall manager, Ren, in the adjacent office. Dressed in formal attire, Gardner Martin's designated representative glanced at the open safe and inquired, Monsieur Seal, why do you need to withdraw 12 door? Personal expenses. Lumian replied calmly. Ren pondered for a few seconds before responding. No problem. In the first 2 years, Baron Brignies would take between 40 and 50 door from the dance hall annually. During the transition, he even withdrew 15 door, which would have counted as part of the first half of the year, and it's not even the second half yet. Monsieur Seal, consider this 12 door in advance. Sure. Lumian didn't concern himself with the details, he simply wanted the 12 door. After securing the cash in a cloth bag, Lumian let out a silent sigh of relief. He had nearly gathered the required 30 door to purchase the Beyonder characteristic. Now, all he had to do was await news of the supplementary ingredients. Currently, he possessed a total of 26 710 door. With an additional 6 from the harvest sacrifice, he would have enough. As Lumian, laden with a significant amount of cash, left Salle de Bal Brise, a sense of unease suddenly washed over him. He wasn't afraid of being robbed, rather. He worried that a conflict might damage the money bag or tear the banknotes. I must find a safe place for it. I can't keep carrying it like this. Lumian strolled along Avenue du Marche, contemplating transferring the funds to the safe house. Before long, his eyes caught sight of the brightly illuminated office belonging to the Market District's Member of Parliament. It stood as a classic four-story building, boasting a coca-colored facade with statues adorning the top 2 floors, a sunbird and giant gears. The celebration banquet is still underway. Lumian shook his head disapprovingly. Pausing for a moment, he settled in the shadows across the street, observing the departing guests from the banquet hall. Hugues Artois, who enjoyed the combined support of the Savoy mob and the Poison Spur mob, not to mention Lady Moon's praise, was undoubtedly a man of influence. Some of the guests he had invited could very well be problematic individuals connected to the schemes of the Iron and Blood Cross Order. As time went by, an increasing number of guests emerged from the Member of Parliament's office. Lumian found no one who aroused suspicion. He could only confirm that most of them belonged to the upper echelons of society. They were elegantly attired, and their faces had graced the pages of various newspapers. Suddenly, a familiar figure caught his eye. It was Gardner Martin, an amiable man with chubby cheeks, a few silver strands of hair at his temples, and brownish eyes. Gardner Martin, the boss of the Savoy mob, dressed in a tailcoat and a dark bow tie. Gardner seemed to sense something. He abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze on the shadowy spot where Lumian sat. Lumian's heart skipped a beat. His thoughts raced, and he swiftly made up his mind. Rising to his feet, he approached Gardner Martin. Gardner Martin regarded him with a penetrating stare, revealing no trace of emotion. "Good evening, boss," Lumian greeted as he drew nearer. Gardner Martin asked nonchalantly, "What brings you here?" Lumian replied candidly, "I left Salle de Balbrise and noticed that the Member of Parliament's office banquet was still ongoing. I thought I'd check which guests Monsieur Hugues Artois had invited, so as to avoid offending the wrong people in the future." Gardner Martin nodded subtly and spoke calmly. "That's a commendable habit." With a gesture signaling Lumian to depart, he proceeded towards a private carriage, accompanied by butler Faustino. Lumian's heart stirred as he followed suit, taking the initiative to speak. "Boss, I took an advance of 12 Everaldor from the dance hall today." Chapter 234 Sincerity. 234 Sincerity. Gardner Martin's brows lifted in surprise as he cast a curious glance at Lumian, taking a moment to ponder the situation. "Let's converse inside the carriage." Upon hearing this, butler Faustino took the initiative to settle himself in the front of the carriage, right beside the driver. Silently, Lumian trailed behind Gardner Martin and entered the carriage, taking a seat opposite him. As the carriage slowly set in motion, Gardner Martin fixed his gaze upon Lumian and spoke up. "Why did you advance such a hefty sum of cash?" Lumian responded with candor. "Given the opportunity to enhance my strength, I aspire to become a Sequence 7 pyromaniac." Gardner Martin hadn't anticipated Lumian's straightforwardness. After a brief pause, he smiled and inquired, "Is 12 Everaldor sufficient?" Lumian didn't bat an eye as he replied, "In addition to the 18 Everaldor you provided last time and my previous savings." Gardner Martin nodded slowly. "Did you come across anyone selling the main ingredient for the pyromaniac potion elsewhere, and do you possess the formula for the potion?" "Yes," Lumian confessed without reservation. Gardner Martin chuckled. "You've divulged all of this to me. Shouldn't these matters be kept secret?" Lumian displayed an unusual sincerity as he responded, "I feel prepared to consume the pyromaniac potion. It won't be long before I advance to Sequence 7. When that happens, if a conflict arises, concealing the change in my strength would be impossible. Boss, you'll soon discover it anyway, so why not tell you now?" Furthermore, Ren, the manager of the dance hall, worked under Gardner Martin. He would undoubtedly report the 12 Everaldor advancement. Lumian paused momentarily before continuing. "That's one reason. Another reason is that I've lived on the streets, endured rural life, and faced persecution. Now, I adhere to a single principle: I treat those who treat me well." He wasn't attempting to flaunt his loyalty. According to Jenna, such exaggerated loyalty would seem untrustworthy, especially when he had only met Gardner Martin once. His main goal was to convey his allegiance. Similarly, Gardner Martin would definitely comprehend the underlying purpose behind Lumian's frankness. It was a display of his astuteness. Gardner Martin lifted his head and burst into laughter. "Very good. Brignize, Christo, and the others have their own secrets. They assume I'm oblivious. The fact that you can accurately grasp your situation, your future progress, and my stance indicates that you're more astute than them. Most times, sincerity proves to be the most effective approach." Sincerity. Lumian seized the opportunity to express himself with an extraordinary sincerity. Boss, I have leads on the main ingredient, but am unsure where to acquire the supplementary ingredients. Could you keep an eye out for fire salamander's blood, magma pyozine powder, and red crown balsam? From Lumian's perspective, Gardner Martin, suspected to be a sequence 6 or perhaps even a sequence 5 beyonder of the Hunter pathway, would have an easier time finding the supplementary ingredients for the pyromaniac potion compared to Franca. Perhaps he still possessed leftover supplementary ingredients from advancing to pyromaniac. According to Auror's grimoire, spiritual supplementary ingredients could be preserved for an extended period if the method was correct. Gardner Martin was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Seal making such a direct request. Initially, he had intended to inquire about a few matters of concern and understand Lumian's needs before offering assistance to win him over. After a brief pause, Gardner Martin nodded and responded, "No problem." Observing that Gardner Martin didn't inquire about the quantities of the 3 supplementary ingredients, Lumian grew increasingly convinced that the Savoy mob boss was a mid-sequence beyonder of the Hunter pathway. Gardner Martin peered out of the window and spoke inquisitively. "While you were observing the Parliament member's office, did you notice anything suspicious?" "No." Lumian shook his head. "They are just individuals whose pictures occasionally appear in the newspapers." Gardner Martin smiled nonchalantly. "Indeed. There's the president and vice president of our Savoy Chamber of Commerce, Bono Goodville, the owner of Goodville Chemical Factory, Clement, the manager of Nova Mechanical Prosthetics, and Adienne from St. Ger Phlogiston Factory. I was invited as a shareholder of Ristocks, and the head of Rist Shipping Company and Savoy Construction Company. Not as the boss of the Savoy mob." Gardner Martin let out a soft sigh. "However, we can barely squeeze into Trier's high society. In the business world, the true heavyweights are the chairman and proprietors of Trier Bank, Suchit Bank, and Asset Credit Bank. They are the shareholders of behemoths like Suit Textile Group, Tillisy Coal and Steel Consortium, Anubai Steel Company, Southern Liquor Merchants Federation, Fauger Weapons Group, and Balampaz Import and Export Corporation." Lumian had come across these names in newspapers and magazines. The company that had left the deepest impression was Balampaz Import and Export Corporation. To protect their interests in the West Balam and Paz Valley of the southern continent, they had even been allowed to finance a substantial private army and a fleet as mercenaries. Noticing that the carriage was about to depart from Avenue du Marche, Gardner Martin signaled the driver to halt and nodded at Lumian. "Before consuming the potion, ensure your condition is favorable. It's better to delay than to take unnecessary risks." After acknowledging Gardner Martin's advice, Lumian left the carriage and headed towards Rue des Blouses Blanches. He intended to conceal all his cash within the confines of the safe house. After walking a certain distance, Lumian hesitated. Safe houses didn't guarantee absolute safety, especially in lower-class areas like the Market District and Quartier du Jardin Botanique, where the population was denser. Thieves ran rampant in such places. If a burglar were to stumble upon Auror's grimoires, they would be of little value to them. At most, they would search through them in the hopes of finding hidden banknotes. But the sum of over 26 PNH would undoubtedly be taken. Should I set up a few traps in the safe house to deter thieves? Lumian's thoughts raced. And suddenly, a better idea struck him. That idea was to provide Madame Magician with an advance payment of 26 d'or. This way, there would be no risk of losing such a large sum of cash. Furthermore, a lofty individual like Madame Magician would not deny accepting the advance payment. Few with his mind made up, Lumian arrived at the safe house on Rue des Blouses Blanches and retrieved pen and paper to write a letter. "Esteemed Madame Magician, I have already procured 26 d'or. I will offer this as an advance payment. Once I gather the remaining 4 you may send me the pyromaniac beyonder characteristic. Looking forward to your reply." Lumian refrained from requesting Madame Magician to grant him the pyromaniac beyonder characteristic immediately, as he had yet to acquire the corresponding supplementary ingredients. Preserving beyonder characteristics proved to be quite troublesome, and there was a risk of losing them. After summoning the puppet messenger and entrusting it with the cloth bag containing cash and coins, along with the letter, Lumian felt a significant sense of relief. However, he couldn't help but worry that the messenger might fall victim to robbery in the spirit world. Before long, the puppet messenger adorned in a golden dress returned with a reply from Madam Magician. 26. Inevitability has been received. Magician. It's akin to receiving a receipt, Lumian murmured to himself, expressing gratitude to the puppet messenger. He then departed Rue des Blouses Blanches and made his way back to Auberge du Coq d'Or. As was his routine, Lumian used a short wire to open the door, quietly traversed the dimly lit lobby with only the basement bar's glow, and ascended the stairs. Reaching the second floor, he pursed his lips and continued upwards to the third floor, arriving at room 310, where Flame had once resided. The wooden door to the room stood ajar, and the curtains remained undrawn, allowing the crimson moonlight to filter through the glass. It was an unwritten folklore often believed by the lower-class citizens of Trier. In a room where someone had met their demise, the door had to be left open and the curtains undrawn for 3 days. This was done out of concern that the ghost of the deceased might be reluctant to depart. Lumian stood at the doorway, gazing into the empty room, as if he could see the madman clutching his head and whispering, "I'm dying." After a while, he silently averted his gaze and proceeded towards the stairs. As he approached the staircase, he overheard a conversation emanating from room 302. Despite their attempts to suppress their voices, the room belonged to Ruhr and Mitchell, the sellers of counterfeit photographs who worked as part-time scavengers. There was no sign of a kerosene or carbide lamp being lit within the room. No light seeped through the crack in the door. Lumian's acute hearing allowed him to instinctively tune into the discussion between the elderly couple. "Old woman, look at these. They're worth a fortune. Those gentlemen and ladies simply discarded them. I reckon this bag alone could fetch 5 earl d'or. 5 earl d'or, it's worth at least 15. Old man, if only we could stumble upon such valuable rubbish every day, then we'd have to vote for a member of parliament every day. Praise the sun. Let that member of parliament host a banquet every day. In that case, we could return to Ormire and purchase 10 acres of fields to cultivate grapes within a year. You're quite the dreamer. Old woman, what's wrong with dreaming? Don't you dream even without the banquet? We've managed to save up a significant sum. Another 4 or 5 years should suffice. True, when the time comes, we won't have to toil as hard as we do now, and we won't need to worry about being unable to work." Lumian ceased eavesdropping and silently chuckled. Descending the stairs, he returned to room 207, briefly freshened up, and climbed into bed. In the midst of the night, half asleep, he was suddenly startled by hurried footsteps. As he sat up and glanced towards the corridor, there came a knock on his door. Lumian, feeling a mix of wariness and confusion, approached the wooden door and opened it. Standing outside was Madame Mitchell, the short, gray-haired woman adorned in a yellow cloth dress. She spoke with fear and panic. "Ruhr has taken ill suddenly, Monsieur Seal. Can you assist me in carrying him to the clinic on Rue des Blouses Blanches? Roman to have the money for his treatment. Monsieur Ruhr is unwell. He was perfectly fine when I fell asleep." Lumian was taken aback. Chapter 235 Disease. 235 Disease. Observing Lumian's silence, Mitchell spoke with anxiety creeping into her voice. "If you're not willing, I can find someone else. Who should I look for? They don't really like us. They can't stand our foul odor." That was precisely why she sought out Lumian, a leader of the mob. Lumian and Charlie were the only ones at Auberge du Coq d'Or who could calmly communicate with the couple, but Charlie had already left. Glancing at the short and hunched figure of Madame Mitchell, Lumian let out a sigh and responded, "I'll go and check it out." Still perplexed, he walked past Madame Mitchell, hastened up to the second floor, and entered room 302. The place was filled with various kinds of rubbish, emitting an indescribable stench. Lumian raised his hand, pinching his nose, and maneuvered his way through the cramped space, barely fitting a single person, until he reached the yellowish and greasy bedsheet. Ruhr, with his wrinkled eyes tightly shut, lay on the bed, his face flushed and his breath ragged. He had fainted. He seriously ill. Lumian furrowed his brow, holding his breath. He turned around and carried Ruhr out of the room. Meanwhile, Mitchell swiftly rummaged through the piles of trash, uncovering hidden spots with single banknotes and coins, which she promptly concealed on her person. Soon, they left room 302. As Mitchell locked the door, she spoke to Lumian. Monsieur Seal, pay me no mind. Send Ruhr to the clinic without me. He'll catch up. Lumian nodded, quickened his pace, and sprinted out of Auberge du Coq door. He was familiar with Rue des Blouses Blanches clinics, often frequenting the area. After a short sprint, he spotted the Roblin Clinic, a small hospital in all but name. La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman and Courtier de Nol had been neighboring districts for some time now. The Holy Palace Hospital, funded by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, was located across the bridge. As a result, only a few clinics were situated on this side of the bridge. Roblin Clinic had 2 doctors on duty during the night. Temporary beds were set up in the spacious hall, with a few patients lying on them, receiving infusion treatments. Lumian carried Ruhr to one of the doctors and gently placed him on a treatment bed. The doctor, donning gold-rimmed glasses and in his early 30s, glanced at Lumian. Without directly mentioning any consultation fees, he disdainfully examined Ruhr's condition. After a few minutes, he adjusted his glasses and spoke. He's running a high fever, but there don't appear to be any other symptoms. I suggest we try to bring down the fever first. If it persists, we should immediately transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital. All right. Lumian possessed limited medical knowledge, so he could only heed the doctor's advice. The doctor swiftly wrote a prescription for Lumian and instructed him to make the necessary payment. Lumian complied, receiving the fever medicine and infusion drip from the pharmacy. The Fool Pharmaceutical Company's Type 1357 fever medicine. Lumian glanced at the prescription's contents and then proceeded to the payment window. Madame Mitchell finally arrived, panting and exhausted. She accepted the prescription from Lumian and glanced at the price. In a burst of frustration, she exclaimed, "It's 5 Verldor." Without waiting for Lumian's response, she clenched her teeth and retrieved copper and silver coins. She gathered 5 Verldor and paid the consultation fee. Before long, Ruhr was carried to a temporary bed for the infusion. This treatment had gained popularity only in recent years. Madame Mitchell finally regained her composure and spoke to Lumian. "Thank you, Monsieur Seal. You can go back and rest. I'll stay with Ruhr." Lumian didn't insist. After all, he wasn't a doctor. He nodded slightly and directed his gaze towards Ruhr. Concentrating, he intended to check on his luck. Lumian couldn't help but furrow his brow. Monsieur Ruhr was on the brink of death. However, it wasn't severe or evident. Unlike the previous vagrant, there seemed to be a chance of salvation. Just as Lumian was about to suggest transferring him to the Holy Palace Hospital, Ruhr's condition took a turn. Translucent blisters resembling burns emerged on his skin. They swiftly filled with light yellow pus, exhibiting signs of festering. Such symptoms, such progression, and such rapid evolution caused Lumian's pupils to contract. His intuition informed him that this was no ordinary illness. Perhaps it was connected to mysticism and supernatural forces. Monsieur Ruhr is merely a scavenger. Why is he affected by supernatural powers? Lumian raised his head and pointed at the unconscious Ruhr. He addressed Madame Mitchell. "You're believers of the Eternal Blazing Sun, correct? Take him to the Gleis St. Robert and give it a try." He sensed that the Holy Palace Hospital might not be equipped to treat an illness involving supernatural powers. It would be better to visit the Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral and determine if purification could eliminate the effects. Madame Mitchell noticed her husband's peculiar transformation and pleaded with a sobbing tone. "No. Transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital. Transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital." To Madame Mitchell's understanding, seeking blessings at the cathedral was akin to giving up on treatment and preparing for the solace of a deathbed. Lumian refrained from persuading her, realizing that it was the dead of night, and Gleis St. Robert had long closed its doors. Moreover, Ruhr and Mitchell were nothing more than a couple of scavengers, so the chances of the cathedral opening for them were slim. Additionally, Gleis St. Robert was quite far away. Rue's condition was rapidly deteriorating, and he might not survive the journey, let alone live long enough to rouse the cathedral's caretakers to unlock the door. Lumian observed Rue, whose blisters had burst and were now oozing pus. After a brief moment of silence, he spoke to Madame Mitchell. Find a doctor and transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital immediately. All right, Mitchell snapped out of her daze and hurriedly approached the doctor who had attended to Rue. Once she vacated the temporary bed, Lumian positioned himself to block the view of the other patients. From his pocket, he retrieved an iron-colored metal canister adorned with a spring fountain pattern. This was the healing agent he had obtained from Baldy Harmon. Lumian believed that ailments as a result of mysticism could only be countered by mysticism remedies. Although uncertain whether this agent, primarily meant for external injuries, would work on Rue, he was determined to give it a shot. Unscrewing the cap, he pinched Rue's mouth open and forced down half of the agent. Rue, seemingly parched, instinctively swallowed the clear liquid resembling a refreshing spring. After 2 gulps, he began to calm down. In less than a minute, Madame Mitchell returned with the doctor. The blisters on Rue's face shriveled, scabbed over, and silently fell away. It actually worked. Lumian breathed a sigh of relief and focused on observing the shifts in Rue's fate. This time, there were no signs of impending death. Rue's destiny for the next few days appeared somewhat chaotic, making it difficult for Lumian to decipher or speculate upon. Perplexed, the doctor glanced at Rue and asked Madame Mitchell, "Isn't he in pretty good shape?" Madame Mitchell also noticed that the dreadful blisters that had marred her husband's face were now gone, leaving behind only scars and wrinkles. His breathing had steadied and was no longer labored. "I apologize for my anxiety," she quickly apologized. The doctor, irritated by the stench emanating from her and Rue, waved his hand dismissively. The fool pharmaceutical company's medications are far more effective than others. Since the situation has improved, keep a close eye on him. Don't rush to transfer him to the Holy Palace Hospital. With that, he hastily departed from the temporary bed. Madame Mitchell slumped down next to Rue, occasionally checking his forehead to gauge his body temperature. Lumian remained by their side. He pulled up a stool and sat, attentively observing Rue's condition. 10 minutes later, Rue opened his eyes and gazed blankly at the unfamiliar white ceiling. "Where am I?" Mitchell let out a sigh of relief and swiftly recounted his sudden illness. "Why did I fall ill out of the blue?" Rue was bewildered. "I felt perfectly fine before going to bed." Interrupting their conversation, Lumian casually inquired, "What did you do before bed that was different from your usual routine?" "Nothing." Rue pondered for a moment before replying. "Just the usual routine. I sorted through the trash I collected, went to the washroom, had a chat, and then went to sleep. Maybe I came back late last night. It was nearly 1 o'clock by the time I finished sorting. I guess I ended up sleeping too late. Could there be something amiss with the garbage, or did something occur during the day that only manifested in the dead of night?" Lumian delved deeper, hoping for valuable clues from Rue and Mitchell. But alas, his efforts proved fruitless. Rue recuperated swiftly. Once the Roman 4 had been administered, he insisted on leaving the Roblin clinic immediately, unwilling to spend any more money and determined to return to the motel before dawn. Observing that Rue's luck remained unchanged, Lumian didn't try to dissuade him. "Auberge du Coq d'Or, room 302. Lumian furrowed his brow, surveying the piles of garbage emitting various odors, hoping to pinpoint the problematic one. Rue and Mitchell stood beside him, expressing their gratitude incessantly. Given the peculiar environment, his sense of smell proved useless. Lumian activated his spirit vision and observed for a while, yet found no clues. He could only say to Rue and Mitchell, "We can't rule out the possibility that there might be something contaminated in this trash that caused your illness. Sleep in a different room tonight and wait until morning." Lumian intended to seek the assistance of Franca, a skilled witch in divination, once she awoke, in order to identify the source of the problem. Before Rue could respond, Mitchell, terrified by her husband's sudden illness and brush with death, spoke up. "All right, thank you, Monsieur Seal. 2 vacant rooms were available on the 3rd floor. Lumian arranged for Ruhr and Mitchell to rest in room 307. It was already past 4 in the morning. Lumian returned to room 207 and lay on the bed, contemplating the reason behind the strange occurrence. Gradually, he drifted off into a dazed slumber. Suddenly, he jolted awake, barely catching a glimpse of a woman's anguished cry. Lumian's heart tightened as he grabbed fallen Mercury and left the room. Following the sound of the wailing, he ascended to the 3rd floor. In the darkness, his heart sank as he slowed his pace, filled with trepidation. Finally, he halted outside room 307. In the crimson moonlight that filtered through the curtains, he spotted Madame Mitchell kneeling before the bed, weeping uncontrollably. Sensing his approach, Mitchell, clad in a yellow gown, turned her tear-streaked face in the dimness and directed her gaze towards the door. Her voice hollow, she uttered, "Seal, Monsieur Seal. Ruhr is dead." Chapter 236 236 Morning Light. 236 Morning Light. He's dead, Lumian thought, his heart heavy with the news he had anticipated but couldn't fully accept. Leaving the clinic, Ruhr had appeared to have recovered, escaping the clutches of death. How could he have died so suddenly? With a heavy heart, Lumian stepped into room 307. Fixing his gaze upon the bed, there lay Ruhr, his body plagued by festering wounds that oozed a faint yellow pus. His complexion was pale and sickly, and he lay completely still. Ruhr's eyes were wide open, and there was evidence of vomit around his mouth. After a few moments of silently studying Ruhr's dazed, pained eyes, Lumian spoke in a deep voice. "When did he pass away?" Mitchell, her white hair now devoid of its usual luster, slowly shook her head and replied, "I was exhausted and fell asleep. When I awoke, he was already gone." "Did he return to room 302 before bedtime?" Lumian inquired, pressing for details. "No. He only went to the washroom near room 302. I followed him." Mitchell's voice carried a deep timbre, but it gave Lumian an otherworldly sensation, as though a part of her soul had left her body. They had all visited the washroom. One fell victim to the strange ailment, while the other remained unscathed. Lumian furrowed his brow, determined to investigate the washroom. If nothing seems amiss there, the likelihood of Madame Mitchell being abnormal becomes increasingly probable. As Lumian departed from room 307, heading toward the designated washroom, Mitchell remained kneeling by the bed, quietly weeping, unaware of the other's movements. The 3rd floor restroom was no longer as filthy as before, thanks to the regular cleaning ladies. Although some stains and trash were unavoidable after a day's use, it was still passable for civilized individuals. Lumian glanced around, taking in the sight of the toilet bowl and sink illuminated by the moon's crimson glow streaming through the window. He noticed the rusty tap and mirror, reflecting his own image. After careful observation, he noticed a white silk handkerchief draped over a pipe in a hidden corner. Even with a casual glance, Lumian could tell that it didn't belong to any of the current residents of Auberge du Coq d'Or. The fabric was of superior quality, adorned with elegant embroidery, a clear sign of its expense. An outsider, perhaps. Lumian's initial instinct was to pick up the silk handkerchief and examine it more closely. However, he quickly reminded himself of the sight of Monsieur Ruhr's festering body when he had fallen ill and forced himself to restrain his impulses. Lumian's mind raced as he left the washroom and returned to room 307. He approached Madame Mitchell, who was still sobbing, and inquired, "Do you know who the handkerchief in the washroom belongs to?" Confused and filled with sorrow, Mitchell instinctively replied, "It's Ruhr's." Monsieur Ruhr's. Lumian was both surprised and convinced. He pressed further, "Where did it come from?" Madame Mitchell gazed at Ruhr's grotesque, lifeless form and spoke dreamily. "It was among the trash we collected tonight. I wonder which gentleman or lady discarded it. It had phlegm on it but was undamaged. Ruhr cleaned it and intended to sell it secondhand instead of throwing it away. After you mentioned the possibility of something unclean in the trash, Ruhr took it out and hid it in the washroom. He didn't dare to return to room 302. Phlegm. Lumian felt he had discovered the root of the problem. He let out a slow exhale and said, "Did Monsieur Ruhr touch the handkerchief again, did you?" "I don't know." Madame Mitchell shook her head slowly. He went to the washroom by himself. I didn't touch it. As expected, Lumian retrieved his gloves and put them on. He returned to the washroom and used fallen mercury to lift the white silk handkerchief. He carefully placed it in the white paper he had with him, folding it neatly. Throughout the process, he made sure not to touch the handkerchief directly. Afterward, Lumian wiped fallen mercury's blade with another piece of white paper and tossed the crumpled ball into the toilet bowl. He waited for it to soften and then flushed it away. Stepping out of the washroom, he noticed Madame Mitchell standing silently by the door of room 307, like a ghost wandering in the darkness. As Lumian approached her, the old lady with white hair wore a pleading expression. It's almost dawn, Monsieur Seal. Could you help me move Ruhr back to room 302? Her voice still held a dreamy quality. Lumian was taken aback. After a brief pause of 5 or 6 seconds, he replied, Okay. He entered room 307 and carefully wrapped Monsieur Roux's body in the bedsheets, hoisting him onto his back. With just a few steps, Lumian carried the lifeless form and placed it on the bed in room 302. Madame Mitchell, having squeezed through the trash, expressed her profuse gratitude before striding towards the wooden table and drawing back the curtains. It was almost 6 a.m. as the first rays of dawn broke through the sky, dimming the crimson moonlight. Mitchell listened to the vendors outside the motel and fixated her gaze on Ruhr. Lumian retreated from room 302 and returned to the corridor, stepping out of the reach of the light. He leaned silently against the wall, not disturbing the serene scene. After a few minutes, Madame Mitchell suddenly sprang into action. She rummaged through the room, finding more banknotes and coins. Then, she hastened out of the room and descended downstairs. Lumian didn't follow. He raised his right foot to the wall and leaned against the sleeping darkness of the wall. As time passed, Madame Mitchell returned with an abundance of items. There was a bottle of red wine, grilled cod, cured meat, meatloaf, soybean paste, hot sauce, and apples. Without sparing a glance for Lumian, Madame Mitchell entered room 302. She collapsed onto the bed and placed the food beside the decaying corpse. After a moment's contemplation, she rose again and ignited the carbide lamp on the wooden table, filling the room with its glow. Madame Mitchell once again lowered herself to the floor, picked up the meatloaf, and brought it to Roux's mouth. Smiling, she uttered, "Haven't you been craving meatloaf lately? I bought it for you today." After allowing some of the oil to moisten the corpse's lips, Madame Mitchell took a bite of the meatloaf and savored it with closed eyes. "It's delicious. How long has it been since we last ate? 2 weeks. Right." Having taken a few more bites of the meatloaf, Madame Mitchell seized the bottle of red wine and took a swig. Mumbling, she continued, "Old man, our vines have produced red wine. We needn't worry about what the future holds." Engaging in one-sided conversation with Roux's lifeless body, she continued to indulge in wine and various delicacies. Outside the door, Lumian remained in the darkness, leaning against the wall as he silently observed the unfolding scene. He neither entered nor departed. Soon enough, Madame Mitchell began to feel the effects of her intoxication. As a former barmaid, she began to sing loudly. Trier, a city dressed in gold, a ball that endures till dawn unfolds. Chicken roasted, dripping with oil's grace, a castle cake to fill each eager embrace. A bodied attendant glides mongst the guests, merrily dancing with joy and delight. My beloved, hidden midst the crowd, among them, a beacon shining bright. Among them, my love resides, in the capital of joy, forever Trier. Madame Mitchell rose unsteadily and stumbled towards the wooden table, gathering the banknotes in front of the carbide lamp. In an instant, the cash caught fire and flames erupted on the table, emitting a bright yellow glow. With her arms outstretched, Madame Mitchell shouted, "In the capital of joy, forever Trier." She retrieved the rope that had once bound the sack and climbed onto the wooden table, tying the rope firmly to the window frame with a tight knot. In the flickering light of the fire, Madame Mitchell turned to face Ruhr. Lying motionless on the bed, she positioned the knot around her neck and bent her legs. The knot tightened, and Madame Mitchell's eyes bulged in her struggle for breath. Outside the window, the sky grew brighter, casting a faint light that bathed a portion of the corridor. Lumian leaned against the wall, concealed in the shadows. With his hands in his pockets and his right foot propped up, he gazed impassively at Madame Mitchell. Suspended from the window frame, he witnessed her mouth gradually open, her expression contoured in pain, and her bent legs letting up upon her demise. In the morning light, the corpse swayed gently. At 6:35 a.m., 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches, apartment 601, startled by the knocks on the door. Franca, her flaxen hair disheveled, wore a bitter expression as she rose from her slumber. "I've only had 3 hours of sleep." 3 hours? Help me inspect the contents for any anomalies. Lumian ignored Franca's complaints and presented the handkerchief wrapped in white paper. "Be cautious. It might be infectious." Infectious. Franca snapped out of her daze and retreated to her room, donning translucent, pale yellow rubber gloves. She carefully unwrapped the outer layer of paper, extracted the silk handkerchief within, and placed it on the glass coffee table, tapping her teeth while observing intently. Franca spoke with a solemn expression. "There is indeed an issue. There are numerous small but active spirits lingering on it. They belong to the same category. I suspect it's a pathogen. It spreads through direct contact with the skin or even blood exchange. Based on your description, it's not highly contagious." Although Lumian didn't comprehend the concept of a pathogen fully, he grasped the essence of Franca's explanation. He fell into silence momentarily before saying, "Can you determine the owner of this handkerchief?" "No problem. With a powerful medium present. As long as they don't possess strong interdivination abilities, I can locate them." As Franca spoke, black flames flickered on her rubber gloves. After cleansing the area, she removed her gloves and retrieved a makeup mirror. Hovering her left palm over the handkerchief, she stroked the mirror with her right hand, reciting a series of incantations in a hushed tone. Her eyes darkened. She repeated the divination statement. "The owner of this handkerchief. The owner of this handkerchief." After several repetitions, the mirror emitted an aqueous glow, reflecting a figure in the darkness. It was a slender young man with a pale complexion and an unhealthy appearance. His curly dark yellow hair framed his face, and his brown eyes conveyed an unmasked indifference. Clad in a black tailcoat, he clutched a white silk handkerchief. He coughed twice and expectorated into the fabric. Lumian strained to capture the person's features, feeling a sense of familiarity wash over him. It was as if he had encountered this individual somewhere before. After a brief recollection, it dawned on him. This was a member of Hugues Ardois' campaign team, the one who stood behind the red-haired woman. Chapter 237 Concealment. 237 Concealment. "So do you know him?" Franca glanced at Lumian, seeking his insight. Lumian shifted his gaze away from the mirror, its reflection gradually fading, and spoke with a deep voice. "He's one of Hugues Ardois' men. I spotted him during the campaign." Franca furrowed her brow, closing her makeup mirror and inquiring, "What happened?" Lumian recounted the encounter between Ruhr and Mitchell, concluding, "There's something suspicious about this man." Franca sighed, remarking, "They are already in such dire straits as scavengers, and yet they still have to face such a situation." She scoffed, adding, "Considering Lady Moon's endorsement of Hugues Artois as an open-minded individual, it wouldn't surprise me if he surrounds himself with peculiar characters." Pausing to look at Lumian, Franca continued, "Hugues Artois is now a member of Parliament. He'll have both visible and covert protection. If we make a move against him or his associates, we'll easily be tracked down. The consequences would be severe. Let's entrust this matter to the official Beyonders for further investigation. I can't guarantee much else. At the very least, the Inquisition's purifiers and members of the machinery hive mind won't turn a blind eye to such affairs. They will find a way to uncover the truth and assess the situation," Franca suggested. Lumian nodded slowly and inquired, "Then which sequence or pathway could it be can phlegm transmit such a deadly disease?" As he made his way from Auberge du Coq d'Or to Rue des Blouses Blanches, Lumian diligently recalled the 22 paths of the divine detailed in Auror's grimoires, but found no match for the current circumstances. Franca pondered deeply and said, "My understanding of the 22 paths of the divine is similar to your sister's, but I have a more comprehensive knowledge of certain aspects. I can only think of one pathway that fits the criteria, but it's of a higher level and exclusive to women. It doesn't align with the target's situation. Considering we've encountered the Great Mother and the blessed of the Mother Tree of Desire. Could our target be someone blessed by another evil deity? Ha ha. If it truly involves the faith of an evil god, the Beyonders from both churches will undoubtedly intensify their efforts. Yes, Rue's death is peculiar indeed. As long as the investigating police aren't blind, they'll swiftly report it to their superiors, who will assign someone capable to handle the case." Lumian acknowledged her words briefly, his expression softening. After bidding farewell to Franca, he made his way back to Auberge du Coq d'Or. As he walked past the reception desk, Madame Fels rose to her feet, a mix of fear and flattery evident in her voice as she greeted. "Good morning, Monsieur Seal." A few days ago, the police had informed her that Monsieur Ives was believed to be involved in a cult and had become a wanted criminal. They had requested her to use the rental income to cover expenses and ensure the motel's smooth operation during this period. Additionally, they wanted her to keep a record of the accounts. Once the elections were over, they would settle the matter of Auberge du Coq d'Or's ownership promptly. Madame Fels felt uneasy, fearing that the new boss would dismiss her. Subconsciously, she tried to win Seal's favor, hoping that a leader of the Savoy mob would stand up for her when the time came. Whoever took control of Auberge du Coq d'Or would not want to offend the corresponding mob, unless they had influential connections. "Good morning," Lumian replied simply. He walked along the wall, covered in newspapers and pink paper to conceal stains, cracks, and bedbugs. Making his way up to the third floor, he had locked the door to room 302 before the other tenants on the third floor had awakened. So as of yet, no one had discovered the lifeless bodies of Ruhr and Mitchell. Madame Mitchell's singing before she took her own life had failed to disturb the neighbors. To those residing on Rue Anarchy, various noises during the night were commonplace. Singing, gunshots, brawls, shouting, and sporting activities were nothing worth paying attention to. Lumian returned the silk handkerchief to its hidden spot in the washroom, before pausing in front of room 302. Extending his left hand clad in a black glove, he turned the handle and opened the creaking wooden door. Madame Mitchell's lifeless form hung silently in the room. The aroma of food mingled with the surrounding stench of garbage, filling the space as the light grew brighter. Lumian gazed at the scene for over 10 seconds before slowly turning away, preparing to leave. It was nearly 8 o'clock when the two police officers arrived at Auberge du Coq d'Or. They spotted Lumian, who had disguised himself using the mystery prying glasses. "Why is there another death?" grumbled the officer who had previously interrogated Lumian. His face was rugged, lacking in handsome features, and bore the marks of age. Lumian responded calmly. "One died of illness. I'm no doctor. Unable to save him. And the other one." The officer pressed for more information. Lumian replied honestly. "She took her own life after the blow." The older-looking policeman furrowed his brow and entered room 302, accompanied by his partner. The first sight that greeted them was Madame Mitchell's lifeless body hanging from the window frame. The officer instinctively covered his nose. The place was far too filthy and foul-smelling. Next, his gaze fell upon Rue's decaying corpse. Observing the putrefying flesh and spilled blood, "Son of a bitch, you called this an illness?" He couldn't help but turn to Lumian, his eyes filled with shock and fear. Lumian briefly recounted the events of the previous night, omitting the fact that Rue's condition had worsened while he was at Roblin Clinic and had been revived by half a bottle of healing agent. Lumian attributed the credit to the Fool Pharmaceuticals' fever-reducing medicine. He also mentioned his suspicion that the Rues had encountered an infectious source within the pile of garbage they had collected the previous night, causing them to sleep in room 307. Lumian brought up Madame Mitchell's mention of a silk handkerchief in the washroom as well. The more the two officers listened, the quieter they became, their expression slightly off. After Lumian finished speaking, they hurried to the washroom to confirm the presence of the silk handkerchief. The older-looking officer glanced at Seal outside and whispered to his partner. "Another mysticism incident. Stay here and guard the scene. I'll report the situation." The other officer nodded. Lumian observed as they divided the tasks, patiently awaiting the arrival of the official beyonders. In less than half an hour, the older-looking policeman returned to Auberge du Coq d'Or. "Alone. Where are the official beyonders?" Lumian's eyes widened in surprise. The older-looking policeman avoided Lumian's gaze and pulled his partner to the end of the corridor, engaging in a hushed conversation. Lumian stood at a distance, straining his ears to catch their words, but they remained unintelligible. After a while, the older-looking officer approached Lumian, his expression grave. "We've preliminarily determined it as death due to illness and suicide. No further investigation." Lumian's eyebrows twitched in disbelief. The officer repeated what he had said when they had taken Flame's body away. He donned gloves, carefully placed the silk handkerchief into a cloth bag, and secured it tightly. Lumian silently observed as they removed the corpses, wrapped Rue's body, and placed him in a body bag. Numerous thoughts raced through his mind. Even though he died in such a manner, the official beyonders don't find it suspicious. No need for further investigation. Or perhaps the police officer didn't report the matter, and the official beyonders remain unaware. Could someone have intervened and persuaded them to treat this as an ordinary death case, not involving any criminal offense? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lumian quietly followed the officer carrying the two bodies to the carriage. From a distance, he trailed them, detecting the lingering odor emanating from Rue's and Mitchell's bodies. He tracked them all the way to the entrance of the police headquarters in the Market District. Lumian furrowed his brow as he observed uniformed police officers entering and exiting the building. His initial suspicion was that an officer from the police headquarters had halted the investigation, but he couldn't confirm the identity, even if he were to enter the police headquarters. Given the circumstances and his own status, it would be impossible for him to trace their steps all the way to the relevant office. If he observed from outside, he wouldn't be able to discern who might be involved from the people coming out. Lumian pondered the direction of his investigation once more. Get Franca to use divination. But there's no medium available. Alternatively, why did the officer stop the investigation? Was he aware that someone would be implicated? Or had someone already alerted him to such matters beforehand? If it's the latter, there's a high chance that he holds considerable influence within the parliamentarian's office. Lumian's heart stirred as he left the entrance of the police headquarters and swiftly arrived outside the four-story coca-colored building that housed the parliamentarian's office in the Market District. Taking cover in an alley across the street, he found himself in the company of a group of vagrants. Before long, his eyes landed on an officer. The officer was plump, in his early 40s, with brown hair and blue eyes. Three-petaled silver-white sweet irises adorned his black epaulettes. This indicated that he was a chief inspector, one rank lower than a superintendent. As Lumian watched the chief inspector enter the parliamentarian's office, a smile curled upon his lips. In the coca-colored four-story building, on the second floor, Tybalt, his face pale and his hair curly and yellow, entered the office of the Member of Parliament's secretary. The secretary, a man in his 30s with neatly combed back black hair and blue eyes hidden behind gold-rimmed glasses, possessed refined features and an air of sophistication. He glanced at Tybalt, who was coughing, and tossed a cloth bat on the table. With a cold expression, he spoke. "We've recovered your handkerchief." Tybalt, his dark yellow hair curly, was attired in a black suit. He smiled and replied, "That was quick, you bastard." The Member of Parliament's secretary cursed. "Do you not realize that your phlegm can spread diseases to others? Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the two churches?" Tybalt's brown eyes remained indifferent as he nonchalantly remarked, "At most, 2 or 3 commoners might die. No one would care about them. I've been sick for far too long without receiving a new boon. It frustrates me, and it makes me want to kill someone." The Member of Parliament's secretary stared at him for a few seconds before admonishing in a deep voice, "If I hadn't taken precautions in advance, the purifiers would have come looking for you. Your life is inconsequential. Don't jeopardize us, Tybalt. There will be no next time." Tybalt shrugged, accepting the reprimand. Chapter 238 Endure. 238 Endure. Lumian sat in the alleyway across from the Member of Parliament's office, blending in with a group of tramps. Having followed and observed carefully, he had pieced together the entire situation. Within the office, someone had managed to find a reliable officer beforehand and instructed him to monitor cases of mysterious illnesses in their jurisdiction. This officer would keep things quiet, refraining from reporting to the corresponding official bounders. Furthermore, any evidence he discovered would be sent to the Member of Parliament's office. This revelation implied that the sickly lad who had spat into the handkerchief and discarded it knew the consequences of his actions. As long as he kept his mouth shut, the Member of Parliament would never seek assistance from the police headquarters. Lumian's gaze fixated on the khaki-colored four-story building. His hands unconsciously balled into fists, yet he restrained himself from taking any drastic measures. After a while, he let out a slow exhale. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the door of the building that housed the Member of Parliament's office. This man donned a silk top hat and wielded a dark cane. Clad in a sharp black suit, a thick brown beard adorned his mouth and chin. Deep wrinkles framed his dark blue, almost black eyes. It was Bono Goodville, the owner of Goodville Chemical Factory. He had left the celebratory banquet earlier than Gardner Martin, boss of the Savoy mob, the previous night. Occasionally, his photos would appear in certain newspaper reports. Lumian averted his gaze and waited. Only when the chief inspector left the Member of Parliament's office unaccompanied and returned to the police headquarters did he rise from the alleyway teeming with tramps. He casually found a cafe and enjoyed a simple late breakfast. Shortly before 11 a.m., he knocked on Franca's door once again. How did it go? Have the official bounders taken over? Franca had already risen from bed and changed into her favorite white blouse and light-colored breeches. Lumian shook his head. No. As he stepped into the apartment, he elaborated. It was brushed under the carpet by a chief inspector from the police headquarters. Franca comprehended the situation and couldn't help but scoff. Even the folks at the Member of Parliament's office recognized the problems of spitting anywhere. Lumian found a spot on the sofa and sat down. He recounted everything, from the moment the police arrived to investigate the scene until the chief inspector entered the Member of Parliament's office. Franca peered into his eyes, contemplating for a few seconds before speaking up. I understand that you find it hard to accept and that a fire might be raging in your heart. I truly empathize with you, though that couple had no relation to you. You tried your utmost to save them, only to meet with failure. Many people can sympathize with such tragic encounters. But I must insist. Be patient. Endure. Restrain yourself from rash actions or seeking revenge. These individuals are connected to the Member of Parliament. If anything were to happen, the situation would explode. It's beyond our capacity to bear. Observing Lumian's silence and absence of emotional outburst, Franca let out a sigh of relief and continued. I'll say it once more. It's best to leave this matter to the official bounders for investigation. Later, through my contacts, I'll inform them of this case and provide the suspect's identity and description. Although crucial physical evidence might have been lost by now and the body likely cremated hastily, as long as the official bounders discover the existence of abnormal pathway bounder powers in their jurisdiction, targeting the person I identified through divination, they will discover his problem sooner or later. Upon hearing Franca's advice, Lumian nodded, his thoughts aligning with her suggestion. Let's go with that plan. Franca relaxed, taking a moment to contemplate before speaking again. I won't divulge the precise details. I'll merely mention a peculiar ailment causing festering in the market district. There's suspicion that someone from the Member of Parliament's office might have wrapped a handkerchief around thick phlegm, and similar incidents may have been concealed by the police headquarters. If I don't do this, the official bounders might suspect you as the source of the information and thoroughly investigate you. Lumian acknowledged her concerns with a curt response, signifying his agreement. After bidding farewell to Franca and departing Rue des Blouses Blanches, he encountered Jenna on his way to Celle de Belle Brise. Well, if it isn't Celia, Lumian greeted. Showy diva, dressed in a simple grayish-blue gown, had her brownish-yellow hair tied up in a natural bun. Her face lacked makeup, giving her an elegant appearance without her usual air of decadence. Upon hearing Lumian call her by her real name, Jenna clenched her teeth and retorted, "Just call me Jenna." Lumian sized her up. "Did your mother hit you with a broomstick? Are you considering leaving the underground singer circle? Damn it, you can't seem to wish anything good upon me." "Can you?" Jenna exclaimed. "My mother is a gentle and reasonable person. Why would she hit me with a broomstick?" She smirked confidently. "Initially, she opposed my singing in the dance halls, thinking it was dangerous and prone to debauchery. But after I explained how much I could earn each week without having to sleep with any man, she relented. She even said she'd come to Salle de Bal after work today to watch me perform." "Damn it. What am I going to do?" Lumian deliberately asked. "If your mother saw you wearing a revealing dress and deliberately raising your leg while singing His Touch is Skilled Indeed, how would she react?" Jenna tousled her brownish-yellow hair. "She'd storm the stage and beat me to a pulp." She mumbled to herself before suggesting, "I don't have to wear overly revealing dresses. Remember when I tried singing in a cocktail dress last time? The response was pretty good. It's been a while, but I can give it another shot. The key is the song selection. You'll discuss it with Franca. She has excellent taste. She even knows how to compose her own songs and write lyrics, though they're all rather peculiar." Lumian smiled and spoke up. "If that doesn't work out, I can have Ren organize a themed night event at Salle de Bal. Tonight's theme will be love. This would pair well with less suggestive love songs." Jenna's eyes lit up. "That's a brilliant idea." She looked at Lumian awkwardly, offering her thanks. "You're quite quick-witted." Damn it. "Thank you." Without waiting for Lumian's response, Jenna instinctively glanced around and lowered her voice. "I also told my mother that I'm good friends with Red Boots from the Savoy mob and that she's protecting me. That's how I can sing at Salle de Bal and stay safe. Remember, I came to you that day to negotiate a higher singing fee, and thanks to Franca, you agreed. If my mother asks you, just give this answer." Lumian nodded and teased. "It's called collusion. It's called a harmless fib," Jenna replied gleefully. "Just hold on to that story until I've been singing for another year. It'll save up enough money for my tuition and pay off my debts." Lumian glanced at the apprentice actress and pondered. "Haven't you thought about seeking proper compensation for that accident?" How Jenna's eyes widened in confusion. "The court hasn't reached a final verdict yet. Why wait for the court? Settling debts is protected by the guardian of businesses. We can handle it ourselves. That factory owner never said he wouldn't pay us. His constant appeals are just about the division of responsibilities and the amount of compensation." Jenna eyed Lumian suspiciously. "Are you suggesting we force him to compensate us? That's illegal." "Illegal?" Lumian looked amused. "As a mob leader, I break the law every day. Didn't you want to assassinate Margit and avenge your friend? Did legality matter to you back then?" Jenna's words faltered as she muttered. "Margit is a mob leader who has committed countless crimes. Each one of them is deserving of the gallows. So you want to be his judge and jury?" Lumian smiled. "That factory owner may have done many wrongs. Let's mask our faces, infiltrate his house, tie him up, and make him compensate everyone. Alternatively, we can convince him to hand over the money quietly and split it among ourselves to avoid arousing suspicion during subsequent investigations." Jenna wore a troubled expression. "He'll think about it. He'll consider it." Sia lived up to his reputation as a mob leader. Discussing breaking the law came as naturally to him as eating and drinking. Lumian didn't press the matter further. Since Jenna wasn't in a hurry, he saw no need to worry about her. As evening approached, Lumian sat in the cafe on the second floor of Salle de Bal, awaiting another night. For now, he had nothing to occupy his time. All he could do was wait for Franca or the boss to procure the additional ingredients for the pyromaniac potion, the final step before his breakthrough to Sequence 7. "Boss, what would you like to have for dinner tonight?" Louis asked Lumian as the sky grew darker. Just as Lumian was about to respond, Jenna approached. Showy Diva had transformed herself, donning a dress the color of roses. The hem of her gown appeared to defy gravity, resembling an inverted flower. Her long, brownish-yellow hair was fashioned into a simple bun, with most of it cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Her makeup was subtle, accentuating her complexion and striking features. A mole adorned the right side of her face, and she held a beautifully patterned fan in her hand. This left Louis and Sarkota dumbfounded. They could hardly believe that this was the same little minx Jenna. Jenna nervously asked Lumian, "Is this suitable?" "Quite impressive." Lumian didn't discourage Jenna. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed in the distance. The ground trembled visibly, and the cafe's glass windows rattled. "Damn it! What's happening?" Jenna exclaimed, peering out of the window in shock. Lumian stood up and made his way to the window. As he looked outside, he noticed the perplexed and flustered pedestrians. In the distance, a plume of black smoke billowed from the south. "Find out what's going on," Lumian instructed Louis. Once Louis departed, Jenna approached Lumian, her gaze fixed on the dark smoke rising from the southern part of the market district. Anxiousness and concern filled her. After some time, Louis returned to the cafe and reported to Lumian, "Boss, there was an explosion at the Goodville chemical factory." A thud interrupted the conversation as Lumian turned to see Jenna's fan fall to the ground. Jenna appeared to lose her spirit as she murmured, sounding disoriented, My mother is there." Chapter 239 Fighting Fire. 239 Fighting Fire. Before she could finish, Jenna snapped out of her daze. Adorned in a rose-colored dress that hugged her slender frame, she hurried towards the staircase and descended. Witnessing this, Lumian motioned for Louis and Sarkota to maintain order in salle de bal brise before giving chase. Anxiety and fear filled Jenna's face, her expression teetering on the edge of collapse. She made no attempt to conceal her beyonder identity. She exerted every ounce of her strength, as if she intended to soar through Avenue du Marche and into the streets leading south of the market district. Only the darkness of the sky and the unlit gas street lamps, combined with the chaos caused by the panicked pedestrians after the explosion, prevented anyone from noticing the extraordinary speed at which the woman ran. Lumian swiftly caught up to her, his pace surpassing hers. He urgently tapped her shoulder and said, "Take to the shadows." Determined to reach Goodville Chemical Factory as swiftly as possible, Jenna ran a distance before comprehending Lumian's meaning. She altered her course slightly and darted towards the dimly lit area cast by the unilluminated street lamps. Blending in seamlessly, assassins possessed the ability to conceal themselves within shadows. Jenna's emotions surged, making it difficult for her to maintain control. Additionally, sprinting at full speed weakened the effectiveness of this ability. At times, she would become visible, and at others, she would vanish. Nevertheless, compared to before, she managed to avoid drawing much attention from passers-by. Lumian ran alongside the shadows, paying no heed to the perplexed gazes directed his way. His nostrils filled with the lingering scent of Jenna's perfume, pushing his hunter's speed to its limits. He left observers dumbfounded. Certainly, such behavior would arouse suspicion, but he paid it no mind. As the two beyonders endowed with enhanced physiques raced at full tilt, they arrived at Rue Saint-Jean near Trier's city walls within a mere 10 minutes. The area was teeming with factories, and the sky was shrouded in dusky smoke tinged with a yellowish hue, obscuring the fading glow of the sunset. Emerging from the shadows, Jenna caught sight of the blazing metal container. Goodville Chemical Factory was engulfed in flames, with firefighters battling desperately to extinguish the inferno and rescue those trapped inside. Some of the rescuers wore peculiar masks adorned with elongated, pointed beaks, while others sported mechanical octopuses on their faces. Several donned black helmets that appeared to consist of multiple layers. The commonality among them was the presence of apparatuses resembling steam backpacks, albeit with significant differences. Thick rubber hoses extended from the contraptions, connecting to the masks. Without a moment's hesitation, Jenna rushed for Goodville Chemical Factory, where sporadic explosions continued to erupt. The pungent odor in the air threatened to overwhelm Lumian's sense of smell. He seized Jenna's shoulder and spoke in a deep voice. "Do you know which factory your mother is in?" Jenna was taken aback. "I don't know." "Have you come equipped to shield yourself from chemical contamination?" Lumian switched questions. "No," Jenna replied, her confusion evident. "Then are you attempting to commit suicide?" Lumian scolded. Perhaps your mother has already been rescued. Let us first search the area where the injured are being attended to. Are you venturing inside to create further chaos for the rescue team? Jenna's heart churned with conflicting emotions. She yearned to rush to the chemical plant to find her mother. Yet she couldn't deny the logic in Lumian's words. After Lumian pulled her back, she followed him with a vacant mind for a few paces. Then, her senses returned, and she sprinted toward Gly's du Sifflet. Not far from Rue Saint-Hilaire. It stood as the grand cathedral of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery in La Marche du Courtier du Gentleman. Jenna had witnessed the rescued victims being carried there. In a matter of seconds, she and Lumian arrived at the square outside the cathedral. It was teeming with workers from Goodville Chemical Factory, groaning in agony. However, a significant number of them lay unconscious, and some no longer drew breath. Doctors and nurses, clad in white coats, maneuvered through the crowd, feverishly providing first aid. They guided those deemed salvageable to a two-story carriage stationed at the square's periphery, adorned with various coats of arms or sacred emblems. From there, they transported them to several major hospitals in Quartier d'Anal. Jenna's body involuntarily quivered as her gaze swept over the lifeless bodies and injured individuals. Fearing what she might witness, Lumian seized her arm and guided her across the square. In search of Elodie, the gas lamps lining the square cast a rudimentary glow, granting them a modicum of illumination. After a few minutes, Lumian's keen hunter eyesight detected a wounded figure whom he suspected to be Elodie. Upon receiving the news, Jenna dashed over, crouched down, and studied the unconscious person's face. The injured individual's golden wig had mostly been singed away, exposing her flaxen hair, now blackened by the flames. Her eyes, adorned with smudged eyeshadow, remained tightly shut. Her countenance marred by soot. Burns covered her body, and her lips bore an unnatural blue tinge. It was none other than Elodie, the cleaner at Auberge du Coq d'Or, Jenna's mother. Malm Jenna's strength evaporated, and she crumpled beside Elodie, realizing her mother's unconscious state, occasionally punctuated by twitches. Jenna abruptly rose to her feet and muttered to herself, "We need a doctor. We must get her to a hospital without delay." Having confirmed the victim's identity, Lumian focused on assessing Elodie's luck and deduced that it was dire. Even if she were swiftly transported to the hospital, her chances of survival seemed slim. Swiftly, he seized Jenna and spoke in a solemn tone. "Help me shield her from prying eyes." Jenna regarded him with astonishment. Infused with his composed demeanor, she turned her body to block the area on Elodie's left side. "I possess a healing agent from mysticism. Let us first test its efficacy," Lumian explained in a hushed tone as he circled around to Elodie's right side, his back serving as a barrier for her other flank. A healing agent from mysticism. Jenna's eyes sparkled, a glimmer of hope illuminating her face. Intently, Jenna watched as Lumian produced an iron-colored metal canister, unscrewed the cap, and poured its contents into her mother's mouth. After more than 10 seconds, Elodie appeared to regain some consciousness and swallowed the curative liquid. Observing this, Jenna felt a slight wave of relief wash over her. She instinctively sensed that her mother's condition had improved marginally. Time seemed to stretch unbearably, suffocating her. A minute felt like an eternity. Finally, she witnessed the burns on Elodie's body start to heal at an astonishing pace, and the bluish tint on her lips gradually faded. Jenna looked up at Lumian, her astonishment palpable. Countless words clamored to escape her lips, but they remained lodged there, unable to form coherent utterances. Lumian met her gaze and nodded. He whispered, "This agent works wonders in treating external injuries and alleviating ailments caused by chemical fumes. It can transform near-fatal wounds into severe injuries into minor ones, and minor injuries into complete recovery. Your mother suffered severe injuries earlier. For now, her life is no longer in immediate danger. However, she will require extensive treatment in the days to come. Otherwise, her condition may deteriorate." Upon hearing the words "no longer in immediate danger," Jenna's vision blurred. She had suppressed her tears, determined not to let them hinder her search and her mother's treatment. But now, tears streamed down her face. She raised her hands, clumsily wiping them away. and muttered incoherently, "Thank you, thank you." Amidst her words, distant cries reached their ears. Relatives of the deceased had arrived. Just as Lumian was about to offer a jest to lighten the mood, a muffled thunder resounded in the air. Instinctively, Lumian looked up and beheld a thick, dark cloud looming over Rue Saint-Hilaire, where flames still flickered and explosions echoed. The cloud wasn't expansive, enshrouding only a few streets. Silver-white lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by muted thunderclaps that reverberated through everyone's hearts. Torrential rain poured down, concentrated over Rue Saint-Hilaire and Goodville Chemical Factory. The grayish-black smoke tinged with yellow swiftly dissipated, settling to the ground. The flames were swiftly extinguished, and no further explosions occurred. As swiftly as it had arrived, the storm dissipated. The dark clouds dispersed, and the setting sun on the horizon cast a fiery glow. Within the golden red light, a behemoth soared above Rue Saint-Hilaire. It was a dark gray airship, its elongated and circular balloon emitting a loud buzzing sound. At the rear of the hull, paddle wheels spun frenziedly, while numerous cannon muzzles and bomb ports adorned its surface. At that moment, a translucent turquoise liquid rained down upon Goodville Chemical Factory below. The acrid stench in the air began to subside. Are the authorities resolving the catastrophe? The dark clouds, the lightning, and the rain didn't seem natural. Could they be the work of a beyonder or sealed artifact? It almost resembled the handiwork of a deity. Lumian withdrew his gaze, a tinge of astonishment in his eyes. Jenna had also witnessed what had just happened, but her focus remained fixed on her mother's injuries, not dwelling too deeply on what had transpired. Elodie's burns had mostly healed, leaving behind only a few charred remnants. Her breathing had stabilized, and although her lips remained pale, it didn't seem to cause much concern to those around. The curative agent had taken full effect, bringing stability to her condition. Jenna closed her eyes and absent-mindedly wiped her face. At that moment, a voice nearby called out, "Celia." Jenna glanced to the side and waved her hand. "Julian, over here." A young man, standing nearly 175 meters tall, swiftly made his way to Elodie's side. Clad in a grayish-blue worker's uniform, he had flaxen-colored hair and eyes that mirrored Jenna's blue hues. His features were rather pleasing to the eye. He looked at Elodie with concern and asked hurriedly, "How's Mom?" Jenna pursed her lips and replied, "She sustains serious injuries, but she'll pull through." Relief washed over Julian, who then cast a curious glance at Jenna. "Why are you dressed like that, and who is he?" Only then did Jenna realize she was wearing a rose-colored gown. Hastily, she explained, "I came straight from the theater. This is my friend, Seal. He has been a great help." "Thank you." Julian sincerely expressed his gratitude to Lumian. Lumian nodded and advised, "Fetch a doctor and arrange for a carriage to take her to the hospital immediately. Otherwise, her condition may worsen." "All right." Julian dashed off to find the nearest doctor and nurse. Lumian turned to Jenna and said, "If you can't secure a carriage promptly, hire one yourself." Jenna nodded, her gaze filled with gentle concern as she looked at her unconscious mother. She whispered, "I owe you my gratitude this time." Chapter 240 Bewitchment. 240 Bewitchment. Lumian cast a contemplative gaze at Jenna, his lips forming a tight line. "You lack the awareness of an assassin, and the understanding that you've stepped into the realm of mysticism. Had you possessed such insight, you might have joined mystical gatherings through Franca and procured valuable resources in the past month or two. Though they may not rival the potency of my healing agent, it would have been a proactive step instead of watching your mother's condition deteriorate." Jenna, instead of erupting in a fit of humiliation and resorting to vulgar retorts, remained silent for a few moments before curtly acknowledging his words. This response left Lumian at a loss. He clicked his tongue and spoke again. "Of course. Considering your financial constraints and the weight of debts and tuition fees, even if you were to participate in these mysticism gatherings, you wouldn't be able to afford much. It would be more of an opportunity to earn money or valuable items by accepting commissions." Just then, Jenna's brother, Julian, arrived with a doctor and two nurses. The doctor glanced at Elodie with a puzzled expression and inquired, I recall that there was no need to resuscitate her. You remembered incorrectly. Lumian calmly interjected. The doctor, overwhelmed by the influx of injured patients, had his memories tangled and disorganized. Upon hearing Lumian's remark, he assumed he must have mistaken the person. Consequently, he swiftly tended to Elodie's remaining external injuries and arranged for her to be carried into the carriage, awaiting transportation to the hospital. Connected to Courtier de Nol and the bustling market district, stood Passy Bridge, one of the 5 bridges that stretched over the mighty Esrenzo River in the city of Trier. Nestled beside Passy Bridge was the Holy Palace Hospital, generously funded by the Eternal Blazing Sun Church. Elodie, a devout follower of the Eternal Blazing Sun, had been admitted to this renowned establishment. Placed on the top floor of the white 6-story building, she shared a ward with 5 other patients. Jenna watched as doctors and nurses meticulously drew blood, conducted examinations, and administered intravenous drips. A soft sigh escaped her lips. The hospital has undergone quite a transformation in the past few years. Oh, Lumian was puzzled. Jenna's expression darkened as she replied. A few years ago, when my father and the others were brought to the hospital, the more severe cases were immediately taken to the operating room. Those with lesser injuries were simply bandaged and given medication to gauge its effectiveness. There was no blood being drawn, and the examinations were rudimentary. It's completely different now. The entire process seems to have changed. That's a good thing. Lumian nodded. It looked more professional, as the two spoke in hushed tones. Jenna's brother, Julian, diligently assisted the doctors and nurses. He answered inquiries about the patient's normal physical conditions, aided in moving Roman 4 stands, and was dispatched to the pharmacy as needed. However, even after the medical professionals in their white coats had concluded their tasks, he had yet to return. The doctor overseeing Elodie's care approached Jenna, holding a writing board, and observed her rose-colored gown. His expression softened. Is Elodie your mother? He inquired. Yes. Jenna confirmed with a nod. The male doctor pondered for a moment before speaking. Your mother's condition is better than I anticipated. It seems surgery may not be necessary at this time. Of course. This assessment is preliminary and contingent upon the results of the tests we conducted. That's some good news. On the other hand, your mother has suffered severe burns. She may need to remain hospitalized for months, half a year, or even longer. Even if she recovers, she will likely be in a weakened state. The Church's philanthropic foundation will cover the initial 2 days of treatment. The remaining expenses will be deducted once the accident insurance from the factory is settled. However, you must be prepared to bear the subsequent costs yourself. It won't be a small sum. I must caution you not to have excessive expectations of the accident insurance. From my experience, it typically takes an average of 3 to 5 years to obtain compensation. You must understand that our INTIS laws tend to favor factory owners and bankers in order to protect their interests. Jenna didn't hesitate for a moment. I will ensure my mother's full recovery. Jenna had already contemplated the possibility of borrowing money from both Franca and Lumian if she found herself in need of a substantial sum. She was willing to repay them in installments at a later date, whether it meant making monthly or weekly payments for the treatment. She was prepared to cut back and save, reducing her previous debt payments, while also relying on her income as a part-time underground singer. However, this meant that her plan to remain an underground singer for just 1 year, as she had initially intended, would need to be extended. It seemed she might have to continue as an underground singer for 2, or even 3 years. The doctor briefly assessed Jenna's appearance and attire before giving her the necessary instructions. Take this form, and make a payment of 200 Vril d'or at the payment counter on the first floor. 200. Jenna breathed a sigh of relief. She signed the form under her real name, Celia Bello, and took it with her as she descended the stairs. On her way down, she glanced at Lumian, who was by her side, and hesitated before speaking. If I ever find myself in need of a large sum for medical fees in the future, I think I would like to borrow from you. Jenna had always been a stubborn individual with her own principles. In the past, when she worked tirelessly to earn money in various dance halls within the market district, The thought of borrowing from Franca or asking for her help in securing an easy and lucrative part-time job had never crossed her mind. But now, for the sake of her mother, Elodie, she was willing to let go of her stubbornness in this regard. Although Lumian had already squandered more than 700 Verl d'Or on himself, and received an advance from the proceeds he could obtain from Salle de Balbrise, he showed no signs of concern. He replied nonchalantly, "Okay." Jenna regarded him suspiciously. "I thought you might hesitate for a moment. Franca mentioned that you needed a significant sum of money for something important. That's for advancing and purchasing the main ingredient for pyromaniac. However, it doesn't prevent me from lending you money. As a Beyonder and the leader of the Savoy mob, even if I don't have a copet at the moment, I can assist you in acquiring the necessary funds. The simplest solution would be to have Ren sign a long-term contract with you, advancing you 10 Verl d'Or. Then, 50 of your income from the dance hall will be deducted each day to repay the loan in installments. Once it's fully repaid, the contract will naturally be terminated." Jenna fell silent for a moment, realizing that something that had deeply troubled her was easily resolved in Seal's presence. Lumian glanced at her and smirked. "As an assassin, you shouldn't fret about medical expenses like these. If you aim to advance in the future, you'll need tens of thousands in funds. You need to change your mindset now. Don't hold the law in such high regard. As you heard earlier, Intis laws don't protect the poor. We can only protect ourselves. Once you've come to terms with this, we'll kidnap the former factory owner and extract enough cash from him. After the verdict is announced, and he pays the compensation for your father's accident, you can donate the money to someone in need, as long as we execute it cleanly. Combined with Franca's anti-divination measures, the likelihood of success is exceedingly high. It won't leave a trace behind. It's improbable for a factory owner like him to have Beyonder bodyguards." Jenna's heart raced at his words. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. "It just doesn't sit right with me." "Damn it. Are you the instigator? Or will I become the instigator? How are you so adept at bewitching people? Eventually, you'll have to face the consequences of breaking the law. Want you?" "I didn't finish. We only do what's necessary. We can't act recklessly. Not only would it bring danger, but it could also increase the risk of losing control. Kidnapping the factory owner is to reclaim the compensation your family deserves." Jenna fell silent once more, realizing they were about to reach the first floor. She hurriedly said, "I need to use the washroom." By the time she emerged from the washroom, she had a stack of 200 Verl d'Or notes in her hand. Seeing Jenna pay the initial treatment fee, Lumian glanced at her rose-colored gown and commented, "You can't tend to a patient dressed like this. I'll return to the dance hall and fetch your clothes. I'll also help you secure some time off. If your mother's condition worsens, come to me or Franca immediately." Having just examined Elodie's luck and confirmed that her condition was no longer critical, though still uncertain of improvement, Lumian found it somewhat chaotic. It might have been dependent on the hospital's treatment effectiveness. "Okay." Jenna pursed her lips and nodded. Just as Lumian was about to inform manager Ren about Jenna and ask him to reschedule tonight's performance, Louis approached him. "Boss. About half an hour ago, Boss sent someone to deliver a bag of items to the financial safe. He said it was for you. Something from Boss, supplementary ingredients for the pyromaniac potion, as expected of a mid-sequence Beyonder of the Hunter pathway." Lumian nodded slightly, pleased, and passed through the caf, entering the second-floor corridor. Upon opening the safe, he felt a burning sensation. Inside the grayish-white cloth bag were 3 glass bottles. One contained bubbling crimson blood, from which flames burst with each bubble. Another held blood-colored powder at the bottom, while the third contained a finger-sized stone emitting a red fluorescent light. Fire salamander blood, red crown balsam powder, magma pyonzine indeed. Supplementary pyromaniac ingredients. Lumian picked up the items. Satisfied. 3 Rue des Blouses Blanches. Outside apartment 601. Lumian, having left Salle de Balbrise, headed straight to Franca's place. He intended to borrow 4 Verl d'Or, using his share of the harvest sacrifice as collateral. Upon opening the door and seeing Lumian, Franca clicked her tongue and remarked, Did you hear there was an explosion at a factory in the southern part of the Market District? Numerous incidents have been occurring in the Market District lately, giving me the sense that a storm is brewing. Upon hearing this, Lumian instantly recalled something. He spoke in a deep voice. There was an accident at the Goodville chemical factory. This morning, the owner of the factory paid a visit to the Member of Parliament's office. Part 5 of the series ends here. Thank you for watching and listening. If you find it interesting, please give us a like, a comment and a subscription so that we have the motivation to make the next videos.